have to have special astronaut training. You don't have to have been preparing for this all your life, though Wally Funk seems to be in great shape, and she certainly has great energy. There are some height requirements. There are some weight requirements. They need to get up those 7 flights of stairs to the crew capsule in a matter of 90 seconds. They need to be able to zip up into a flight suit. But that's basically it. They've gone through 2 days of training, 14 hours altogether, some demos, some simulations, some emergency simulations. But the idea is that just anyone ultimately will be able to take this ride.
And Tom Keane, I make that 1, 2, 3, 4 crew members in that capsule now. Jeff Bezos the first to walk in. You can just about see Wally Funk through that window.
That's
and
so
Tom,
cool.
As I understand it, these windows are the largest windows that have been into space.
Oh, yeah.
Because let's be clear about this. For any tourist going into space, going past the Karman line, you want 2 things. You want that experience of zero gravity, and you want to be able to experience that full view of the curvature of the Earth, and that's what that design is for.
I had the immense privilege, John, of talking to the late Michael Collins about the windows in orbit and what you could see, and the improvements were made by astronauts screaming from the 6-inch porthole that Alan Shepard had in 1961, and they were so angry. Gus Grissom had a window carved into his Liberty capsule as well. Tim Stenovec with us as well with Bloomberg Quick Take. Tim, what do you see?
Hey, good morning from West Texas. Well, the sun is just rising here in Van Horn. It's about 69, 70 degrees, winds about 7 miles an hour. It's a cool morning here, and what I see are a lot of people who are excited about what's going on today. Look, locals, they're telling me that this is the biggest thing that's happened in their decades of living here. They're certainly excited about it. The town has only 2,000 people, but also tourists who are totally unaffiliated with Blue Origin, people who are just interested to see what's happening. As I've been sitting here getting set up for the last hour, guys, several people have stopped just to ask me, hey, where's the best place to watch this? Someone came over to my car and said he flew in all the way from New York City just to watch this. So this is the second Blue Origin launch he has seen. So it's certainly doing that job that Jeff Bezos is hoping it's doing of inspiring people.
Tim, you're a student of this. What is the significance, and we've seen the fumes off the rocket, of liquid oxygen and liquid hydrogen as well? I mean, it's very traditional rocketry, isn't it?
Yeah, what's interesting about this is that technology actually hasn't changed in terms of propulsion significantly in many, many years. There are a lot of similarities between this and earlier types of engines that have been developed. At the same time, though, what we are seeing is a lot of progress in terms of reusability. That is the key innovation here. This particular stack, the capsule and the booster, has already been flown twice and tested twice. This is the specific one that is used for space. This is the specific one that is used for tourists, I should say. In addition to that, guys, what we're also seeing right now are the final checks that they are going through as they do get prepared for flight.
Fully autonomous capsule here. Any evaluations that take place on board whatsoever, Tim? I think we've lost the sound over there to Tim. Tom, just moments away. In the next couple of minutes on my screen, T-minus 25. In the next couple of minutes, T-minus 24, I think we expect that hatch to close.
Some of this, John, is a tension of what happens with rocketry, and this is other astronauts have said it's a stick of dynamite putting a capsule up 62 miles. The capsule can unhinge from the rocket at any time, John. This is a decision made on the ground, not by Mr. Bezos and the other 3 travelers, but from a safety standpoint, you can bring the capsule apart. Emily Chang, describe the festivities last night. I saw a video of Miss Chang diving for the food as Mr. Bezos prepared it.
Yes, Tom, we got a surprise visitor yesterday afternoon. Jeff Bezos and his brother showed up bearing the gift of food, which nobody here in the middle of the desert will turn down. He was carrying his mother's favorite recipe, chicken thighs, black-eyed peas, mac and cheese. I have to say, it was pretty good. He even gave us the recipe. How generous of him. Didn't take too many questions,
John,
but said he was excited, still excited. That is the sentiment he has echoed all along. We haven't caught a bit or even a sense of nerves. Who knows if that's changed now that he is officially on board.
John, that dinner's health friendly. I just hope they have Tang on board.
You just want to know if you can get served alcohol on this trip, Tom.
No,
that's all you're trying to find out.
That awaits other flights as well. But I do hope, like the Gemini missions, that there's Tang on board. That would be important.
Emily, as we await this hatch to be closed, I just wonder from your perspective, if you know the evaluations that need to take place by the crew members, do they literally just sit there and do nothing? We've been told it's fully autonomous. What do they have to do from here?
They got to strap themselves in, John, and when they're told to unstrap, they unbuckle, and they get a 30-second warning from mission control when they're supposed to buckle back up and come back down. As I said, it's pretty minimal instruction, minimal training. The pressure, though, as we understand it, as they accelerate up into the air and get up to Mach 3 or 3 times the speed of sound, they'll feel 3 times the force of gravity. So basically imagine your body weight times 3 pressing down on you. You'll be pushed down back into the seat, but as they continue upward into the air, that weight will lighten until they get to 0 Gs, that 3 to 4 minutes of weightlessness that Jeff Bezos, that Wally Funk have been waiting for all their lives. And it'll be a quick trip. It'll be buckle up just a couple of minutes later, and then they're on their way back down. It'll all depend on those parachutes that'll carry the crew capsule back down to Earth, slow it down, and then as soon as they get to about 60 miles above ground, the retro thrust systems, as it calls, will kick in. It's basically a cushion of air that will cushion the crew capsule as it lands, hopefully safely, in a cloud of desert dust.
Just a final check of the harnesses here now, Tom. That hatch is about to be closed, and then it's T-minus 22.
It is T-minus 22, and John, again, I'm going to go back to all that we have experienced from Mercury through Gemini, Apollo, and all this huge space shuttle tragedy that was just so difficult. I'm going to just state that within the happy talk and, pork and beans and all that is a lot of risk. There's always risk to space flight, and we'll have to watch the launch as it goes through those first steps. There's a key point 6 or 7 minutes into it, 3 minutes into it, where they reach the physics of the greatest tension.
Tom, just checking in the astronauts. Let's take a listen and see if we can hear what's going on.
Loud and clear. Thanks for everything, Sarah. We appreciate it.
It's my honor and my pleasure. All right, astronauts, we are at T-minus 21 minutes and counting. As we proceed, I'll keep you updated. For now, just sit back and relax.
Final comms, Tom, just ahead of takeoff, the hatch about to be closed. The harnesses have been checked. The communication between the astronauts is almost complete, Tom. It is T-minus 21.
And again, a reuse capsule, reuse this and that. Tim Stanovic, I believe, is still with us. Tim, talk to us about the 14 previous flights of Blue Origin.
Yeah, this is something that they've been testing for years, the new Shepard. Part of the testing, guys, included what happens during a disaster. So they had 3 separate tests, specifically just to show what happens during a disaster. And they were able to successfully deploy and separate the capsule from the booster 3 different times at all 3 portions of flight. So they were able to do it once during launch, they were able to do it once prior to launch, and they were able to do it once from space, and they were also able at one point, guys, to do it as the rocket was going up. And what that did was it demonstrated that the crew can safely escape from at any point during the flight. And I should note, I did lose you guys and lose your audio, so I'll have to check back in with you in a few minutes.
Okay, well, we'll wait for you to check in. Some technical problems on our end, no technical problems on their end. Hopefully, Tom, the hatch has been closed. It's T-minus 20 until launch time.
Well, T-minus 20 with the hatch closed. And John, you expect what's going to be after this. Let's assume a very successful flight. And then on we go to further testing before the Glenn mission, maybe a year and a half, 2 years out, which is a 2-stage rocket into orbit. So it's very much of the pattern we saw from Mercury to Gemini.
Tom, it is the what next of this that gets your attention, isn't it? What next?
Yes.
And I reflected on this moment around about an hour ago on Bloomberg TV and radio, and I'll do it again. I think many people are very, very quick to throw mud at innovation like this, throw mud at an effort like this. And I think of Jeff Bezos' Amazon in the late 90s, Tom, and many people questioning what it could become. Why did it have the valuation it had when it was just an online bookseller. The embrace of snark was almost immediate, and I just wonder, Tom, whether we have to be really humble about this moment when we look back in 10 years, 20 years' time, on what this could develop into, what this could become.
Well, I think everybody's, lived this their lives. I mean, I have the clearest memory, John, of being in a NASA family and literally neighbors down the street and next door, dead set against the NASA program. In the early morning of West Texas, we await a launch. Right now, we are thrilled to bring you, without question, this nation's expert on Amazon. Brad Stone has written on Jeff Bezos. Brad Stone knows the story better than anyone I know. Brad, your thoughts on Mr. Bezos into space. Frame his path in his life to this moment.
Yeah, hey, Tom. This is a story that started probably 40 years ago when he spent his summers with his grandparents at their ranch in South Texas, and his grandfather had worked on the space program. Bezos got the space bug watching the Apollo moon landings. He gave his speech at his high school. He was the valedictorian about space travel, and really he's been consistent with the vision. That speech was all about opening up the space frontier, having humans living and working in space, and today is the first step on that journey. It's been a long path. He founded Blue Origin in 2000. The company hasn't had a lot of success to show for it, but as you mentioned, they're working on orbital rockets and moon landers, often in competition with SpaceX. But today, even though it's a more modest suborbital flight, it's an important step for Bezos and for Blue Origin.
Brad, I've tried to be transparent and balanced about the moment we're in right now because myself, Tom, others get a lot of criticism for covering an event like this. This is an event that is very, very divisive. Jeff Bezos has taken a lot of criticism about it. How has he confronted that issue as he makes these kind of steps forward?
He's ignored it. I mean, he's someone who probably has pretty thick skin over the years, being criticized for so many things at Amazon, some quite justifiably. But as Emily mentioned earlier, there's kind of a palpable excitement here in West Texas right now. The criticism seems kind of distant. I'm sure we'll return to it in the press conference later today. But Bezos is just consistent. He's got this long-term vision. He kind of knows that not everyone's going to buy into it. But, he's been right about these things before, particularly with Amazon. I'm not saying he's right here. It seems kind of wacky, this idea of millions of humans working and living in space one day, generations from now. But, he believes in it. It's his money. He's got $200 billion, and this is what he wants to spend his money and his time doing.
Now, Brad, Blue Origin actually has 2 astronauts on staff, and the understanding among employees was that those astronauts would be the first to fly on the new Shepard. Instead, Jeff Bezos seemed to surprise many people, saying it would be him. In all your years reporting on Amazon and all your years reporting on Bezos, did you ever think he'd be the first person to ride on his own rocket?
Yeah, definitely not. I don't think a lot of Blue engineers and executives thought that he would be going first. As you say, 2 ex-NASA astronauts are on staff. The idea was that they would go first and kind of test the customer experience. But in some ways, it's consistent. I mean, Bezos is all about bold moves. He uses the word adventure, swashbuckling adventure. And this is the greatest adventure that there is. And he's sending a signal here to his company and to the world that he believes in the spacecraft, he believes in the mission, and he's willing to put himself at some small amount of risk to go see it to fruition.
Now, Bezos is doing this just a couple of weeks after stepping down as CEO of Amazon. He has said he could have done this as CEO of Amazon, but do you believe that? Do you buy that? Or do you think this was part of some sort of coordinated timeline? He wanted to do this, but not while he was CEO.
I mean, it does appear orchestrated, right? That he would have announced his resignation as CEO back in, late January, and then stepping aside in early July, and now a few weeks later going to space. I mean, I think if Blue Origin had readied New Shepard 2 years ago, when it was supposed to launch, the 50th anniversary of the Apollo 11 moon landing, he probably would have gone as CEO. But it's just neater now. It's cleaner. You don't have Amazon investors maybe worrying as much. So no, I don't think it's an accident.
We are 15 minutes away from the first human flight for Blue Origin's New Shepard. You can hear a round of applause from the headquarters of Blue Origin. You can see Jeff Bezos just inside the capsule. The final checks taking place, Tom. They're secured in their harnesses. We've had the final communications. The hatch is closed. It's T-minus 15.
Yeah, again, T-minus 15, and you wonder about the sequencing here as well. What's interesting with the modern technology of liquid oxygen and liquid hydrogen, John, it is a shockingly simple system. It is radically simpler, cleaner, and better than what we were used to years ago. Remember the Saturns, they'd start flaming up ages before they take off. This is a piece of cake with a much less heavy payload as well. Right now, as we prepare for this launch, we want to bring in Chad Anderson with Space Capital, a managing partner, but far more than that, a student of the space industry. And we're thrilled that Mr. Anderson could join us this morning. Thank you for being so patient as we show the moment as well. Frame this when we look back 5 years from now.
This is incredibly exciting to watch. I mean, space used to be a domain that was reserved for just a few of us. And it's opening up like never before. And you can see that in the diversity of this crew. I mean, the richest person in the world and his brother, sure, but you've also got the oldest and the youngest person ever to go to space. No medical checks, a completely autonomous vehicle, clean burning fuel that the emissions are water vapor, multiple aborts throughout, incredibly safe, much safer than any vehicle that we've flown before.
What's the path here to orbital flight? Can people say that tourism is going to be, you're going to go up like Glenn and go 3 times around the Earth?
So that's the plan. And Bezos says that actually it's like landing a rocket is like balancing a broomstick. And so actually a larger broomstick is easier to balance. And so his argument is that this new Shepard is actually much harder to land. And so by doing this, then he's, taken the greatest steps forward towards his new Glenn rocket.
Tom, just an update here. The countdown has been paused at T-minus 15. That taking place just in the last 60 seconds or so.
Well, that can happen. It is not weather, as Tom Stanovic said. It's really quite good weather out there. So we'll have to see what that announcement is. Again, safety is the major precaution as we wait for that hold to come off. With us now, Janet Kavandi, Sierra Space Executive Vice President, and she is a former NASA astronaut as well. Will these be astronauts, astronaut Kavandi?
Well, technically speaking, once you pass that 62-mile mark, you will be in space and therefore have traveled in space, which is the definition of an astronaut. Not necessarily a career astronaut, but an astronaut nonetheless.
What is so interesting here is the simplicity of the systems. Identify this experience versus our stereotype of Ron Howard's, the right stuff and the rest of it, Apollo 13, all the back and forth of hundreds and hundreds of people. How do you experience this simplicity Mr. Bezos has invented?
I think it's very elegant. The more we learn, the more we learn what we need and what we don't need. He has gone a very simplistic route. I think it's a wonderful achievement for someone who's essentially done this on his own because of his own desire to go in space, his own desire to see the Earth from that viewpoint. And I think he will continue to do great things, bigger and better things, just like NASA did through the generation and the evolution of the rockets that came before this one.
Janet, I understand we will have the oldest and the youngest, both the oldest and the youngest ever into space. Can you walk me through the degree of training that these particular astronauts-to-be have experienced versus what would have been experienced 10, 20 years ago for a similar mission?
Probably not all that different. I mean, you have your spacesuits that you have to learn how to operate. If there are any emergencies, you have those kinds of equipment that you have to learn to do an egress from. When you go up to space, you have to unbuckle and then float around without kicking each other in the head. Then you have to get back in your seat, which is probably one of the more trying things to do since you'll only be there for a few minutes. And then get yourself in a safe position so that you can come back down and land without hurting anyone. So, and then probably an emergency egress out of the capsule once they have landed. So those kinds of things are what you practice, just in case something, somewhere we're not there or something were to go wrong, you can help yourself get out of the vehicle.
Janet, just experiencing a brief hold here at T-minus 15. How typical are things like this to have a brief hold 15 minutes out?
Oh, very, very typical. I don't think there was ever a space flight that I was on that didn't have a hold at some point during the countdown. Sometimes they're built in and sometimes they're unexpected. It does kind of, raise the tension inside the cockpit because you're excited and you want to go and there may be a delay. But it doesn't matter. In the end, whenever you fly, it is all worth it.
Astronaut Kavandi, I've got to get in a geek question here because it's something we have not talked about as we've prepared for this launch today. Your PhD at Washington is in analytical chemistry and in materials science. How original are the materials of this Blue Origin rocket and capsule versus our stereotypes sitting in the Smithsonian Air and Space Museum?
I mean, I think they're all relatively similar. Every evolution, like I mentioned earlier, you try to learn something new, use a better material, a better fuel, less toxic fuels, less toxic materials. As you well know, Jeff is all about the environment and keeping the planet healthy and making it a safer place. And longevity of the Earth is really paramount in his mind. So he wants to protect the Earth. So I'm sure he's gone to every extent to try to use the least toxic materials possible.
For our audience worldwide on Bloomberg TV and radio, and for our audience joining us over on Bloomberg Quick Take, we've been on hold now for a little more than 6 minutes, Tom, at T-minus 15. Just a brief hold that's lasted about 6 minutes as we await Blue Origin's first human flight. 6 minutes we've been on hold at T-minus 15, Tom.
We'll see. We'll have to see where this goes. As the astronaut tells us, this is not unusual. Janet Kavandi, I've got to talk about the fresh air of your Missouri, coming out of Carthage there in the University of Missouri, and Wally Funk to the south in Oklahoma. What is it about the Midwest aviation heritage that puts people like you into space?
You know, I've thought about that a lot. There are a lot of Midwesterners that love to go to space. I don't know. I think in part for me, at least, it was seeing the night sky from the Midwest. It's very beautiful. You can see all the stars. You can see the Milky Way. And it's just so majestic when you look at space from that vantage point. And I know from a very young age, I would tell my dad that I wanted to go up there and see what it would be like to be in space and look back at the Earth. So maybe it's that, and maybe it's just that, there's not the other distractions that you have in a more urban life. You have time to dream, you have time to look out there, you have time to think about exploring. So maybe a combination of all those things is what inspires us Midwesterners.
Dr. Kavandi, thank you so much. Greatly appreciated. With Sierra Space, their executive vice president, of course, a NASA astronaut and former director of NASA's Glenn Research Center. John?
Tom, I'm sure I'll upset some people by cutting in and doing this, but nothing can peel me away from the bond market for too long. We will have full coverage on the markets in about 34 minutes' time. Your bond market, Tom, is bid, yields are lower by 4 basis points, a 114 handle. And speaking of 14, T-minus 14 right now, Tom.
Oh,
the countdown
nice,
clock.
Segui. Very good.
I just saved myself from all the criticism, didn't I, TK? There we go, with T-minus 14.
Yeah, we'll have a Treasury bill with 1 minute to go. We'll go to the Treasury bill analysis as well. John?
Emily Chang still with us at the Blue Origin Launch Center. Emily, a slight delay here, T-minus 14. What's behind the hold-up?
Slight delay. Look, delays in space launches are happen a lot, and so we've been told there is a few-hour window that this can take off this morning. If it gets beyond a few hours, it's too long for the astronauts to sit in there. It's too long for everyone to sit in mission control, and it'll likely be moved to tomorrow. At this point, I spoke to the head of design for the new Shepard, who's been working at Blue Origin for 17 years. At this point, it's the unknown unknowns that could cause the issue. I mean, as far as all of the known quantities, they have checked everything off their checklist, and at this point, it's the unknown things that could possibly come up. One of which is weather. I mean, we were driving through thunderstorms last night. We were sitting here with rain and lightning. I'm told that's typical in the West Texas desert in the afternoon. In the mornings, it is clearer, and that's why they have scheduled a morning launch. They've been testing out the weather for the last 48 hours with weather balloons. That's very typical for a space launch, and up to this point, up to this brief hold, it was all systems go. So no clear reason for the delay. I will say it is not unusual. It should not cause alarm, and we'll just have to wait it out and see.
The countdown clock has resumed at T-minus 13 now. We continue the countdown almost at T-minus 12. Emily, you mentioned to our colleague Brad Stone a little bit earlier on about maybe, and I'm going to say it this way, you didn't, just maybe a little bit of division over at Blue Origin about who went up first. The first human flight for Blue Origin, and Jeff Bezos takes center stage. Can you just walk me through that dynamic?
You know, I wouldn't necessarily call it division. Blue Origin has 2 astronauts on staff, and the understanding was that those 2 astronauts would be the first to fly the first crewed mission. And it surprised people even here, I believe in a good way, that Jeff Bezos was going to be the first person on that flight. It is a huge vote of confidence for what they've been working on here for 21 years. It is an expression of his faith in the company, the faith of his rocket ship. And ultimately, he sort of said, look, how can I expect anyone else to go up if I can't go up myself? And so, yes, this has been his lifelong dream, but he is also the founder of this company, and it's a huge validation and a huge statement that he is putting himself out there as the guinea pig. Now, it is a completely autonomous system. If he was a trained astronaut, he wouldn't necessarily be able to do much more than a regular person, and that's the whole idea of this flight, that you can get on it with little training, go up and down, and have that experience that's so far been limited to mostly government craft and professional astronauts.
Tim Stanovic, your thoughts, please, at distance from the launch pad.
Yeah, I'm about 35 miles from the launch pad, and I will say the wind has significantly picked up where I am. We're still seeing a lot of excitement on the ground. Several people just in the last few minutes have stopped by asking us where the best place to actually see this is. I was talking to some folks from Blue Origin yesterday, and they did say that when we're here, even though we are miles away from the landing site in the town of Van Horn in West Texas, we will still hear sonic booms. The sonic booms will not necessarily be able to be heard from the booster because that is so loud, but we will be able to hear them as the capsule re-enters. Also, what you hear behind me is a freight train. Happens very, very frequently here in Van Horn, and happening as it's going right behind me, guys.
Tim, this is where you throw back and really quickly.
That was very
quick
good.
takes. Tim
Very
Stanovic.
smooth.
Tim, thank you. Tom Keene, it's T-minus 10. 10 minutes and 40 seconds away.
Well, 10 minutes and 40 seconds away from a launch. And again, John, I really want to emphasize, I love the scale of this project. Again, 60 feet tall. Chad Anderson with us as well as we consider this flight. And Chad, to me, what has been so important is it's a suborbital launch. This is a little rocket. It's almost a charming rocket.
It is, yeah. And I mean, it's a more traditional route than the space plane that we saw fly 9 days ago. You know, what's so interesting for us as investors in this category is that in the same way that it's opening up for passengers and for travelers, it's opening up for businesses as well.
What would be a business application here?
So SpaceX has lowered the barriers to entry in a way that we have not seen before. So tourism is one category of many that we're watching in the space economy.
We're going to grow tomatoes up there? I mean, give me an applied application here for Mr. Bezos or Mr. Musk or anyone that would follow.
So tourism is one piece of this. The data is really what we're after as investors. The data from satellites in space are what enable us to understand and address the greatest global challenges. It's what allows us to see over the horizon and do business with the people over there. It's the invisible backbone that powers our global economy.
Forgive me for jumping in, Chad. We keep talking about the degree of criticism this kind of flight has also taken. Can you walk us through the innovation that is on this particular flight that is helping us advance, helping us make the steps forward that you'd like to see?
Well, so first of all, it's a new rocket designed for commercial passengers. So everything from the cabin, I've been inside this cabin, and it's extremely large. It's spacious. When they unclip, they can float around. There's plenty of space for them to do that in that dome structure.
How high is the ceiling?
I would say, I don't know for sure, but inside, I mean, it's 12 feet.
12 feet ceiling?
It's big enough for me to stand on my head, probably.
Big enough to do somersaults, Tom. That's what you need to be able to do inside there.
Can you see me doing a somersault?
I can't see you doing a somersault, Tom. I bet you that our 82-year-old aviation icon is doing somersaults up there, but I imagine she's slightly fitter than you. Wally Funk is without a doubt fitter than you.
Yes, we can state that.
Tom, for that matter as well.
Please make a banner of that.
Chad, let's talk about investable opportunities away from just tourism. What are they?
So there has been, since SpaceX removed the barriers to entry 10 years ago, things have opened up in a considerable way. So before there was really, a handful of defense contractors on one side and the government on the other. It was a very limited market. With the barriers to entry removed, you can now start a business. You know how much it costs to get to orbit. You can go out and raise capital, venture capital for these businesses. You can be a founder of a company. You can work for a company. You can now go to space. So there are a number of ways in which we're seeing increased participation in the space race. And we're seeing that today. 20 years of work and effort that's gone into building these vehicles, and they're coming together within 9 days of each other. That's no coincidence, right? Competition is driving the innovation and the progress here.
Yep.
And at the same time, you've got SpaceX has done a static fire of their super heavy booster yesterday that's going to connect with our Starship and take us into orbit and the moon and into deep space. So on that end, there's some very interesting opportunities. We're really interested in the data, in Earth observation, the satellites that are being launched by these rockets that are gathering unprecedented amount of new data about our planet. Big tech is getting into the game. Microsoft and Amazon are very interested in getting this data onto their cloud for the storage and compute and for the value-added services that come on top of that. And the applications that are being built on top of this data are in trillion-dollar industries like agriculture, insurance, maritime, logistics, you name it. So this is opening up in a way that GPS did for us. And GPS is the most successful space technology in existence, has generated trillions of dollars in economic value and some of the largest venture outcomes we've ever seen. The same thing is happening in Earth observation and geospatial intelligence and in satellite communications with Starlink and Amazon's Project Kuiper and OneWeb. Connecting the planet in a way that it hasn't ever been connected before, and all the applications that are come on the back of that.
We are now T-6, Tom. Then it's over to the command center to start the engines. Liftoff should be several seconds after that. T-6, Tom.
I want to describe here again the traditional rocketry, John, and the idea that this is liquid oxygen and liquid hydrogen. And we all learned, John, at one point in high school physics, that means cold. These are processes that are ice cold, way below anything we know in Fahrenheit, Celsius, down near the Kelvin level, 100, 200 degrees plus colder, and that's a key thing at launch.
T-5, let's head back over to Bloomberg's Quick Takes, Tim Stenovig. Tim, Blue Origin, New Shepard. Let's speak to the Shepard piece of that name. Alan Shepard's 1961 mission, how different this is compared to that.
Yeah, look, there are a lot of similarities. At the core, they're both sending people into space. Shepard went significantly higher, 116.5 miles above the Earth's surface. He also ended up much further from the launch area. His flight was just a few minutes longer, though. Also, very different objectives here. The autonomy, too, versus the fact that Shepard had to pilot elements of it himself. Finally, guys, it has a lot to do with vacation, right? This is an experience. This is supposed to provide a vacation. This is supposed to be something that tourists experience. Think about the message that the United States was sending the world in 1961 when it did put Alan Shepard up there. One other thing that I will note about this is Shepard's rocket wasn't even as powerful as Blue Origin's rocket, the New Shepard that is sending these 4 astronauts into space in just a few minutes. And once again, part of the challenges of being in the field, I have lost my audio, so I'm going to send it back to you guys in New York.
That keeps happening, Tim. We appreciate it, though. We appreciate your time. We're inside the final 5, T-4. Let's head back over to Emily Chang. Emily, walk us through what we're about to see in about 4 or 5 minutes' time, and then from there, the next 25 minutes or so.
All right, John, 4 or 5 minutes time, and when the countdown clock gets to 0, you still got 7 more seconds before actual liftoff, but that is when the engines will light. The rocket will shoot up vertically in the air. About 2.5 minutes in, there will be separation. The crew capsule will separate from the booster. They will both continue on past the Karman line. The crew capsule will go higher than the booster itself. That is when they will experience that weightlessness for 3 to 4 minutes. They'll be told to buckle back up with a 30-second warning, and they will make their way back down. They will be descending via parachute, so we are looking for full inflation with those parachutes. Once they land, and by the way, the booster will land on a landing pad in a specific location. The crew capsule will land somewhere in the area. Now, they know where they think it's going to land. They have a bunch of vehicles, I believe it's those Rivian trucks, stationed on a grid pattern, and they are all ready to zoom in to retrieve Jeff Bezos and his crew as soon as that landing happens. We are taking bets on who will emerge first. I think Jeff Bezos is going to be the first to open that hatch, but John and Tom, I'm curious who you expect to see first.
Well, I would see Mrs. Funk ladies first to exit.
Well, that's the polite thing to do, but Tom, it was
True.
Jeff Bezos who was the first in the capsule, I think, so maybe he'll be the first to exit too.
John, at T-minus 2 minutes and plus here, I think it's important, as Mr. Stanovic mentioned, we have wind in Van Horn, and as Emily mentioned, there are 3 parachutes. Out in the oceans of Cape Canaveral and Cape Kennedy, this was always a very serious issue. Depending on where the astronauts came down in the water, it could be distant from an aircraft carrier.
Tom, we talked about this a little bit earlier. Let's do it again, because I always find this part the most fascinating. We're at T-minus 2 now. Then after the launch, we get the booster and the capsule, and they separate. And they separate at about 76 kilometers altitude. The capsule is going to go to about 106 kilometers. That's where they'll experience that zero gravity. They'll unstrap. They'll take in the curvature of the Earth. But that separation, Tom, and the booster returning to Earth, that is quite something to see.
Yeah, well, it's going to be something to see. And again, you're going to see 2 images up, folks, going up only 62 miles. I would hope that we will have camera images of not only the booster and the separated capsule at the same time, and then the return of the rocket, which, John, you and I mentioned, we're still not used to.
So 8 minutes after the launch, Tom, the reusable new Shepard booster should land. And I understand we should get some pictures of that, and we'll do our best to bring them to you. And then 11 minutes after the end, after that, Tom, the crew capsule lands. So this is going to be very quick. Once the launch takes place, a lot of this is going to take place very quickly. We're T-minus 1.
And we should mention good morning on Bloomberg Radio across this nation and around the world as well. We'll give you the image as much as we can for Bloomberg Radio. John, I'm going to give it over to you right now as we really get finally down to the final countdown.
For our audience worldwide on Bloomberg TV, on Bloomberg Radio, for our audience on Bloomberg Quick Take, the mission is officially known as NS-6D. The script is like something out of a movie. The richest man in the world taking his brother, an 82-year-old aviation icon and a teenager, in the first human flight for Blue Origin. It is 54 seconds away. We're going to hand over and listen into the command center and the communications that take place. We will not interrupt this. We are 45 seconds out.
T-minus 16, guidance internal. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. Command engine start. 2, 1. Max Q. feet, Mach 1.
doesn't it, Gary?
It is totally different.
All right, you can follow along, of course, the speedometer in the bottom left, the altimeter in the middle of the screen there. So far appears to be a nominal flight. All right, coming up here on MECO, main engine cutoff. That will be followed shortly by separation. And at that point, after separation, we're going to let the astronauts unbuckle and take in the freedoms of zero-G. There is MECO, main engine cutoff. A beautiful shot down the New Shepard rocket. Look at that view. Unreal. Awaiting separation here.
Tom, that vision, that view never
And here
gets
we are.
old.
You can start to see.
And the
Stand
speed here,
by.
John, is very, very important here. This is not orbital speed of 16, 17, 18,000 miles per hour, but nevertheless, thrust to get up into space well over 1,000 miles per hour. And John, the feet being added here out to the 62-mile point. We have passed the point of the great physics tension of the rocket and the capsule, now waiting for that separation.
The separation set to take place in its entirety, Tom, in about 4 minutes and 30 seconds. Let's head back to Emily Chang to walk us through the next 10 minutes or so. Emily.
All right, John. So look, on the left-hand corner of your screen, you see the countdown clock, the speed going down. When that gets to zero, that is the peak of the flight, or apogee, as they say in the space industry. That is when they will be feeling those 3 to 4 minutes of weightlessness, and immediately after it hits zero, the speed starts going back up as that crew capsule starts going back down. So there we are at zero. It's happened. The capsule has reached apogee. Right. We imagine Jeff Bezos and his crew are floating around weightless inside that capsule right now, and that they are all feeling that feeling that is so coveted, so rare, that so few humans have felt. Now, you're going to see the booster coming down first. So the lower portion of your screen, that will be the booster descending back to Earth. The crew capsule will descend after that. John and Tom?
An original image, John, something I'm still not used to, a booster of a lighter color and the capsule a brighter white, separating apart as they come up to apogee, and, or I should say coming down. And John, it's just an absolutely original idea. No one thought of this Mercury, Gemini, Apollo.
Just absolutely stunning, Tom. And I say it completes in about 3 minutes' time. That's when the reusable New Shepard booster actually lands back down on Earth. And then we get the experience that I think everyone who goes in space wants to see. We know the cost of it for Virgin Galactic, Tom. It's about 200K, 250K. We still don't know what this is going to cost people if they would like to follow in the footsteps of Jeff Bezos and the other three.
You know, I got to admit, you're 1 minute warning and you're on a Boeing flight over to LHR and they tell you to get back in your seat and buckle up. This is a little more important, John.
Tom, I've got to say, this is a little bit different to the transatlantic flight that you and I would take. Let's head back in and take a listen to the events as they unfold.
2,000 miles an hour. Everybody in?
First step, status check. Astronaut Oliver.
Oh, wow. More. Oliver, status check. Oh, sorry.
Blue Control, Oliver, status perfect. In seat.
Copy, Astronaut Wally.
Wally.
Blue Control, Wally is in seat.
Copy, Astronaut Demo.
Astronaut Demo, in my seat.
Copy, Astronaut Bezos. Copy.
Thank you again, everybody, for joining us live for our first.
And you heard it right there, Tom. Astronaut Bezos, astronaut Wally, astronaut Daemen, and the returning of the booster, the new Shepard booster returning back to Earth, Tom. You can see the coming back down to Earth in about the next 50 seconds. That should be landing, Tom.
On radio, it's just absolutely extraordinary. The flames now hitting on the ground, the booster landing here. I will have to see where it is in the market. Looks pretty good right now. John, let's let the smoke clear before we go back to Emily Chang to be sure. Yeah, look at that.
Booster
John.
touchdown, Tom.
It's just amazing.
It's phenomenal, isn't it?
It's like parallel parking on Fifth Avenue. Some can do it and some
look,
can't.
you and I can't do it. Let's confirm that right here for our audience. Emily Chang, let's bring you back into the conversation. The reusable new Shepard booster is back on Earth. Just walk us through what's taking place right now in the capsule.
The booster is back on Earth, and as it was coming down, we heard that sonic boom that we knew we would hear if everything was going right. It landed safely the way it was supposed to on the launch pad, and it looks like it's ready to go back up there. John, the key is reusability, bringing that cost down, using these rockets over and over again. When that booster landed, we heard cheers from the crowd. You've got a lot of devoted people, employees who have been working here for years, watching this, and now we are watching that crew capsule float on down. Those are the drogue parachutes, the small parachutes that are used especially for vehicles at very, very high velocity. They're designed to slow that capsule down as it speeds back towards Earth, and these are the main parachutes. We're looking for full inflation here of the main parachutes that will slow the capsule down as it approaches Earth to bring it in for a safe landing. The retro thrust system will kick in, basically pushing out a cloud of air below the capsule, and we expect it to land in a cloud of desert dust. Look at that, it's getting closer and closer to the ground, just 1,600 feet above the ground right now. You can imagine this is the culmination of a live stream for Jeff Bezos, for Wally Funk, as John, you've been talking about, an icon of aviation for Mark Bezos, Jeff Bezos' brother, and for 18-year-old Oliver Daemen. There you see the crew capsule descending back to Earth. There are multiple vehicles on the ground in a grid pattern waiting to zoom in as soon as touchdown happens here.
Emily, thank you. That capsule, Tom Keene, 800 feet away.
It's just amazing to see, and of course the debate of land versus sea 40 and 50, 60 years ago, and now routinely done on land. Let us listen in right now.
And it's touchdown. Capsule touchdown. Tom Keene, that looks successful to me. I don't know about you.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I believe it is successful. Amazing to me, John, to see the speed of which they seem to be dropping, and yet a very gentle landing.
The hatch is due to open, Tom, I understand, in the next 10 minutes or so we might have to wait a little while to see who comes out of first. The picture's on your screen, though, for our audience worldwide. If you're listening on Bloomberg Radio, the booster successfully touching down. The capsule, so far at least from what we can see, successfully launching down. I believe you can hear from Jeff Bezos, so let's take a listen.
Copy, first step. You have a very happy Capcom here as well. Let's do a status check. Astronaut Oliver.
Control, astronaut Oliver, status correct.
Copy. Astronaut.
Okay.
Copy. Astronaut demo.
Astronaut demo. I am unbelievably good.
Copy.
Blue Control, Bezos, best day ever.
Copy, everyone. Go ahead and remain in your seats. Crew member 7 is on their way. Shortly, you will hear the capsule off-gassing.
Did anybody have to our altitude or altitude? I didn't. We asked. No, that's altitude. Yeah, we'll find out. It's okay. I had, my main mission was accomplished. I didn't kick anyone. That's fine. That was only about 5 minutes. Yeah.
Tom Keane, that looks like a successful mission. The astronauts checked in, the capsule successfully returning to land. That hatch is due to open in 5 or so minutes' time.
The capsule landing in the triangle of the 3 parachutes laid out on the Texas desert, or the plains, I guess I would call it, in a light green scrub. We say good morning on Bloomberg Radio, on television. It's just extraordinary images of a return to space. Chad Anderson with us, and a perfect time to speak to him as Blue Origin is gathered in celebration here. I guess a flawless mission is our first take. What does that signal for Mr. Bezos, for Mr. Musk? What does that signal for Chad Anderson?
I mean, they've been flawless since the beginning. This is their 16th flight, and they've all been flawless. It's really great to see. We now officially have 2 suborbital vehicles online that are taking humans to space. They're going to start doing so regularly. We have SpaceX is taking NASA to the space station. They have private missions lined up. Later this year, and this is a new era in human spaceflight.
Right. Why is NASA focused on the efforts of Mr. Musk and not on those of Mr. Bezos?
Well, there's been a lot of comparison between Virgin Galactic and Bezos and Blue Origin, actually, but the ambitions of Blue Origin are much more aligned with SpaceX. This is the first step in what their, much larger ambition.
What does Mr. Musk learn from what we've seen this morning?
Well, I think he's wished them well, and I'm sure that he's happy to see this success happen. It's happened. He's been a leader in a number of other categories, in Tesla as well, and he's happy to see other electric vehicles coming online. I imagine he's got a similar sentiment here. One company does not make a market. And so it's great to see the increased competition driving further innovation.
Chad, let's go to John Farrow as we see the SUV pull up to the capsule, John.
2 vehicles approaching the capsule, 1 individual running towards it, Tom, just waving at the astronauts inside. They're going to open up that hatch any moment from now, Tom. Any moment now, that hatch will be opened.
So many of the memories here, folks, and it's not only Alan Shepard being yanked out of the ocean and Gus Grissom with a capsule going down into the ocean, but it's always an important mission. Now, I would assume, John, that the weightlessness issue here of the shuttle and the space station is not an issue. When you're up for 11 minutes, I mean, what can happen?
Tom, it certainly goes quickly, that's for sure. I can see Jeff Bezos inside reaching for his cowboy hat, Tom. I think that's going on right now as they go to open up that capsule. We were taking bets on who would exit first. Tom, who went in first? I think Jeff Bezos went in first, so I'm pretty sure that Mr. Bezos is going to be first out.
Did they come out and say, I'm going to Disneyland? I mean, is that part of the...
I don't think this is the Super Bowl, Tom. Tom, this is not the Super Bowl. Or the way some people have delivered the coverage of this, you'd expect it to be just as large. It's the what next of this, Tom. It's the what next of this. Well, this was the first time for this company. What next?
Craig, let's go. Chad, let's go. Excuse me. Chad, let's go to you quickly here. What is the next here that you observe?
I mean, there's going to be more of these flights. They've got more lined up. And interestingly, I mean, it's going to be interesting to see where they price this thing, how many people are going. We know that 7,500 people put in bids in this auction, paying up to $28 million, and there was thousands of people who paid, any variation. And so it'll be interesting to see where they end up, how Virgin responds, and where Blue Origin goes next.
John, let's describe the scene for radio here. We've got a mic up like they use for us on Bloomberg Surveillance to be sure they get it with tone, but certainly a different scene than anything I've seen from NASA before, John.
I can count 1, 2, 3, 4 individuals working on opening up that capsule, Tom. It's going to take a couple of moments, I think. You can just about see Jeff Bezos inside the capsule, waving around and giving the thumbs up as we wait for that to open up. I want to bring in our colleague, Emily Chang, as we await this moment. Emily, your thoughts on what's developed in the past hour?
John, Tom, I mean, We all have covered a lot of stories in our lives. Some of them are more memorable than others. I have to say, this is one for the history books. This is, it's hard not to get caught up in the energy and the history of this moment. I mean, it's one small step for Jeff Bezos, perhaps one giant leap for space tourism and space exploration. And the vision that Bezos has articulated goes so far beyond just people having a joyride in space. He has talked about building this road to space, the infrastructure that other entrepreneurs can build on. He's talked about the fact that when he started Amazon, you know, he didn't have to start new credit card systems. All of that was in place. We had a mail service that could deliver packages to you. Space, however, is much more undiscovered. There is no infrastructure. He wants to build that infrastructure so space entrepreneurs of the future can build a whole new generation of Amazons out there. And so it'll be interesting to see what he has to say as he steps off this flight and whether or not the experience has changed him or this vision at all. But you know, obviously this is a suborbital flight. Blue Origin working on orbital flights with the New Glenn. That will be their next big project. We spoke to a lead designer who said they're on track for that to be done before the end of next year. So who knows? Jeff Bezos could be up there again on an orbital flight.
I believe that hatch door is about to open any moment now to see who comes out of that capsule first. The astronauts inside are standing up. They're standing up, Tom, as we await that door to open, perhaps in the next couple of seconds.
They're going to descend down, John, and, you know, it's going to be a great moment. The stairs, John, frankly, look like the ones we have for the Gulf Stream.
The hatch door has opened to the capsule, Tom. Exiting first is Jeff Bezos, donning that cowboy hat that he's been wearing over the last week or so, Tom. After him, the first teenager, the first human flight, the youngest ever astronaut there, Tom. And there you go. Tom, we keep talking about this moment. For the 82-year-old aviation icon, just phenomenal. And his brother, the last out of the capsule.
Gather around, I would say 40 or 50 people in the Texas desert. For those of you on Bloomberg Radio, it's being filmed. It will be part of their propaganda, if you will, of the further flights to be had. But what absolutely stuns me, John, is this truly appears to be absolute flawless execution.
Again, here a successful launch and landing of the new Shepard rocket and crew capsule with our first human flight crew there, Jeff Bezos, Mark Bezos, Oliver Daemen, and Wally Funk. And their families there giving big hugs all around. What a moment, so much emotion from all of them. The elation. Did you see Wally? Did you see Wally when she came out? You know, this, I told you she was probably going to do a summer, you know, cartwheel as she came out of that capsule. What an incredible, incredible day.
A successful mission for an S-16 for Jeff Bezos, Mark Bezos, Oliver Daemen, and for Wally Funk. Emily Chang, to bring you back into the conversation, we keep talking about the what next of it. What have we achieved today that was not achieved 2 weekends ago?
John, I have to say, from everything that I could tell, this was an extremely successful mission. This was an opportunity for Jeff Bezos to demonstrate Blue Origin's technology to the world. This is after a 21-year journey. Delays, design changes, losing out on contracts, government contracts, important government contracts to SpaceX. And up to this point, SpaceX has very much been seen as the leader in this industry. SpaceX has orbital rockets and is already making trips to the International Space Station and taking astronauts there. This validates that Blue Origin has the capability, and you wonder, you have to assume certainly that the folks at NASA are watching, and you you wonder if this changes something for NASA as well.
We welcome you all to our coverage with the markets opening. John, we have to say within the markets, and I want to go to Tim Stenovec here, but John, we have to say that as we have had this launch, we've had an adjustment in the 10-year yield to a lower yield. That is worth noting as we enter a Tuesday trading day.
Your 10-year yield right now, 113 on 10s, yields in about 5-6 basis points. For the broader market, your equity market around the opening bell, positive just 0.15% on the open, up 6 points. It's worth highlighting, Tom, that for many, many people, they do not like what they hear and what they see around this story this morning. As Emily points out, today that was a successful mission for this company. There are many people, though, that would like to see Jeff Bezos do a whole lot more on planet Earth than what he's just done in the last 1 hour.
Yeah, and one of the stark things here, folks, is almost like an athletic locker room. They're breaking out the champagne. For those of you on Bloomberg Radio, we can always describe a champagne moment. Tim Stenovec, that is one of the stark differences here between private enterprise. You wouldn't see that with a government NASA effort as well. I mean, we're really seeing a private enterprise. Tim Stenovec, where does it go from here?
Yeah, it's a really good question. It goes a lot of different places. For Blue Origin, they have 2 more of these flights later this year. They're shooting for late September, early October. Unclear, as we heard earlier, how much those are going to cost. The company has much, much bigger ambitions, though, beyond space tourism. Jeff Bezos has talked about his vision for the future. He's said in the past that if we can get 1 trillion people, that's right, 1 trillion people into the solar system, that means we have 1,000 Einsteins and 1,000 Mozarts. The idea is that the Earth cannot sustain us, and in order for materials, in order for energy, we have to explore further. You know, he was asked earlier this week about the idea that why focus on space when we have so many problems here at home? And his answer was, well, first of all, I think we can do both at the same time. And indeed, in recent years, he has increased his investments with his own philanthropy, but he is behind many other people of immense wealth. The other element of that is that he said it's always important for us to be exploring. It's always important for us to be looking ahead. And he says we can do both of those things at the same time.
I think it's right to sit on this conversation. Tom, you, like me, Emily, I'm sure as well, and Tim too. Over the last hour, we've built up to this moment this morning. For Blue Origin, a momentous occasion, truly historic. But for many people, the frustration, the amount of messages that I've received in the last 60 minutes criticizing not just this coverage, but the event itself. Emily Chang, just to go over the mission statement of Blue Origin that you and I discussed a little bit earlier this morning, I think it's worth sharing a couple of lines with our audience. Blue Origin believes that in order to preserve Earth, our home, for our grandchildren's grandchildren, we must go to space to tap its unlimited resources and energy. For Jeff Bezos and others, Emily, there is no distinction between the work that needs to be done on Earth and the work that he thinks needs to be done in space.
Absolutely. And, you know, I think that Jeff Bezos and Blue Origin, part of the opportunity here is for them to explain that vision. This has been a very secretive company for 21 years. Until today, only one journalist had ever visited Blue Origin headquarters. Today, they're open to the national press. We are all here watching this moment and wanting Jeff Bezos to articulate what that vision is. Why is he spending so much of his money exploring space for this 11-minute trip up and down? How does that help us on Earth? And what he has said is, I want to continue living on Earth. This is the best planet. We love it here, but we need to protect it. We're going to run out of energy. We need to go to space in order to mine that energy from the sun, from the moon. We don't need to go to Mars. Mars is inhospitable. We will not enjoy it there. We don't want to live on the moon either. We want to live on these space colonies, as he's described it, where it's like Maui every day and you can go back and forth to Earth whenever you want. This is hundreds of years out, but he imagines big industry in space, residential and light industry here on Earth. And Blue Origin, he wants to be a huge part of the infrastructure in building out that space economy.
The eyes of the world on the desert land just outside of Van Horn, West Texas. right now, 8:37 local time, 9:37 in New York, Tom. So allow me to check in on the markets just briefly. 7 minutes into the session. It has been a huge 24 hours for this market. Equities up by 1/3 of 1%. With your bounce back, this is what it looks like as follows. On the S&P 500, advancing just a little bit, 12, 13 points higher. But once again, Tom, it's the bond market that gets your attention. And maybe the bond market pales in comparison to what we've seen in the last hour or so. But your 10-year right now, just south of 114, Tom, down 5 basis points on the day.
I'm going to brag for the 108th mayor of New York and for Thomas Secundo when they did their innovation of inventing the Bloomberg terminal, John. It was absolutely original that you could go from what was called a Monroe trader to convexity and duration math and then to immediate log analysis of charts. I can tell you, John, it was just like what you're watching with Mr. Bezos on the Texas desert. The 10-year yield right now, John, is a textbook chart of lower highs on yield. It has been 1, 2, 3, and on back over the last 15 days or so. It is stunning to see price up and yield down to a 1.1392. John, we have to begin to be on the 0.99 watch.
Unbelievable. For our audience worldwide on Bloomberg TV and radio, and of course for our audience on Bloomberg Quick Take, the coverage continues with Tom Keene, myself, Jonathan Ferro, alongside our good friends and colleagues Emily Chang and Tim Stenovic. We'll continue to cover the markets, but also this event. Tom, I talked about the late 90s and Amazon and the kind of people that threw mud at that company and its valuation. Why would this company be valued what it's valued when it's just an online bookseller without the vision of what this could become? And I'm conscious of that particular moment in the late 90s and conditioned by it because I do not want that clip to play in 20 years' time of me repeating that same error. Throwing mud at a mission that's taken place in the last hour without any imagination on what this momentum can develop, what this moment can develop into. Yes, Amazon had a crazy valuation, but it became something so much bigger than just an online bookseller. And you wonder if Jeff Bezos can repeat the act, Tom, with Blue Origin.
Well, it's a repeat the act, but it's a strategic plan to move forward. And again, they have that plan in Shepard, a single-engine rocket, which will be put on top of a larger rocket, and that will be called Glenn. Chad Anderson knows this with Space Capital and continues with his patient this morning at this historic moment. What's after Glenn? Does Jeff Bezos want to go to the moon?
He does. He's working with a consortium of he's partnered up with a few of the incumbents, and was competing for a contract that he lost out on to Musk and SpaceX, and they've fought against that, and it looks like they're going to press ahead. SpaceX was the only one that put in a bid that was affordable. Frame
this, and you're very good at this. Frame for this now. China doing a Matt Damon equivalency on Mars. We're out on Mars with a helicopter that goes around. There's government interest. There's international interest. There's private billionaire interest as well. How do they dovetail together in 2031?
Well, this is how so many new markets and nascent markets develop. The government is an early investor in the technology risk and in the R&D, and that's what we've seen over the last 50 or 60 years in space. And then with the retirement of the space shuttle, we were basically saying this has become routine, getting to orbit, and it's become too expensive. And in order to keep doing this, we need to work with commercial partners. And that's what, SpaceX 10 years ago was able to break through kind of the deadlock of the defense contractors who kind of had a tight grip on this market. And they've lowered the prices. I mean, they are allowing NASA to do more with their limited budget, resupplying the space station, taking astronauts to the space station, maintaining station, and also going out to deeper space missions and exploring the solar system.
Let's get some final thoughts from our colleagues on the ground. Emily Chang, I want to come to you first, please.
John, you were asking about lunar ambitions, and what's so fascinating about this entire design process that has, of course, taken place over 21 years here at Blue Origin is they have built their future ambition going out hundreds of years into the design of the rocket that Jeff Bezos sat on today. The rocket is powered by hydrogen and oxygen, a very simple mixture. And on the moon, what do you find but water, hydrogen, and oxygen? So the idea is that once a rocket presumably lands on a moon, a Blue Origin rocket, they can turn what's on the moon into rocket fuel to get that rocket back to Earth, to power it through the space economy. And, what I would say is what we have witnessed today is nothing short of extraordinary. Sure, I know there are people out there who are unhappy with how Jeff Bezos is spending his time, but this is an incredible fleet. The birth of private space industry, the idea that we don't have to rely on governments to get to space, that private citizens can go there if they want to on their own craft. So this up and down suborbital mission, this is just the tip of a very long journey. It's orbital missions next, perhaps lunar missions after that, all building towards this future space ecosystem that Jeff Bezos has envisioned.
Emily, I know you've got to run. Where have you got to run to? You've got to go get an interview with Jeff Bezos, is that right?
I've got to go have a very important conversation, and we're going to get it back to you as fast as we possibly can.
I'm looking forward to that. Emily, you run away. It's been great to catch up. Thanks for your help this morning. Tim Stanovic, you've had problems with the audio all morning. I'm going to take another shot at this and give you a final word. Tim, are you there?
I'm here, and all is good here in Van Horn. You know, when the new Shepard went up, it was silent here in Van Horn. I was able to see the trail left by the rocket motor as it exceeded hundreds of thousands of feet. One thing that I have been thinking a lot about, though, is what comes next. And we know what comes next for Blue Origin, but there's a lot that we don't know about what comes next. I mean, think about where we were 60 years ago after Shepard's journey into space. We didn't imagine that where we'd be sitting, we'd be able to do satellite technology that would allow me to be talking to you guys, or even potentially imagine that we could do global positioning systems so easily, or use global positioning systems to monitor climate change, or what Elon Musk is doing with Starlink, delivering internet to areas all over the world. The fact is even though these billionaires, these entrepreneurs, they do have these grand visions, the idea of what we could be seeing in the next 10, 20 years, we don't even know yet what that looks like.
Tim Stanovic, thank you so much. Greatly appreciate it this morning from Van Horn, Texas. Right now, as we move forward, and again, this with an equity lift in the market up 228 points, and the bond market with those lower yields, we continue with one final discussion here on our moment in space, and that is the engineering of our many space programs. Daniel Wood is expert at this, director of Space-Enabled Research Group at MIT Media Lab, who dovetails a lot of social efforts and social policy into grunt engineering. And I say that, Danielle, with immense respect. There's that scene, Danielle, in Apollo 13 where they're going to die. And the three engineers are in mission control, and they got the canister, and they're going to purify the oxygen, or the astronauts are going to die, and they all pull out and sync their Kufel-Ness or slide rules. We are so far removed from the slide rules of a busted Apollo mission. What is the technology forward that we will see from this private enterprise?
It's wonderful to celebrate today. I'm so happy for Wally Funk and for somebody like her who's had such a long road to this road to space. And we can think about the technology by asking, you know, what has been the road for all the companies? I was in college watching the Ansari X Prize. I want to appreciate Nisha Ansari, who helped fund some of the early investments by private companies, trying to demonstrate the ability to put a human into space through a suborbital mission several times in a row. And what we're seeing today, you know, with multiple launches by private companies, is part of this long journey. There's also been a great coordination between government and private sector. I used to work for NASA, and NASA has within its congressional mandate something called the Space Act Agreement capability, meaning they can make agreements with organizations that are private sector organizations to share engineering knowledge and experience on spaceflight.
Professor Wood, you were at Kennedy Center, I'm sorry, it's Cape Canaveral, Professor, just so you know, for some of us that are of a certain age. You were an intern there, and I'm sure in your Orlando and your Central Florida, you were grilled, why are we doing this? Explain now, why are we doing this in 2021?
Everyone on Earth is benefiting from the investments that governments and the private sector are making in space. I travel all over the world, and I engage with leaders of countries in Africa, Latin America, the Caribbean, Southeast Asia. Countries on every continent are investing in space infrastructure and are looking for ways for private companies to play a role in the space ecosystem, because space brings us many benefits through observing the environment, understanding and responding to climate change, managing our fragile coastlines, and also thinking about providing services. But even human spaceflight and microgravity research helps us transfer benefits from space back to Earth. We understand better how to recycle water, how to recycle air, and make ecosystems that are clean, whether they're artificial, but also on Earth. And we also understand better how our bodies and plants and animals respond in an environment like a microgravity, which explains their fundamental physics better. There's also the inspiration side. I am running a program at MIT called Zero Robotics, and we're inviting middle school students from around the country to learn about space robotics and how to code. And one day we hope to do this with a collaboration with the space station and expose them to the space station, which has been done before in the past. And so these opportunities inspire the next generation of leaders as well.
The great fear here is that will be a success for the elites. As you well know, we have two Americas. How do we translate technological innovation? How do we translate, as Brynjolfsson and McAfee talk about, the race against the machine? How do we translate this technology over to the have-nots, the technological have-nots of America?
I spend a lot of my time thinking about how we can do engineering design in a way that's equitable, advances environmental sustainability, and economic justice. This means first asking who's involved, ensuring that we have increased diversity and access to technology. It also means designing these space systems in a way that directly serves the needs of those who've experienced environmental injustice or long-term discrimination. It also means listening to groups like indigenous communities that have concerns, cultural questions about what humans do in space, for example, thinking of the moon as a sacred place. So there's a lot of ways we can use space technology to provide services, like disaster response, for example. And we can also then listen to those who usually don't have a strong chance to give their view on what we do in space. Because we're about to make some key decisions as a human race on how we treat the space environment. And I think we need more voices involved in this going forward.
Danielle, just a final word from you. You mentioned the public-private partnerships, and I think it's spot on to point that out. But for many of these efforts, they're increasingly privatized, and the gains will be shared with the shareholders. And I wonder your thoughts on that as we move away from strictly a government effort towards something much more highly privatized.
I think it's so important that we continue to see government infrastructure allowing services like research opportunities for universities, like internationally shared climate data that's important for everyone around the world. I hope that that becomes a public service that continues for years to come. There will also be private activities that kind of build on the government infrastructure. And I think it remains to be seen whether that's going to be only open to the elite. It is possible for private companies to consider how they can have business models that provide further openness to those who have less access or less ability to pay. But this is a choice that they need to make, and I hope they do make it.
Professor Wood, thank you so much for joining us with the MIT Media Lab, Danielle Wood, this morning. John, I think we've got to do a market check. We always need to do that with Green on the Screen, and we can use all the space innovation, John, to say, once again, I looked for a window of opportunity, and I missed it.
And you missed it.
Thank you.
42.87 on the S&P. We bounced back 0.7% after the choppiness we've seen in the last 24 hours. Here's one for you, though, Tom. Take a look at space. Take a look at Virgin Galactic and how it's trading this morning. It's down by 7.6% in early trading. Now, the leaders of these companies, when they're asked about the competition, they don't want to talk about the competition. They believe this is a joint effort to make steps and progress where we haven't made any progress for the last couple of decades. I think investors do see it slightly differently. A successful mission for Blue Origin and Virgin Galactic south of 30 at 29.90 and down 8%, Tom.
It's interesting to see Chad Anderson with us with a final thought here. He has been more than patient. Space Capital's managing partner of the dovetail of all of this innovation, the NASA that we used to know and maybe the NASA that's still there, with where we're moving forward. And, you know, we've talked about the next steps of these people, but to John's point, does private enterprise and private competition get in the way of space success?
Absolutely not. It's driving it forward. We started off in a place where we had never been to space. Then we launched a satellite. Then we launched a human, and then we landed on the moon. And we've been regressing ever since. And it's only thanks to private efforts that we are now accelerating back into.
So what does NASA think of this event today?
I think they think very highly of this event, and they're very happy to see the success. Again, they are benefiting from this. They are going to now be able to rely on low-cost, innovative partners, leveraging reusability and enabling them to do more with their limited budgets. I mean, this hits on a few different notes. One, the inspiration front. Two, the competition. It's driving innovation forward. And three, we wouldn't have the capability that we have today without space technology.
Can these guys in Texas cowboy hats teach anybody at JPL anything? I'm serious. I mean, or at MIT, not the Media Lab at MIT, but MIT Aeronautics, the legacy of Harold Edgerton and the rest of it. Can they teach the pros anything?
It's a great question, and
it's my only good one today, so you better go with it.
100% yes, and they learn from each other. It's a symbiotic relationship. So NASA has a lot of heritage and a lot of great, embedded expertise. They've been there and they've done that. The private sector is challenging a lot of the embedded assumptions and doing things in new ways, allowing them to do things more effectively and more cost effectively.
Chad, just quickly, investable opportunities right now. Let's close right there. Is this a single name opportunity, or do you want to play the industry as a whole?
We've gone from a very limited market 10 years ago, handful of defense contractors on one side and the government on the other. There has now been $200 billion invested in over 1,500 unique space companies over the last 10 years. This is a massive market opportunity, cuts across the infrastructure, the distribution, and the applications of that satellite data in space technology stacks such as GPS, geospatial intelligence, and communications. This is a massive market opportunity that we're just on the forefront of.
I love asking that question and seeing an investor, Tom, lean in. Just lean in and give the pitch. Give the pitch. Chad Anderson there with the pitch. Space Capital managing partner. Chad, thank you for being with us through the last couple of hours. And as we wrap up our coverage, worth pointing out that there will be a news conference following the Blue Origin space flight. The news conference taking place with Jeff Bezos coming up at about 11 Eastern time on Bloomberg Television and on Bloomberg Radio. And I'm sure our colleagues over at Bloomberg Quick Take will be carrying that as well. Tom, before we go, we've talked about the degree of criticism we've had. We've talked about the degree of support that we've had. Let me allow the words of a Bloomberg Terminal subscriber to speak just for a moment. This got sent in moments ago, and I'd like to share it with our audience. Bezos and Musk are using their own money to do things where the US government has not made a lot of progress on in the last 20 to 40 years. This individual goes on to say, I grew up watching a moon landing as a young child. The space shuttle launched in Florida when in high school, and have a signed picture from Apollo 15, John Irwin, on my wall. People saying they should do more on Earth ignores the great advances in technology that pushing into space helped drive, and if nothing else, sparking the imagination of the world's youth to try things that haven't been done before. Now, if we say something has been successful today, Tom, just as far as that statement's concerned, I think the effort towards that, I think we've seen a success this morning.
Well, as Mr. Bezos said, I don't need to say it. Mr. Bezos can say it. We can do both. And that's always been the rationalization.
And they are trying to do both. For our audience worldwide, on Bloomberg Television, on Bloomberg Radio, on Bloomberg Quick Take, that does it for our coverage right here. I want to turn to the price action and get you up to speed on what's going on in this market.
Oh, there you go. Back to the boring market.
I've got to go there, Tom. Come on.
Oh, it's your show. I forgot. Excuse me.
My show's like a minute long today.
I'm over time.
Can you indulge me 60 seconds?
Please.
Can you let me do it? The S&P at 4288. We advanced 30 points. We're up 0.7%. Tom, the Dow doesn't even make it into my show. I'm only doing this just for you. We're advancing how many points? It's an epic surge, up 400. We're up a little more than 1.2%. That needs an American accent, doesn't it? The Nasdaq up 40, advancing a third of 1%. But once again, Tom, it's the bond market that dominates the coverage this morning. Your 10-year comfortably below 120 at 160.
John, what I like is your Graham Banks 48 is named Epic Surge. I just think that's great.
That does it for our coverage. Alongside Tom Keene, I'm Jonathan Ferro. A special thanks to our colleagues Emily Chang and Tim Stanovic over at Bloomberg Quick Take. For our audience worldwide, from New York City with the eyes of the world, for the last couple of hours at least, very much on a small town in West Texas and the desert just outside of it, in Van Horn. Congratulations to Jeff Bezos of Blue Origin. From New York, a successful launch, a successful touchdown back to Earth. This is Bloomberg.
Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
Our generation's biggest problem.
Climate change is happening.
And the world's most innovative solutions.
Transport, industry, buildings, electricity, all of those things.
Everything you need to know about our changing environment, the politics of global warming.
We can and we will deal with climate change.
In the fight against climate change, Bloomberg Green has you covered.
In 1820, French astronomer Alexis Bouvard noticed something strange. The gravity of the inner planets couldn't account for the orbital movement of the outermost planet, Uranus. His hypothesis? There must be a massive object influencing it. That eventually led mathematicians to correctly calculate the location of our eighth planet, Neptune. And this discovery fueled a mad hunt to discover more planets using this method.
To give it an approximation, everybody and their brother have looked for planets beyond Neptune. I mean, the moment Neptune was discovered, everyone wanted to do it because it was this clear demonstration that you can use math to discover objects.
Unfortunately, since then, no major planet in our solar system has been found. But thanks to modern telescopes, thousands of smaller objects have been discovered in the past few decades beyond Neptune, called trans-Neptunian objects, or TNOs, like Sedna, one nicknamed the Goblin, and another nicknamed Biden. And planetary scientists at the California Institute of Technology have noticed some anomalies with these objects.
The first is the fact that the orbits all lie in the same plane. The second is that they all swing out into the same direction. Now, the third is where it gets interesting. A large fraction of these orbits that swing out and to look like they've been arranged are detached from the orbit of Neptune.
Their hypothesis? A giant theoretical planet beyond Neptune, which accounts for the anomalies of these objects, Planet 9. And thanks to a new telescope, equipped with the largest digital camera ever built, we may be one sky survey away from finally finding it.
It will be a game changer because it's big and it can detect very faint objects. We will find objects all the way from near-Earth asteroids out to trans-Neptunian objects and beyond.
After the discovery of Neptune, scientists thought there had to be yet another planet to account for the remaining orbital anomalies of Uranus. They called it Planet X. There were hundreds of attempts by scientists to find this missing planet over the next few decades. But as it turns out, they were wrong. Astronomers had incorrectly estimated Neptune's mass, later confirmed by Voyager in 1989, which did account for these remaining anomalies.
The reason Pluto was initially considered a planet is because it was an object that was sort of in the right part of the sky where Clyde Tombaugh was looking for Planet X, a predicted object that was supposed to resolve remaining orbital anomalies of Uranus.
Although Pluto would later be classified as a dwarf planet, Since it was too small and too far away to have any influence on the outer planets, this was the start of a new era for discoveries of bodies in the outer solar system. Pluto is one of what's thought to be hundreds of thousands of TNOs. And the more that are discovered, the more data seems to point to a ninth planet.
We see this grouping of trajectories, all these little pieces of debris that are hanging out in this population of icy planetesimals beyond Neptune. All of their orbits tend to be aligned in a very specific way that is difficult to ascribe to chance or to describe in any other way other than the existence of yet another planetary mass body hanging out in the distant solar system.
The aligned orbits hint at a large body pulling them in the same direction. They also found each TNO to be tilted on its axis in approximately the same way. And they don't appear to be put there by Neptune.
These orbits should all hug the orbit of Neptune, and many of them don't. Why not? Well, here in Planet 9 once again comes back into the fold. You need Planet 9's gravity, as it turns out, to kind of untether these objects from the orbit of Neptune.
There's other circumstantial evidence as well. If you compare the sizes of discovered exoplanets, planets outside our solar system, the majority fall into categories known as super-Earths or mini-Neptunes.
On average, each star, if you look up in the night sky, has at least one planet. And most planets that inhabit this galaxy, if you will, are super-Earths, these objects that are a few Earth masses. It's actually quite remarkable that the solar system, as efficient as it was at creating planets, appears to be missing these short period super-Earth type objects, which are very common elsewhere.
So if Planet 9 does exist and is super-Earth size, it would make our solar system similar to the majority we've observed. To make all these calculations and determine the potential orbit of Planet 9, the team at Caltech put collected data into computer simulations.
As far as the math allows us to calculate, it's about 5 Earth masses. Okay, so it falls in between an Earth-type planet and an ice giant, such as Uranus or Neptune.
They also estimate that it's on a 20,000-year orbit around the Sun. That's 10 times further away than Neptune is from the Sun.
We can calculate the orbit and the mass of Planet 9 to a pretty good approximation. What we cannot do is tell you where it is on the night sky. Fundamentally, it's all just gravity. It's a different type of dynamics, okay, which allows us to infer the existence of Planet 9 than was the case with Neptune. With Neptune, you could say it's right there and get the orbit kind of wrong. Here, you have information about the orbit, not so much the information of where it is on the night sky, so that's why we're stuck kind of observing a whole swath of the sky, which takes a long time, is indeed difficult to do.
That massive swath of sky makes finding such a faint, faraway object like finding a needle in a haystack.
Planet 9 is millions of times less bright on the night sky than Neptune. That's really, really dim. I mean, if you really think about it, Neptune is not something you can observe with your naked eye. You need a telescope to see. And Planet 9 is millions of times less bright.
Critics say that the team at Caltech have an observational bias, having not looked in enough quadrants of the sky at different times of year to conclude that there is in fact orbital clustering. Essentially, more data is needed.
The good news is we are kind of entering the next generation of such surveys now with the commissioning and the construction of the Vera Rubin telescope in Chile. So I think that's going to be a game changer in this problem.
The Vera Rubin Observatory is a new telescope that'll be coming online in the next couple of years to complete the widest, most detailed survey of the sky ever conducted. This legacy survey of space and time, or LSST, may finally tell us once and for all if Planet 9 is out there.
Rubin Observatory is a next-generation survey telescope that is set to observe the entire night sky every few nights, repeatedly for 10 years. The idea being we can build up not only a deep image of the sky, but also a multicolor movie.
Unlike telescopes like the Hubble Space Telescope, the Rubin Observatory's field of view is extremely wide. And thanks to its giant 3 gigapixel camera, which is the size of a small car, it can also detect incredibly faint objects lurking in the outer regions of the solar system. So then narrow field of view telescopes like Hubble can take a closer look.
Because it's a survey telescope, we have a plan to go and do this survey across the night sky, but then also process all the images and reduce those to catalogs so that astronomers can come along and then they can look at the catalogs and they can do searches for unusual objects or things that match what they're looking for, just using the catalogs that we're producing.
That'll help scientists solve the mysteries of dark matter, dark energy, map the Milky Way, and inventory moving objects throughout the solar system like TNOs.
So, for example, in the solar system, almost every population of object that you can think of in the solar system, we will detect about 10 to 100 times more of. We will take 2 million images over 10 years, which is actually 4 million actual pictures of the night sky. So each image is 3.2 gigapixels, and we take about 1,600 images per night. That's about 20 terabytes of data per night.
To find objects within our solar system, the telescope will take 2 images of every patch of sky separated by an hour. And from the motion of the points of light over that hour, they'll be able to distinguish between faint stars and objects within our own solar system. That's a problem for Planet 9, though. Objects that are far beyond Neptune will be difficult to detect from the motion of only an hour. Another problem is Planet 9 may be in the northern hemisphere sky. Due to the frequent clear skies and low light pollution, Rubin Observatory is strategically located below the equator in Chile and will mostly see southern hemisphere skies. But if it is there, Rubin Observatory is equipped to find it.
I have colleagues who believe in Planet 9, and I have colleagues who don't believe in Planet 9. It's really hard to say definitively that it's out there. We have to go and look. So one of the things that LSST can do is actually contribute by surveying more of the sky. So people are already looking for Planet 9. But given the fact that you have to look at a large amount of sky and you need to look for very faint kind of objects, that's kind of can be a slow process. So LSST will be able to do that much more quickly. So within the first year of surveying the sky, LSST could see if there was a Planet 9 within its survey footprint down to the magnitudes that we can see. The other thing, though, that we can do is provide further constraints on what the orbit could be, because a lot of the constraints so far come from these also relatively rare, very distant objects, and we'll find a lot more of those too. We'll also be able to tell if it really is just a bias in the observing data.
Even if the planet isn't found, it may give astronomers more data to find it during future surveys. Or it may show that there are other explanations for the orbits and tilts of these TNOs, as some scientists have argued. Either way, a hunt to find Planet 9 will undoubtedly lead to the location of new, undiscovered TNOs and whatever else is in our neighborhood.
From the perspective of daily life, no one's gonna change their daily habits, start brushing their teeth more or whatever, because there's a planet hundreds of times this as far away from the sun as is the Earth. But at the same time, look, it is part of human nature to explore, right? It is part of human nature to ask the question of what's out there, what lies beyond the ocean, what lies beyond this hill, what lies beyond this planet, what lies beyond the edge of the solar system. there's something deeply satisfying about asking and answering these questions that I think is really important to kind of our collective human experience.
Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
Our generation's biggest problem.
Climate change is happening.
And the world's most innovative solutions.
Transport, industry, buildings, electricity, all of those things.
Everything you need to know about our changing environment, the politics of global warming.
We can and we will deal with climate change.
In the fight against climate change, Bloomberg Green has you covered.
Building new things has led to some of humanity's biggest leaps forward. We made tools, forged new materials, and learned to produce them for millions, and then billions. With every new innovation comes new industries, new economies, new challenges. And we're always looking for what comes next.
3, 2, 1. SpaceX Falcon Heavy, go for launch.
The industrialization of space, I think, will be one of the great economic booms of this century.
Space offers a whole new environment to create things we can't make on Earth.
Gravity in general is something that we all just take for granted because it's just always here. It affects everything. What becomes interesting is what happens when you take that away.
Private companies are creating new materials, 3D printing tools, even living tissue, and developing the technology to build entire factories in space. If successful, for-profit manufacturing could lead to a new gold rush, launching the business of space to its next giant leap.
Elon Musk and Richard Branson and Jeff Bezos and many other industrialists, they're making big investments to go up there, but there has to be a why. There has to be a reason to go to space.
We want to see a very robust commercial marketplace in space, but the other thing that we have to do is we have to prove the industries that ultimately are going to be able to take advantage of the microgravity environment of space.
In space, we're opening the way to private enterprise.
Since the 1980s, companies have been investigating the unique properties of microgravity, yielding major breakthroughs in the areas of biomedicine and advanced materials research. And now some are looking to start production.
Manufacturing in space has at its core the following idea. This extraordinary environment with a completely different set of environmental factors than the Earth can enable you to manufacture things that you couldn't manufacture on Earth that have value.
Our economy has historically been a value-added economy, right? We take raw material and we turn it into steel, and we sell that steel for a profit. Finding new ways of making things is historically the makings of economic boom.
3, 2, 1, 0. Ignition. Liftoff.
In July of 2019, SpaceX's CRS-18 launched with over a dozen new research projects, including investigations being conducted by Goodyear and Adidas. Both companies hope that studying their products in microgravity could unlock new opportunities. Also aboard the mission is a biomaterial 3D printer, and with it, the chance to print whole human organs.
Spock, BFF on side 4.
Go ahead.
So you were working with DMC to go ahead and get our command window open a little early, correct?
Yes, bandwidth is available.
Okay, so I'm just testing where the numbers are and making sure they're to the hard stop.
Christina, we should be good to go hands-free now. Copy the thumbs up. We do want to start by opening up the cassette kit.
It's just past 3 a.m. and the team at TechShot is prepping their initial printing run for the newly arrived biofabrication facility, or BFF. Fueled by coffee and the type of food you might expect to find at 3 a.m, the team is working directly with astronauts aboard the ISS, all from the comfort of TechShot headquarters, located just outside Louisville, Kentucky.
Now we want to double check that the smart pumps are in the up position. We're going to be sliding the cassette in, and we just don't want to bump them with the cassette.
I see.
That looks great. We are good to go ahead and put the door back on.
Okay, copy that.
We'll be able to do some printing.
Definitely.
From the outside, the BFF doesn't look that much different to traditional 3D printers. But inside, these smart pumps are being loaded with living cells. And for the company, all eyes are focused on the inaugural drop, paving the first biological brick on the long road to printing human organs.
Currently, there's over 113,000 people on the organ donation list, and 22 people are dying every day because there's not an organ available. BFF has that long-term potential to someday maybe be able to provide some hope and a cure for some of those people.
This is John Vellinger, the CEO of TechShot, a company he co-founded over 30 years ago. While his latest project just succeeded in its initial test prints, the BFF has a long way to go before it's printing anything as complex as a human liver or heart.
TechShot is demonstrating the BFF technology with this current flight, and we anticipate being able to print organs and structures might be 5 to 10 years out.
Bioprinters have been on Earth for over a decade and can print things like ear and nose cartilage that are living tissue. But for complex systems like organs, the difficulty has been printing the vascular networks within the tissue itself. Without vascular tissue to distribute the needed nutrients, any printed cells would die off well before they could be used. And TechShot believes that gravity is a big part of the challenge.
So let's just say that you want to create something that has one layer of cells, and then on top of that, a different layer of cells, and then on top of that, like a third layer of cells. So one way that you could do that would be to just print one cell in a layer, and then your second layer with another type of cell, and then your third layer with another type of cell. But depending on those materials, over a short period of time, those cells may not stay in those layers. They may settle out and then end up combining.
You know, you think of, printing, if you tried to print with water here on Earth, you know what would happen. It would just squirt out like out of a water gun. And that is because in a gravity environment, everything wants to just squirt out and wet out and spread out. But in the microgravity environment, you don't have to worry about any of that. So you have a much wider range of materials that you can print with.
To combat the effects of gravity on Earth, researchers have used scaffolded structures in order to support the growing cells.
The problem is a lot of ways that is accomplished isn't necessarily the best for biology. It can limit the types of materials that you can use, and it can also limit the types of cells that can really thrive in that environment. In microgravity, you wouldn't necessarily have to do that. You could have your different layers or areas or sections of different types of cells and put them next to each other, and there are no other forces that are going to cause them to mix. So you have this opportunity to be able to make these small regions in 3 dimensions in a different type of way and different type of structure that would be very difficult to do on the ground.
Microgravity-enabled bioprinting still has numerous hurdles to cross before it can produce a product for sale. Only now that the printer is operating aboard the ISS can researchers begin to understand the correct materials and process necessary not only to print organs, but to culture and preserve them long enough to return back to Earth. But all that time and research is part of TechShot's plan.
TechShot's business model is to be a tech engine. We're generating new technologies. And then if we feel like that technology has a potential, commercial potential, we spin that off into a different company or to a different group.
They liken their business to Levi Strauss in the 1800s. During the gold rush, Levi Strauss started out by providing canvas material for tents and wagons. And when those miners needed a more durable fabric, the now iconic blue jeans were born.
The business model of selling pickaxes as opposed to going out and panning for gold really certainly applies to space, and there are many companies at the component level that are providing products and services to launch companies, to satellite operators, to NASA. One of the challenges in that business model is you need a gold rush.
It's not clear that 3D printed organs could set off any kind of a gold rush to space, so in order to stay in business, TechShot needs to have other projects, making sure it doesn't keep all of its eggs in one satellite.
This is my science fair project that I started in the 8th grade. The whole experiment was to see how would the chicken embryo develop in space without the presence of gravity. This science project evolved into the space shuttle project.
Imagine this chicken egg in the back of the barnyard. Gravity is causing the yolk to fall to the bottom of the egg. Now the hen has a natural instinct of turning that egg around. So therefore the yolk will go back up to the top and gravity pulls it back down to the bottom again. Now what would happen to that egg up in space?
The project was sponsored by Kentucky Fried Chicken, in which their worldwide headquarters is located in Louisville. And so the engineer that I worked with, Mark Deucer, he and I are the ones that decided to start TechShot and start it right here in Louisville, Kentucky. We started in a motel. It was just two rooms, and eventually we went into 4 rooms of the motel. And then as TechShot matured and developed and gained more projects and more opportunities, then we decided, we're in this for the long haul. And so we built a world-class research facility here that we're sitting in today.
And here, just across the street from that first motel room, TechShot is currently working on 15 active projects, creating technology for NASA, the military, and major pharmaceutical companies, all with the goal to support researchers in microgravity.
Last year was TechShot's best year in its history. I think that's reflective of the excitement of the new opportunities that are out there for space.
And if they're lucky, one of these projects could yield that catalyst of a space gold rush. But they aren't alone in this race. Another company located in Silicon Valley views making things in space as core to their mission, even down to their name. This is fiber optic cable. It works because the fiber reflects light over and over inside the structure. And even if you bend it, the light still comes through the other end. But in this application, it's nothing more than a modern-looking lava lamp. The best fiber optic cable is being used to transmit data all over the world. In fact, undersea cables carry 99% of all the data that crosses oceans. Optical fiber, usually made from silica, is important because it can transmit data incredibly quickly over a long distance before needing to have its signal amplified. But research done by the US Air Force in the 1990s proved that it would be possible to produce a fiber known as Z-blan that could far exceed traditional silica fiber. The only catch, it needs to be made in microgravity.
Z-blan is an optical glass that has a transmission window that's about 5 times wider than traditional silica glass, and it has a signal loss that's 10 to 100 times better than traditional silica glass.
This is Andrew Rush, the CEO of Made in Space, a company with a mission to create a new industrial foothold in space. And it sees Z-blan as potentially the first material that can be made in space and sold on Earth.
So this is a preform of Z-blan. It starts out as this nice dog bone cylinder, and then it gets inserted into a furnace. This gets thinner and thinner than the width of your own hair, and then you start pulling that. So if everything works out, you get a spool like this from our earlier test runs. Basically looks like fishing line.
While it is possible to produce Zeblan on Earth, it's nowhere near the potential of what you can produce in microgravity.
Earth manufactured Zeblan suffers from too many crystals in the material, and basically what happens is when light or power goes through these crystal domains, they reduce each time, creating a power loss throughout the length of fiber you're going through. Microgravity suppresses these formations, and doing so creates more of a monocrystalline structure, so you don't have all these domain drops, and you have less of a power drop over that length of fiber. You know, you can go transatlantic and transpacific without having repeaters in the lines like traditional fiber lines do today.
You can imagine providing 5, 10, 50 times more bandwidth down the same line of fiber by using Zeblan instead of silica. That you begin to scratch the surface of the economic potential of Zeblan.
They estimate that a kilogram of Zeblan could sell for tens, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars, and that high price per kilogram is important when it comes to space manufacturing.
Historically, a barrier to doing a lot of commercial activity in space has been that it costs so much money to get to space, do things, and then come back. You know, it can literally cost like tens of thousands of dollars a kilogram to launch, operate, and return. And that's why things like Zeblan are so attractive, because we can sustainably sell them for tens of thousands of dollars a kilogram.
Meaning at some point, whole factories could be created in space, receiving raw material from the ground and shipping microgravity-enabled Zeblan back to Earth. But the problem is, it's all still theoretical. Made in Space has been working on Zeblan for over 4 years and has flown 4 missions to test their manufacturing techniques, with more planned in the future. But they still expect to be a few years away from producing a product that could be sold on Earth, let alone scaling that to larger industries.
It's very interesting and a little counterintuitive. The most successful companies in space are the companies that consistently say, how can I do this on Earth? There have been many products that started with the vision of actually manufacturing in space and ended up with a discovery phase in space and manufacturing on Earth. And that's good news for consumers. That's good news for the end users of those products, because that reduces costs. You don't build your manufacturing plant on the most expensive real estate you can possibly get a hold of. You build your manufacturing plant where you can manufacture economically.
For Made in Space, though, discovering the first product that can truly be made in space is more than just profit and loss.
The establishment of space manufactured Zeblan as a product line is core to our vision, right? That's the industrialization of space, right there. That's the Netscape moment of low Earth orbit commercialization. If in our research and development for Zeblan, say, we found ways of improving Zeblan that we could actually apply terrestrially, like apply in a gravity field, we would be excited about that. You know, for us, we'd take the profits from that and plow that back into doing more cool space stuff.
And while the company is also investigating other materials like Zeblan that can be produced in space, they've already laid the groundwork for a whole new way of thinking about in-space manufacturing. And they call it Archanaut.
So Archanaut is one of many steps toward those broader visions.
Archanaut is more of a capability than a thing. The capability can enable virtually anything you can think of in terms of structures in space. You can build large things, small things that are optimized, it doesn't really matter.
Archanaut blends robotic manufacturing with 3D printing, allowing it to create and assemble products in space. Meaning, instead of flying something, like say a satellite to space, you could create them there. But before Made in Space can use Archanaut as an in-space factory, it needs to turn its vision into a sustainable business.
There is no shortage in space of visionaries.
What I really want to try to achieve here is to make Mars seem possible.
The visionaries that we are seeing succeed are the visionaries that attach their vision to an incremental pathway.
We've been very fortunate to work closely with NASA for a number of years in developing gravity-independent manufacturing technologies. And the first one of those technologies that we really tackled was 3D printing.
International Space Station has its own 3D printer, and look at this. Astronauts created the first object to be made with it. It's a white printer part.
The first print that we did was a plate for the printer, and it said NASA and it said made in space on it.
Is it fair to say like the first thing you made in space is a marketing material?
I mean, we actually kind of joked that the first thing we did was demonstrate that you could make like self-repairing robots in space.
To date, Made in Space has created over 200 objects aboard the ISS. And with its second printer, named the Additive Manufacturing Facility, they were able to not only prove their technology, but turn it into a business.
We struck kind of an interesting deal with them where we actually retained ownership of the device and actually operated as a service and printed parts for NASA, for other individuals, for companies, for schools. So really starting to build almost this machine shop in space kind of business model. The approach that we've taken at Made in Space has been to have this really inspiring big vision. We take that big vision and we decompose that into digestible chunks, like steps along that path toward these fantastic futures.
And that first incremental step for Archanaut is to change how we think about manufacturing satellites.
Archanaut 1 project is a free-flying satellite which will manufacture 10-meter booms, and those 10-meter booms will have solar arrays on them which allow a small sat to manufacture on the order of about 1 kilowatt of power.
The Archanaut 1 mission will launch in 2022. It's part of a public-private partnership with NASA, and the project aims to reduce the cost of putting satellites into orbit. While satellites have been getting smaller, if you need a satellite that'll require lots of power, you'll most likely need a massive solar array. But large arrays are difficult to fit into rocket payloads, the so-called tyranny of the fairing, and it gets expensive. One way around this problem was to spend heavily on engineers to devise solutions for folding arrays into compact configurations. Then deploy at their full size once in space. But all that work and extra weight on a rocket can add tens if not hundreds of millions of dollars to a launch cost. Archanaut gives satellite makers a new option. Include a 3D printer and robotic arm onto their existing satellites and let Archanaut build their very large solar arrays in space. This could reduce the cost of getting power-hungry satellites into orbit and potentially open up whole new industries to space.
Probably the most significant factor for the financial success of a space-based or space-related business is economies of scale. The more activity there is, the more feasible it is.
Both Made in Space and NASA hopes that Archanaut will help reduce the cost of doing business in space. But it's still unclear whether larger and cheaper solar arrays is the answer to finding scale in production.
A successful strategy for manufacturing in space is to demonstrate capabilities and to have adaptable capabilities that can serve different customers.
When you combine that robotic assembly and additive manufacturing, it really opens the door for customization for clients.
Folks may say, hey, I actually don't need that much power because of my mission, but I need a big antenna, or I need a large radiator. Archanaut, because it's general, means that I can provide those services quickly and at low cost. So we hope that folks see what we're doing and are inspired by it and say, hey, this is what I need. So yeah, it'd be great if somebody came to us and said, this is the thing that we want to make. If we're like, oh my gosh, that's the killer app.
The hope for Archanaut, just like with Zeblan and organ printing, is that one of these businesses can be that spark for space industrialization.
I think once people see the potential of microgravity, I think a lot more people, a lot more commercial entities will get involved in space research, because I think it is such a unique environment. That different way of thinking leads to innovation. And so I think you see so much excitement and so much interest because the potential to come up with new products, new innovations is real.
The ability to manufacture in space means that we kind of break the tyranny of the launch fairing, right? And we can now make structures that are really enormous, like big structures that are on the size and scale of things that we're comfortable with and we interact with on Earth, on a a consistent basis, like larger buildings, multi-story buildings. Nothing like that exists in space, but we need to be able to make structures and spacecraft and habitats that are that size if we are really to sustainably move into space, move into low Earth orbit and beyond.
And as industry enters low Earth orbit, we'll begin to explore the next financial future. The Moon, Mars, even asteroids contain potentially invaluable resources. On the next giant leap, we'll explore the private companies developing the technology needed for off-world mining. But in order for it to become a business, it'll take another giant leap.
Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
It sounds like a movie, a space rescue mission, an out-of-control satellite, a team of engineers, but it's not. Scientists based near Oxford in England will spend the next few months trying to do something that's never been achieved. Steer a spacecraft in orbit to grab a satellite that's tumbling around the Earth at almost 8 kilometers per second. Guided using an array of laser and radiometric positioning devices, Astroscale's ELSA-D chaser vehicle will use delicate thruster movements to match the target's chaotic spinning motion so it can latch onto it with a robotic arm. They're not just doing this to prove they can. This is a business venture, and success could give Britain's space industry a head start in the race to solve a problem that's threatening the viability of future space investment. There are more than 8,000 tons of useless space junk zipping around the planet, made up of around 26,000 objects wider than 10 centimeters that could smash a satellite to bits in a collision. That could knock out vital functions from Earth observation to disaster management, navigation, weather forecasting, and remote communications. It already happened in 2009 when an active Iridium communication satellite collided with a defunct military satellite made by Russia. The US, China, Russia, and India have added to the debris problem by testing their ability to blow up a satellite with a missile. The assortment of orbiting rubbish now ranges from tiny scraps of discarded rocket stages to EnviSat, an observation satellite as big as a London bus and solar arrays wider than a soccer pitch that's been drifting out of control since it failed almost a decade ago. There are more than 1,900 active satellites in low Earth orbit. Now, Elon Musk and others plan to launch as many as 10,000 more to offer broadband internet services from space. That investment boom could be short-lived if more collisions cascade into further smashes that cause a mass of debris that leaves the most useful portion of space unusable for centuries. The world got a wake-up call in 2019 when a European satellite was forced to change its position in orbit to avoid colliding with a communication satellite operated by Elon Musk's SpaceX. If British companies can corner the market for pulling space junk out of orbit, it would be a rare cause for celebration in a national space industry that's faced years of underinvestment. The UK's departure from the European Union has been painful for the country's space industry, which traditionally leaned on European partners for engineering expertise and help with managing complex projects. The UK is the foremost military power in Europe and a permanent member of the UN Security Council with a nuclear deterrent. Yet France, whose economy is similar in size to Britain's, spends far more on space and has its own well-funded national space programme alongside its involvement in the European Space Agency. Brexit means cooperation with the EU in secure government communications, cybersecurity, and new areas like quantum computing is now effectively over. Britain has been denied access to the top tier of Galileo, Europe's answer to the US military's GPS, after investing hundreds of millions of pounds in the navigation system and supplying many of its major components. Through all the confusion over Britain's future in space, one thing everyone seems to agree on is there's an opportunity to carve out a niche in cleaning up orbit and managing space traffic. The UK has expertise in space law and regulation, powerful military radar, and a centre for monitoring space weather. Its diplomats have been working quietly for years to build global support for norms of behaviour in space, from designating clear orbits to ensuring spacecraft owners pull down their equipment at the end of its life so it burns up on re-entry. Musk and Jeff Bezos could be among the first to spend serious money on removing space junk. The first generation of their satellite broadband constellations will need to be replaced after 5 or 6 years, and they'll need someone to sweep the orbits clean to make way for thousands of newer, more sophisticated satellites. Here, the UK's shoestring space budgets might turn out to be an advantage. Astroscale says it's had to produce its solution on a small budget. That low cost could finally be what convinces the owners of satellites to open their wallets and subsidise a new push for cleaner, safer skies. This is How We Move. I'm Tom Pfeiffer. For more on the future of travel, follow us on QuickTake and Bloomberg.
There may be other intelligent civilizations capable of communicating with us. The impact on ourselves of contact with another intelligent civilization is now being discussed by serious thinkers the world over.
It seemed to me just perfectly natural that we would not be the only manifestation of life in the cosmos.
Out there is a million other civilizations, and they're all a lot smarter than us.
We now know without a doubt that the possibilities for life are literally innumerable.
And we haven't begun to look. We have way more places still to go.
So we take very large telescopes and we point them at nearby stars or nearby galaxies and look for that special kind of radio signal that we think is only produced by technology.
It's time to commit to finding the answer to search for life beyond Earth. We are alive, we are intelligent, we must know.
We are literally doing an experiment to find out what the answer is, rather than doing what we've done for millennia, which is to ask the priests and the philosophers what we should believe about life beyond Earth.
Dr. Jill Tarter is part of a movement known as SETI, the Search for Extraterrestrial Intelligence. She's dedicated her life to it. She's also the inspiration behind Jodie Foster's character in the sci-fi movie Contact.
So if it's just us, seems like an awful waste of space.
Today, SETI is a mission involving scientists from around the world.
So what SETI searches look for is electromagnetic radiation, like radio light, that is different than the radio signals that we get from natural objects like stars and galaxies and quasars, and consistent with the kind of light or electromagnetic radiation that's produced by technology.
Andrew Simeon heads up a team at Berkeley University.
We're up to 8.8 petabytes at Green Bank, right?
For 10 years, they'll be scanning the cosmos as part of a $100 million privately funded initiative.
Technological sources have a very interesting property, which is that they can compress electromagnetic energy in time or in frequency. So you can have a lot of energy, a lot of radio energy at just one place on the radio dial, and that's something that nature doesn't tend to do.
The team's work is the most comprehensive search ever undertaken in nearly 6 decades of SETI efforts. And technological advances mean that the search is finally building momentum.
What we've done for a number of years is to go to a large radio telescope, presumably a national facility, and rent time, or figure out a way to piggyback on other people's observations. And so we wanted to get to a situation where we were doing SETI 24/7.
290 miles northeast of San Francisco is the Allen Telescope, a cluster of small dishes dedicated in large part to SETI research.
The Allen Telescope Array is the first time we've ever built a large radio telescope out of a lot of small dishes. The joy of having small dishes is that they look at a large area on the sky all at once. Ultimately, we'd like to have 350 of these 6-meter dishes here. Right now, we have 42.
Alongside more telescopes, more powerful computers offer a chance to expand the search. The quantity of data produced is staggering.
With our next generation of radio telescopes, we'll be ingesting as much data from just one telescope as is coursing through the entire internet at any given second. So we collect a massive amount of data from the telescopes that we observe with, and some snippets of that data are actually brought back to our lab here at Berkeley. Like there's this gradual roll-off. We actually have to look for the sorts of signals that we're trying to find. And to do that, we develop powerful algorithms, including algorithms that use things like machine learning and artificial intelligence.
Scientists now know that most stars have planets. Jill Tarter believes this radically increases the chances life is out there.
When I was a graduate student, we knew about 9 planets, those in our solar system. But we didn't know about planets around other stars, not at all. Today we know that there are more planets out there than stars. Every star has, on average, at least 1 planet, and usually more. So that is a huge game changer. The universe seems a lot more potentially biofriendly, and now lots of people are interested in the question of life beyond Earth.
There are more stars than grains of sand on all the beaches of the world. If you look at one of these grains of sand and say that's the sun, and the third planet around it's habitable, and you look at the beach, I mean, how could it happen in one grain of sand and not in others? So we're very optimistic about SETI. It's probably just a matter of us being able to recognize what a very advanced civilization would look like.
Lawrence Doyle was part of the NASA team that used the Kepler Space Telescope to hunt for planets outside our solar system, but now he's bringing the search back down to Earth.
There are various kinds of intelligence, but the one that SETI is going to detect is going to be communication intelligence. Everything communicates. All animals and even plants communicate. It's just a matter of how complex is that communication. I thought, well, why aren't we studying non-human communication on Earth? So, as a proxy for an extraterrestrial signal, We have proposed, starting with bottlenose dolphins and humpback whales and squirrel monkeys, to kind of design an intelligence filter for SETI so that we can recognize the general rules of intelligence. So we've devised various ways of looking at a signal, a message, and analyzing how complex, what the relationships are between signals. In human linguistics, the relationships are called syntax. If you're missing a word, you can recover it. If you're missing 2 words in a row, you can still recover. 3, you can see it gets harder. If you go up to 9, there's still a possibility you could fill in those words, but there's very low connection. If you're missing 10 words, you might as well just guess a word from the dictionary. So we go up to 9th order entropy. That is, there are still connections 9 words away of grammar and syntax. All animals, all people, all extraterrestrials, they have to follow these rules if they're transmitting knowledge to each other. And if and when we get a message, we can recognize the complexity of that communication system. We can say, okay, we go up to 9th order entropy, word entropy. Squirrel monkeys probably go up to 2nd order. Humpback whales, we don't know yet. We haven't got enough data. Extraterrestrial signal comes in and they go up to 20th order entropy. And we are going to know that their communication system is to ours is to squirrel monkeys.
We are connected to this huge cosmos, and we want to know what else might have evolved out there.
Were we to know for sure that the universe actually many, many times has given rise to some sort of organism like us that thinks and asks questions about the universe itself, I think it could very much change our perspective on science and our perspective as humans. And I think the ultimate outcome of that change in perspective could be truly, truly amazing indeed.
I think I'm the only non-billionaire that's doing this. I mean, you've got Jeff, you've got Richard Branson, you've got Elon, and then you got me. I mean, how is it that a guy from the bottom of New Zealand that was once coined by Mick Jagger as the bumhole of the planet can launch stuff into orbit? How crazy is that?
Peter Beck really likes rockets.
Monopropellant and bipropellant liquid rocket engines, hybrids, the sheer challenge of the engineering, the problems that you have to solve, it's kind of what gets me going.
So much so that he started Rocket Lab, a small new space startup, often living in the shadow of the bigger companies like SpaceX. But Peter's mission is a little closer to home than Mars. With Rocket Lab, Peter aims to make launching rockets into orbit as common as picking up your mail.
The most important thing that can be done in space right now is to make space a domain that everybody can access. We started on day one with an absolute clean sheet of paper. And we wrote 2 requirements on that piece of paper, and that was, must be launched really, really frequently and must be affordable. But the most important thing here is getting to orbit like a freight train, just getting to orbit so frequently that you can use space as a domain to build commercial infrastructure. So that's things like put an internet in space, so that every square inch of the planet has internet. And that's truly game-changing for developing countries.
Peter always knew he'd do this for a living one day, even when his guidance counselor disagreed.
My parents were called into the school. You know, they believed that my aspirations for a career were totally ridiculous and unachievable, and that I should pursue a trade in plumbing because I was quite good at my hands.
Peter ignored this advice and instead built this, a rocket bike.
I did about 100 miles an hour in an eighth of a mile. It's an amazing feeling, actually. It's an ever-increasing acceleration, so where you point is where you go, and you just hold on.
2 decades later, Peter has a staff of over 200, and Rocket Lab is 5 launches away from being in the black.
We successfully completed all our test flights, and we're now into full commercial operations. We're trying to get to launch 1 a month this year, and then next year we'll try and get to 1 every 2 weeks, and then we'll keep doubling down on that.
Rocket Lab's secret? Innovation. They were the first to replace aluminum with stronger and lighter materials like carbon fiber, as well as employ radical production techniques like 3D printing.
We've got a factory full of rockets, and we started 3D printing engines when people were making bottle openers and cats' prosthetics. Nowadays, if you look at all the startup space companies, they're all printing their rocket engines.
And they have one more little secret: location.
The great thing about New Zealand is it's a small island nation in the middle of nowhere. So that launch site is the only private orbital launch site in the entire world, and it has more launch availability than America does as a country. You know, the biggest thing to be done in space is yet to even be thought of, because nobody's had access to the domain to be able to experiment and innovate. We're just getting started. The definition of success for me is to receive a text message from one of my staff saying, "Hope you enjoyed your lunch, Pete. By the way, another one launched, another one on the pad." If we can get to that point where launch is that commonplace, that uninteresting and that frequent, then the world that we all live in is definitely an incredibly different place.
Maybe a better place.
I certainly hope a better place. It would be a total fail if it's a worse place.
Iron, gold, copper. Minerals are the lifeblood of the world's economy. From the Arctic Circle to the Sahara Desert, the $1.7 trillion mining industry supplies raw materials needed for everything, from skyscrapers to smartphones. But mining also comes with an increasingly critical environmental cost, one that may require us to think about off-planet solutions before it's too late.
Booster ignition.
Asteroids, moons and planets in our own solar system hold an essentially unlimited supply of untapped resources.
The first trillionaires will be those who mine asteroids.
Resources like gold, platinum and rare earth metals make some of those asteroids incredibly high-priced. But the most valuable element may be our most basic one.
What you want to mine in space is what you need a lot of.
And while humans have been mining for thousands of years, mining in space requires new, innovative technologies to realize any potential business and economic opportunities. Such technologies might just allow humanity to expand operations off Earth and take that next giant leap. These tiny dots represent the millions of asteroids in our solar system. Over the past 2 decades, government and private aerospace companies have been investigating their composition, location, and even possible payoffs to mine them. This one, known as Bennu, has an estimated value of $669 million. Ryugu, $82 billion. Better yet, an asteroid called Davida, which is valued at more than $100 trillion. And the reason for these high price tags? They're made up of valuable metals like platinum, gold, and iron.
We believe that asteroids have platinum group metals, rare earth metals in higher percentages than you might find on the moon, for instance.
Only once in human history has an asteroid sample been brought back to Earth, on the Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency's Hayabusa mission in 2010. And even then, the return sample was merely dust particles. And the total cost of that mission? Approximately $250 million.
One problem is that Compared to the moon, there's very little gravity. So somehow you have to attach yourself to the asteroid, whereas on the moon, the gravity will hold your processing equipment in place. So the general answer to the question, can we bring materials mined in space back to Earth? The general answer is no.
Bringing things from space to Earth only makes sense if what is retrieved is so extraordinarily valuable and just not available on Earth.
And even returning the most valuable asteroids could drastically devalue those materials. Take asteroid 16 Psyche, for instance. NASA is constructing a probe to launch in 2022 to study the potato-shaped object, which is roughly 95% metals, nickel iron, platinum, and even gold. Some estimates value the asteroid at $700 quintillion. NASA says it may be the inner core of a developing planet that somehow lost its outer layers, offering incredible insight into how planets are formed. If someone did manage to bring large amounts of this asteroid back to Earth, supply of the resources would skyrocket, meaning we'd have more of the material than we would have use for, causing the price to crash to almost zero.
Once we erode the rarity of a high-value metal or mineral, the value of that terrestrially could drop significantly.
Experts agree that a more likely scenario is materials mined in space will stay in space, jump-starting a whole new money-making industry.
Any spacefaring nation will have looked at what's called in situ resource utilization, which is a very common space term, meaning you use the resources where you are. So taking that model of if you need it in space, mine it in space, what would you be mining? Mostly you need fuel.
There's something else much more valuable for use in space that's abundant on Earth. Water. Not only can water sustain human and plant life for future manned space missions, the components of water, hydrogen and oxygen, can also be separated and reassembled to make fuel. This zero-emission fuel, called hydrogen fuel, is the same used in spacecraft propulsion and fuel cell vehicles. Hydrogen fuel research in this new space race could also spur new technologies that can help fight climate change by speeding the elimination of fossil fuel use on Earth. And there's already a high demand for it, and an immediate business opportunity for risk-tolerant companies wishing to make a fortune. In a 2018 paper by industry, government and academic experts, they estimated that for an initial $4 billion investment in a moon water mining operation, which is about the cost of a luxury hotel in Las Vegas, about $2.4 billion in revenue could be generated annually.
The sort of business case 101 for mining in space is, if you're going to launch something from Earth, it's going to cost you about $10,000 or $20,000 per kilo to get it into space. So if you need water for something in space, and you can produce it for less than $10,000 a kilo, then do it in space. The United Launch Alliance, ULA, they have put a price on water in space. They have said, we'll give you this amount of money for the water, which means people who are going out and trying to produce that water now have a customer.
In 2016, the ULA announced it's willing to pay around $3,000 per kilogram for propellant in an orbit less than 2,000 kilometers in altitude, called low Earth orbit, compared with the estimated price of $4,000 per kilogram to deliver the propellant from Earth. Most experts believe the Moon is a logical starting point for this. It has more gravity than an asteroid, making it easier to land, and its poles are thought to hold vast amounts of water ice. That potential volume of water has made it the focus of NASA's Artemis program, which aims to land astronauts on the Moon's southern pole, and also make the space agency a critical first customer for any water harvested on the Moon.
China, India, Israel, the US, Europe, everyone is now sort of focusing on the Moon.
And all of these government programs are looking to set up shop for a water mining future. A fueling station on the Moon could ultimately make current space ventures much cheaper and make future space missions possible. Although entirely theoretical at this point, here's how it could play out. Water is mined on the Moon and a fueling station is set up. This would provide the first customers, most likely government agencies, with water for human consumption and fuel for spacecraft. Water-derived fuel could also be harvested on an asteroid. Vehicles or propellant transports then carry the fuel from the surfaces to a stable storage point between the Earth and the Moon. Fueling stations can also be set up in low Earth orbit, making it accessible to satellites and other spacecraft. As of now, satellites that run out of fuel are decommissioned. Extra fuel would allow them to stay in their orbits, increasing their lifespan. Since using a rocket to get fuel out of Earth's atmosphere is expensive, refueling in low Earth orbit can greatly improve the size, type, and cost of missions in space. The commercial launch industry like SpaceX would also benefit from these fuel depots. The use of lunar-based propellant and commodities may also provide a stepping stone for interplanetary exploration. But while there has been a renewed interest in the Moon, it hasn't been easy. In just 2019, missions to the Moon's surface by both India and Israel resulted in landing failures. And the technology to mine and extract these potential water reserves on the Moon and beyond is still unproven. But some entrepreneurs are still optimistic.
The answer is yes. The technology exists. We can put something together, we can send something to the Moon that can mine water. So we are sort of like a trailblazers, trying to figure out what's going on the Moon, what's below the surface.
Meet Honeybee Robotics. They've designed drills used in NASA's past Mars missions and have sampling and mining systems going on future planned missions to the Moon, Saturn's moon Titan, Mars' moon Phobos, and Jupiter's moon Europa.
We've been focusing on developing high-end, fully autonomous drilling systems from literally iPhone size all the way to the size that cannot fit inside this vacuum chamber behind me.
And that's why NASA has long relied on their expertise. Unlike your everyday drill from the hardware store, their drills overcome the numerous limitations of space, which include extreme temperatures and low gravity.
That means you have to be very, very imaginative, very innovative to solve these problems. You're essentially trying to do what we do here on Earth, but with a fraction of the power, with a fraction of the mass, with a fraction of the volume, and drilling is unforgiving. If you get stuck, if something goes wrong, there is no second chance.
The difficulty in drilling would delay placement of the second probe until the next day.
One of their innovative ideas, called PlanetVac, uses compressed gas to shoot material into a sample container. Its ergonomic design allows it to be inside the foot of a lander, and was chosen to go with NASA-funded payloads to the Moon and Mars' moon Phobos. For mining and extracting water on the Moon, they created the Planetary Volatiles Extractor, or PVEX, and it not only drills, it mines. It's based off a drill that removes a cylinder of material called a coring drill.
But it's not just any coring drill, it's a system with heaters on the inside. So you drill down to required depth, you heat up the material that's on the inside of the coring drill, and ice turns into vapor, and vapor moves up the coring drill into a cold finger. So you're capturing water vapor like, for example, in your freezer when you have condensation. PVEX is a mining system. It can actually get into the soil, it can actually extract water, it can actually capture this water in a separate container. We have all the pieces together and we can go to the Moon or Mars and mine it.
When it's tested on the Moon, which may happen in the next couple of years, PVEX will be the first end-to-end mining system deployed in space. And they have even more futuristic ambitions to use the PVEX drill. Like this one, that not only extracts and stores water, but uses it to propel itself, like a flying kettle.
WINE, it stands for the world is not enough. It's a James Bond stuff, it's very futuristic. It's a new concept of space exploration.
The main idea is to send hundreds of low-cost WINE spacecrafts all over the solar system to give a clear atlas of asteroids that have water resources. Honeybee Robotics is one of the many startups that NASA is depending on to develop new innovative ideas.
There is a strong private-public partnership with NASA right now to come up with landers that we can send twice a year that will put payloads to the moon, payloads like instruments, like rovers, and also humans. We're doing it. It's happening right now. Very, very exciting times.
By giving out multiple contracts, NASA reduces the cost for themselves and the entire industry.
We want to have numerous providers that are competing against each other on cost and innovation, driving down the cost and increasing access to space and industrializing.
Startup TransAstra, with a new infusion of $2 million from NASA, has teamed up with other space startups and educational institutions to prove its process for harvesting and utilizing water from asteroids without even touching them.
Optical mining is our patent-pending process for using highly concentrated sunlight or light from another source to excavate the surface without having to use digging tools to dig into it. And this is very important in space, especially for asteroids.
To help develop and prove this technology, they've teamed up with the Colorado School of Mines. It's known as the Optical Mining Testbed. First, they put the simulated asteroid in a vacuum chamber to recreate the conditions of space. Then, they use liquid nitrogen to cool a surface inside the tank called a cryotrap. Then they turn on a giant light bulb, which imitates sunlight that they then concentrate into a beam, resulting in very high temperatures. The beam of light hits the asteroid target, fractures a sample, and then water and other materials are released and frozen onto the cryotrap.
The volatile materials, which include water, methane, carbon dioxide, other valuable materials that are common and cheap here on the ground, but very valuable in space, trapped on our cryotrap. Well, that's pretty nice. The same way that we would trap those chemicals in space for a real asteroid mining mission.
Optical mining bypasses the daunting task of trying to land on an object with such low gravity that it could simply break apart when touched, and there's no drill to potentially get stuck. But for this to work, they're targeting smaller asteroids the size of a beach ball for their tech demonstrator model, with plans to accommodate rocks the size of a cubic tennis court and bigger in future models.
We think the right thing to do is to rendezvous with the asteroid, match rotation with it, put a thin film bag around it, cinch that bag down, and then de-spin the asteroid. And now you have the asteroid in a container, so you can work with it in a practical way.
TransAstra believes that harvesting water on asteroids will not only make space travel more affordable for private industry, but it will make NASA's proposed missions to take astronauts to the Moon, Mars, and even asteroids possible within a budget that the US Congress may be willing to provide.
And we can cut out hundreds of billions of dollars and actually make it possible for NASA to do all those exciting missions in a period of just 20 years or so. By harnessing the asteroids. Now, what's really cool about it is that by using public-private partnership and working with companies like TransAstra, the infrastructure for space resource harvesting and commercial transport in space can be developed. So by NASA doing it this way, and NASA becoming the first user of these resources and this infrastructure for its exploration missions, then that infrastructure is left behind for industry. And that can create massive industries in space. Like, it even becomes cost-effective to build a space hotel.
TransAstra and partner Momentus will be on a 2-year contract with NASA to build their asteroid mining and in-space transportation prototype called Mini-B to provide optical mining in space.
We live in a very exciting time where we're going to be able to take that to space, and the resources of space are literally unlimited.
And those unlimited resources are what some universities are betting on. At the Colorado School of Mines, where TransAstra does its optical mining research, they now offer a graduate degree in space resources.
Our space resources program is the first of its kind in the world. There is anticipated to be a growing number of jobs directly in space resources. But the skills and practices of space resources can be applied to lots of other things.
And a huge benefit to space mining research is that a lot of this technology can be beneficial here on Earth. like their 3D printer that uses materials on the Moon or Mars to make structures, and is modelled after startup Icon's 3D printer that is used to make homes on Earth. Their penetrometer is a tool on the end of a robotic arm that's being developed to take measurements on the Moon, but has applications for mining companies. And even a rover in a lunar testbed that can drill and prospect for resources has its benefits.
There are places on Earth where mining companies and equipment manufacturers are looking at applying smart robotic systems in terrestrial mines. They could go into places that are not safe for humans. They could work in much more confined, toxic environments than a person could.
And one country is doing just that, and hopes to leverage their expertise in robotic systems for mining remote, inhospitable locations that are almost Mars-like.
Recently, the administrator of NASA, when the head of the Australian Space Agency visited, was saying that the US is looking to Australia to be doing development in this area of extracting resources in space. One of the reasons why we in Australia want to get into this area is because of the strength of our mining industry, the strength of our mining automation, and the strength of our mining research. We see it as a way that Australia can establish a niche space capability.
Australia's high wages have caused some of the largest mining operations in the world to seek cost savings by using automation. Rio Tinto, the world's second largest mining company, has fitted operations in Australia with fleets of autonomous trucks, drills, and even the first driverless freight train network. Adapting these technologies could prove useful to space programs, and the use of space technology in mines, such as robotics, would be useful on Earth. The Australian Centre for Space Engineering Research at the University of New South Wales in Sydney was founded in 2010 and has 15 PhD current or graduated students researching space resource ventures related to Australia's needs and expertise.
What we are trying to do at the moment is to reduce the risk perceived by a large company, mining company for instance, when they approach this type of venture. I think one of the main reasons that terrestrial mining companies should be looking at this problem is that they will benefit their terrestrial operations by learning some of these lessons. So if they look at the way that you need to automate on the Moon, that will help their terrestrial operation. If you look at the way you would analyse risk for this type of mine, they must learn new lessons, which should hopefully flow back to their risk analysis for terrestrial mines.
Although mining companies have terrestrial mining expertise and monetary advantages, only time will tell who will be the first to provide a fueling station in space.
In terms of making it happen, I actually don't think it'll be a startup, I don't think it'll be a space agency, and I don't think it'll be a mining company, but I think it will be a big company, probably driven by a high net worth individual. A company like Blue Origin, SpaceX, a company like that. Not necessarily them, but something like that.
Proving that this kind of mining is feasible could trigger an influx of profit-minded companies migrating off the Earth. Just one industry that would stake a claim on the vast wealth of space. Not only is the universe a place for exploration, for private companies it's a new resource. The key which will unlock new possibilities in technology, manufacturing, living and working, both at home and beyond Earth. And all of this will be the result of our next giant leap.
Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
Our generation's biggest problem.
Climate change is happening.
and the world's most innovative solutions.
Transport, industry, buildings, electricity, all of those things.
Everything you need to know about our changing environment, the politics of global warming.
We can and we will deal with climate change.
In the fight against climate change, Bloomberg Green has you covered.
The great sci-fi art of the mid-20th century teased a vision of the future with one distinct element in common: a life for humans in outer space. Whether vacationing on an exotic new planet or commuting to the moon for business, space travel seemed like it was just around the corner. Yet here we are, a half-century later, and only about 500 human beings have ever left the bounds of Earth's atmosphere. But thanks to a set of ambitious private companies betting on the promise of space tourism, that long-awaited future could be here sooner than we think. For most of the history of spaceflight, governments have been the prime force behind nearly every aspect, from planning to funding to crew selection. But as early as the 1980s, proposals for commercial space tourism began to emerge, along with innovative solutions for getting people there, such as the wild concept of sticking a 74-person passenger cabin in the cargo bay of a NASA space shuttle. Although various non-astronauts have been selected for missions over the years, true space tourism didn't happen until 2001, when an entrepreneur named Dennis Tito coughed up an estimated $20 million to hitch a ride with the Russian Federal Space Agency for a week-long vacation aboard the International Space Station. 20 years later, we're seeing a new contender in this final frontier of tourism: private companies.
It's becoming a private enterprise situation, still very high risk with a high reward, potential reward. But government is really out of the business of flying people now, and it's really going to be companies like Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos and Richard Branson that do that heavy lifting. Commercial space tourism is usually about taking the non-astronaut, the private citizen, into an orbital or suborbital flight. So you get a short amount of microgravity experience and you can float and take some photos. And then you come back. This was something that technology had gotten to a point where the private sector was going to make a business out of this. There are multiple companies that want to get to the place where they fly people into space.
The first of these is Blue Origin, founded in 2000 by Jeff Bezos. Using the autonomous rocket system New Shepard, a tribute to the first American in space, Blue Origin plans to launch up to 6 passengers at a time, offering a rarefied treat of 62-mile-high views and a momentary experience of weightlessness. Booking officially kicked off in May 2021, with the very first seat to be auctioned off for charity. Meanwhile, Richard Branson's Virgin Galactic has also been pursuing a viable form of suborbital tourism, aiming for a launch in 2022 once Sir Richard himself has taken a flight.
I'm hoping to be able to go to space. I'd love to be able to coincide it with the moon landing and go to space. So I've got the whip on the team and we'll see how we go.
The company claims to have lined up over 600 seat reservations so far, including Justin Bieber and Leonardo DiCaprio. Virgin has projected that the final cost of the ticket will be at least $250,000, or roughly $50,000 for each of the 5 minutes or so of weightlessness that you'll get to experience. Although costly, both companies' offerings aim to make suborbital flight a regular form of adventure travel, eventually driving down costs at scale to expand the customer base beyond the orbit of celebrities and billionaires. The third major contender is Elon Musk's SpaceX, which has set its sights even higher on orbital flights,
which are
a whole nother level of complexity and energy and danger. When you go suborbital, if you're just going to go up above the von Karman line, which is 100 kilometers or about 62 miles, you only need to get up to maybe 5,000 miles an hour to get up there, and you go basically straight up and then straight back down. You don't have the reentry heating that you would see coming in from an orbital. So when you go orbital, I don't care if you're a baseball or a battleship, you've got to go 17,500 miles per hour, not just 5,000 miles an hour. The energies involved are much greater. By doing that, SpaceX has gone another level up, and that's what they're doing with the Inspiration 4.
Visit inspiration4.com for your chance to go to space.
Inspiration 4 is the first planned all-civilian mission into orbit, slated to launch in late 2021. The crew will bring their own set of diverse perspectives and backgrounds and experiences to test how a group of different people, namely people who aren't professional astronauts, could fare in space.
Until now, astronauts have had to be physically perfect. And this mission is changing that. And so I feel incredibly honored to be representing those who aren't physically perfect. At age 10, I was diagnosed with bone cancer, and I was treated at St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. And I spent a year there undergoing intense chemo and also surgery that ultimately saved my leg. I now work at St. Jude as a PA, a physician assistant, and I work with leukemia and lymphoma patients. The kids we work with are so brave, and they are very excited to watch me go to space because this is showing them that, they're capable of doing this as well.
Haley, along with 3 other crew members, will spend 3 days in space, orbiting the Earth every 90 minutes before landing back off the coast of Florida.
Well, when you think about access, the first astronauts for the United States came from the test pilot side. And so women weren't allowed to be a part of that. We have somebody in their 20s, somebody in their 30s, somebody in their 40s, and somebody in their 50s. And so there can be access in all kinds of ways, whether you're talking about age, whether you're talking about gender, whether you're talking about race and ethnicity, and all of those things.
The first time, people are going up into space and not sent there by a superpower like the United States or Russia or China, well, that's really significant. And you've got to be very thoughtful about it. The whole game plan right now is to make space really affordable and accessible for everybody, so that you can have fishing buddies going to space someday. But the first is special, and so with that, we wanted to have a crew selection process that could make space available to everyday people.
Getting to space is only the first step for space tourism. The next challenge is what to do and where to stay when you get there. Axiom Space is planning to launch the first segment of a new commercial space station in 2024. Their $2 billion project, called Ax Station, will become the first free-flying private international space station. Or, to use a more consumer-friendly term, a space hotel. Axiom isn't the only company out to make your space stay a little more comfortable. Bigelow Aerospace has been building what they call expandable habitat technology, like their B330, an inflatable pod module that expands once in orbit.
There's even one attached to the International Space Station right now they've been testing. And you take it up and it's rather small, and then you inflate it, and it seems to be working very, very well. This is likely to be the first kind of tourist hotel that you're going to see up in space. First of all, it's easier to carry instead of this giant tin can with all of that. The inflatables are lighter. You can just blow them up, and they get a nice big size for about less than half the weight probably.
But even as space missions become accessible to civilians,
the risks of going into space are incredibly high, and you could die 1,000 ways that we can think of and 1,000 other ways that we can't think of.
This is Michelle Hanlon. She's a space lawyer at the Mississippi School of Law, focused on protecting humans in outer space.
Now, I'm not an attorney for any of the space tourists, so I haven't been privy to their private contracts. But I can tell you that the FAA requires certain waivers to be in those contracts. So, for example, the FAA says, well, we're not going to make you make your spacecraft to a certain safety level. We are going to make you, spacecraft operator, make sure that you inform your space tourists of all of the hazards that you know of. I'd imagine a very long waiver, all the ways you can die in space. And you have to understand that there's health risks, and you have to indemnify the US government if you are launching from the United States. So those are things that we know a space tourist has to sign and has to waive. So now let's go back and think about our spaceflight participants. The FAA calls space tourists spaceflight participants. They don't call them astronauts. Why is that important? If you're not an astronaut, there's no obligation to rescue you if something goes wrong. It's a lot of money to set up a rescue launch. If it can even be done, it's something really important to think about, and that difference as we cross this threshold from having astronauts in space to having real people like me in space.
And when we are able to make it to space reliably enough, there's still a host of other legal and ethical issues to consider before space tourism can truly take off.
There are so many gaps in space law that we are going to have to put in a lot of sort of basement ideas. And so, for example, the Outer Space Treaty is a treaty that offers principles and guidelines for state activities, for the activities of national governments. It doesn't talk about private entities, it doesn't talk about humans in space. So now if something goes wrong, so let's think about all the times hotels on Earth are sued, right? So slip and falls, you step on something in the bathroom, you sue the hotel, and it becomes a private lawsuit. Because of the vagaries of international law, if something happens in space, well, boy, you can sue the state that launched your spacecraft, you can sue the company that brought you there, you can sue the hotel, you can sue the individual, you can sue every government related to that, because the way the Outer Space Treaty and the Outer Space Regime have set this up is that anything that happens in space first has to go through a diplomatic channel before you think about suing in a court of law. And so every single slip and fall in a space hotel is a diplomatic nightmare. And so we really need to figure that out before we start sending a lot of people there. You think about human rights in space. Here we don't think about a human right to oxygen because it's kind of all around us and free. It's not in a space hotel. So what happens if something happens and the oxygen depletes? Who gets the oxygen first? And then, of course, let's not even think about the labor. How do you treat your labor in a space hotel where that person may be there for 2 or 3 years without coming back to Earth? So a lot of things to think about.
Space habitats are more likely in the near future to focus on research missions and be a home for experiments that can't happen as easily back on Earth.
Space hotels, I think they garner a lot of headlines and a lot of news, but at the same time, that's not the first thing that you're going to see happen. They don't offer the compelling business case, I think, that you'll see from a place that wants to manufacture pharmaceuticals or a new type of crystal or some type of filament or fiber optic cables and other things that you can do in microgravity. The things that are actually, a high value finished good, when you get that back to Earth and you sell it for a very, very huge profit margin. That's what's likely to happen in space, as opposed to having a real estate platform that you sell to a tourist. A space hotel is really interesting and it will probably happen, but it's not likely to be at the forefront of space commerce.
Even if space hotels are right around the corner, don't get too excited about booking a trip in one.
It's not a cheap ticket to ride to space, and it's going to be, millionaires and billionaires and that sort. But at the same time, the point was made that in the early days of airline trips, that was also a completely unaffordable ticket for most people. Those people who flew were people of means, and over time it becomes affordable to the masses. And I think that's the goal for all the entrepreneurs in space as well, to get those costs down to a point where it's not $10 million or $5 million or $300,000 ride into suborbital space. When it becomes more like buying a first-class ticket to go to Europe from the United States. So that's the goal, and the question is, can we get to that point?
Given the immense operating costs of getting to space, it may be years, if ever, until space tourism becomes a profitable venture for any of these companies. Virgin Galactic, the only publicly traded company of the three, has had a particularly rocky year, initially riding on the momentum of a SPAC deal, but more recently beset by launch delays and major funders, including Branson himself, selling large quantities of their stock in the company.
Space is really, really, really hard, and it's an absolute cliche, but it's one that happens to be very true. It's just really hard to do. That's also the reason that you've seen the delays that, Virgin had talked about flying years and years ago. And it became such a crazy point that Richard Branson actually stopped talking about it when he was asked, because it was never going to be when he predicted. But it's not insurmountable. And, investors have stepped up because this is something that is doable.
Despite the astronomical dangers and costs of getting to space, it may ultimately follow the course of other once fanciful modes of travel.
Wright brothers having, what was by modern standards a very unimpressive first flight, at Kitty Hawk. I mean, you had like less than 20 years later, you had your first airborne ambulances being used to save lives. Fundamentally, the world is a more interesting place when people can go and dance among the stars and such.
The lure of space is innate. It's in our DNA. It's that exploration bug. We are an exploratory species, and we want to go out there and see what's out there.
That vision that I had in 1969 of seeing normal human beings travel into space, it's finally beginning to happen. When you get a bunch of people up there and they can all see it for themselves, that'll create even yet another revolution in how we treat our planet and the way we think about it.
So while 2001 came and went without quite looking like Stanley Kubrick's ultimate space fantasy, 2021 might finally be the year we're catching up.
Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
Most people who visit LA come to see something like this. But I come to see stuff like this.
This grimy part of LA is Hawthorne, California. It's not a lot to look at, but it is where all the aerospace companies are located. The old ones, the new ones like SpaceX, and then even newer companies like the one we're going to visit today that are trying to build rockets faster and cheaper than ever before.
Relativity and its two founders, Tim and Jordan, have a plan to make rockets faster and cheaper than anyone else. To do this, they're looking to build every part of a rocket, its engine, its fuel tanks, and its body, with giant 3D printers.
Relativity is building the first autonomous rocket factory and launch service.
The basic problem that these guys are trying to solve is that rockets remain very expensive and hard to make. SpaceX is the cheapest, most nimble rocket company around, and it charges about $60 million per launch.
So raw materials and propellant are 5% or less of the cost, 80 to 90% are labor, and then the rest are kind of operational fees and things on the launch side. And so it's really how do you take that raw material, make a rocket that's actually going to work, and then fly it in the most efficient way. We believe autonomous manufacturing, which is how we think of 3D printing, really gets us to that point where we save a lot of money.
At this point, you may be thinking, dear God, not another 3D printing thing. But here's the deal. Relativity wants to sell its rockets for $10 million each. Hitting that low everyday price can only happen if machines replace humans on the factory floor. And to put a novel twist on its 3D printers, Relativity is making its own metal, with this guy's help.
So I'm Sam Toneslin. I'm the lead materials engineer at Relativity. I've been in charge of sourcing alloys, designing alloys, and tailoring all of our processes to get the best material properties out of all the parts that we're printing. We are looking at the structure of the materials on a micron level. And so we want to see ductility, strength, formability, all that stuff.
It's insane to try and build a rocket. It's even more insane to have to build the world's largest 3D printer along the way. But there's some reason to think that these two guys in their 20s have a chance at succeeding. The founders both built rockets at USC. After school, Tim took a job at Jeff Bezos' rocket company Blue Origin, where he specialized in 3D printing rocket parts. Jordan ended up at SpaceX, working on engines. Relativity has only been in business for a couple of years and hopes to fly its first rocket in 2021. They've raised about $10 million in funding and count Mark Cuban as one of their investors.
Tell me how you first made your pitch to Mark Cuban. What was the subject line in the email?
The subject line was 3D printing an entire rocket, space is sexy.
And he bit.
And he bit within 5 minutes. Like, his email game is crazy.
With a bit of luck, okay, with a few thousand metric tons of luck, these guys hope not just to make rockets, but to alter the course of how and where humans make all kinds of stuff.
So we think a fully automated 3D printed factory with intelligent manufacturing with a small footprint is what we need when we're going out to Mars and colonizing outside of space. So Relativity's long-term mission is we want to 3D print the first rocket on Mars.
This is like a stepping stone towards this future on Mars.
Mm-hmm. To get to this, million people living and working on Mars, you're going to need industrial technology to complement that. Being able to send these machines and 3D printers will really leverage and augment what they're able to set up early on.
Our generation's biggest problem.
Climate change is happening.
And the world's most innovative solutions.
Transport, industry, buildings, electricity, all of those things.
Everything you need to know about our changing environment, the politics of global warming.
We can and we will deal with climate change.
In the fight against climate change, Bloomberg Green has you covered.
From the US-China trade war, a controversial security law in Hong Kong, building in the South China Sea, to China's global infrastructure projects, there is undeniably a Cold War-like battle for influence on all fronts. And that includes space.
We're in a space race today, just as we were in the 1960s.
Good morning, everyone. We go live now to Blue Origin's facility, just about 35 miles from where I am in Van Horn, Texas, to hear a press conference from the 4 astronauts who have safely returned to Earth, as well as Ariane Cornell, who is Director of Astronaut Sales. Let's listen in.
Side pieces represent the road to space, and our feather logo is the crossbar. And at the top, a tiny blue sapphire to remind these folks that they are from planet Earth and that they have a mission to protect this home. With that said, Oliver, would you join me? Practiced. Let me say something. Oliver, you have received a special gift of the astronaut perspective. I know that you will do good things with it and make the world a better place. Congratulations. Thank you very much. So excited for you guys.
Not yet.
Yeah.
I know you want to.
I'm going to hand you this. Mark, I hope this experience will help you to continue to do the great things you're doing for humankind. Congratulations.
Thank you, Jeff.
Jeff, would you join me, please?
This is so cool. I'm so happy. Thank you, Jeff.
This is such a privilege. There are a few people I know more deserving of this, Jeff. Seriously. And I don't know what you're going to do next, but I can't wait to watch. Congratulations. And Wally, would you join me, please? 60 years, Wally. And I get to pin this on.
Wow, it's the best pin I've ever had in my life. I've had lots of them.
Wally, you continue to inspire us. Thank you so much for doing that. God bless you, and congratulations.
Thank you. More to come.
The first 4 of millions to follow.
Again, the newest international astronauts, the crew of New Shepard. Congratulations, all 4 of you. So, without further ado, how was it? Right. Jeff, what was it like? Was everything you imagined?
I'm going to answer that question, but just real quick.
Please.
I want to thank a few people. First of all of the engineers at Blue Origin who have toiled hard to get this done. The people who build the vehicle, all of our manufacturing people. This is a big team. They've been working on it for many years, and they have done an extraordinary job of building the most reliable, most beautiful, most fun, I mean, I can vouch for that, I'll get to that in a second, vehicle. And we owe them a deep gratitude. And the people who kept us safe today, who operated the vehicle, our trainers, everybody, it's just huge. I also want to thank the town of Van Horn. This is a small and amazing little town, you know, we're making a dent in it, and we appreciate you for allowing us to be part of your town. And then I want to thank every Amazon employee and every Amazon customer, because you guys paid for all of this. So seriously, for every Amazon customer out there and every Amazon employee, thank you from the bottom of my heart very much. It's very appreciated. And, you know, now on to how it felt. Oh my God! My expectations were high and they were dramatically exceeded. We were talking about this a little bit in the car ride on the way back, and I don't know, the zero-G piece may have been one of the biggest surprises because it felt so normal. It felt so almost like we were, as humans, evolved to be in that environment, which I know is impossible, but it felt so serene and peaceful, and the floating. It's actually much nicer than being in full one gravity. It's a very pleasurable experience, just from the way it feels, the tactfulness of it. You know, the most profound piece of it for me was looking out at the Earth and looking at the Earth's atmosphere. Every astronaut, everybody who's been up into space, they say this, that it changes them, and they look at it and they're kind of amazed and awestruck by the Earth and its beauty, but also by its fragility. And I can vouch for that. When I look out, you know, when we're sitting in this room and when we're driving our cars and we're moving around the planet in our normal ways, the atmosphere is so gigantic. You know, we're these tiny little things, and the planet, the atmosphere is so big. But when you get up above it, what you see is it's actually incredibly thin. It's this tiny little fragile thing. And as we move about the planet, we're damaging it. And, you know, so that is, you know, that's a very profound. It's one thing to recognize that intellectually. It's another thing to actually see with your own eyes how fragile it really is. And that was amazing. Who wants to add?
Oliver, you want to tell us how it was? Our first paying customer? Feel like you got your money's worth, sir?
For sure. No, it was so amazing to see it from above and to move around. Like, yeah, I totally agree. It feels so natural, like almost like we should be doing this. And I hope that we are one of the first, and let's hope that many, many more people can do this, because this experience you should share with more and more people. It's so amazing.
And a special congratulations to you on becoming the youngest person to have ever flown in space.
Woo! Thank you.
You brought with you up there the next generation of space explorers, but certainly another flag up there, the Netherlands. To everybody out there, the Netherlands, there's the new Dutch flying man. There you go.
Mark, you should say that thing you told me in the car about the G-forces. I thought that was really interesting.
Well, I was surprised. I mean, they had told us what what the G-forces would feel like on the way up, and you know, again, it's one of those things that you hear about and you anticipate, but you know, you really feel them on the way up. It was incredibly exhilarating, and then you know, on the way back down, what I had not anticipated. So we hit 5 Gs briefly on the way back down, and that's a lot of pressure. And unfortunately, during the status checks for each astronaut, by the time they got to astronaut demo, which was the name I was flying under, we were at 5 Gs. And so they were like, astronaut demo, how you doing? I was like, I'm doing okay. I had a hard time responding, but I'm not sure what that video footage will look like. Probably not very pretty, but it was so exciting.
If you haven't figured it out yet, well, Wally might be the oldest person ever in space, and Oliver the youngest person ever in space. My brother is the funniest person ever in space, for sure. I want to do a couple of more things before we maybe go to next questions, which is I want to recognize 2 people here in the audience. We are honored today to have Alan Shepard's daughters, Laura And Julie, could you stand up just briefly so we could say? And of course, Alan Shepard was a Apollo moonwalker and has a gigantic list of accomplishments. But for our purposes today, the thing that is most interesting about Alan Shepard is that he is the namesake for this vehicle, New Shepard, and that is because the mission profile that we did today is very similar to the one that Alan flew when he became the first American in space, I guess 60-ish years ago. So that is, we're very honored to have you guys here, and thank you for joining us. It's incredible. I got some pictures with them backstage, and I know those are getting blown up big, so thank you. So, and then I have a couple things to show. Let's, can we start? Do you want to talk about the couple of things we flew? Go ahead.
Well, we did, so we had the opportunity to bring with us, it was actually on loan from the Explorers Club. We were able to fly with a piece of canvas from the Wright Flyer. So the plane that the Wright brothers flew, we brought a piece of that canvas with us, which was really powerful, as well as a bronze medallion that was made from the first hot air balloon flight in 1783, which was the first time man ever left the Earth in controlled flight. So we were very thrilled to be able to bring both of those along with us.
And we brought those precious objects back.
Yes, we did. And the Explorers Club will be pleased to hear that.
Yes, they're very happy about that. And we have one more thing, which I would actually just like to show you. If you could, who has the goggles, could you please bring them up to me? Yeah, would you hold that for me?
This is incredible.
So, all right, why don't you stand so you guys can face this? We also flew, these are Amelia Earhart's goggles. The ones she flew across the Atlantic with, solo. And you can see she put tape over them to kind of have less light come in, because it was just so bright all the day and she was flying for so long. And they're just, I like to think that if Amelia were here, she'd be very, very proud of Wally. And I can't resist doing this. So, thank you, Amelia, wherever you are. We hope you're watching all of this. Thank you. These are precious, precious cargo. There you go.
And well, on that note, Wally.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, please go ahead.
Thank you, Lauren. Just reminded me. I have one more thing, which is, and Christina, I might need your help on this, but Mom, could you come up for a second? Where's my mom? Okay, you don't have to come up. I can come to you. I wore this necklace, and it is a Blue Origin feather, and I wore it up into space, and now it's for you. Okay.
And now, Wally, last but not least, Amelia Earhart, what a lovely transition. An aviation icon and now an aerospace, a space icon. What was it like?
Woo! I can't tell you. I had such a good instructor. He took us through everything that we were going to do. So when I went up this morning, the noise wasn't quite as bad. And we went right on up, and I saw darkness. I thought I was going to see the world, but we weren't quite high enough. And I felt great. I felt like I was just laying down. And I was going into space. And I want to thank you, sweetheart, because you made it possible for me. I've been waiting a long time to finally get it up there, and I've done a lot of astronaut training through the world, Russia, America, and I could always beat the guys on what they were doing because I was always stronger, and I've always done everything on my own. And I didn't do dolls. I did outside stuff. and I flew airplanes. I over 19,000 some hours. I loved it. And I loved being here with all of you and your family and the four of us. We had a great time. It was wonderful.
True.
I want to go again fast. And then when I got off the ship, they gave me the tail end of one of the balloons, and I'm going to cherish that forever.
And by the way, we can confirm that Wally, once again in training, outperformed the men on the mission. 100%.
I was going to say, she beat all the three boys up to the top of the crew access tower. Everybody saw that. There's video footage.
We have proof.
Indeed, darling, you did. You did. Well, so Wally Funk, now the world's oldest astronaut to have ever gone to space, and perhaps the first founding member of our Blue Origin frequent flyer program. Sounds like she's ready for it.
When I do lectures or wherever I am around the world in the United States, I'm only 45.
You're being generous. I keep saying every time somebody says, oh, she's 82, I think there's a typo. You're 28, Wally. We know this. Well, thank you so much for giving us your impressions, but let's see it with our own eyes. I'd like to roll the tape of what it was like in the crew capsule.
Go, guys! Okay. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. That's incredible. To space. Unbelievable. Is it everything you thought it would be? Here, look. Oliver. Move your head just a little.
That's great!
Can you move your head a little, Wally?
Oh, yeah. Hi, Mom! I love it.
Oh, wow. Look at the blackness of space. Unbelievable. Here, catch.
Oh, yeah. Finger balls.
Ready?
Woohoo!
Here it comes. Yeah, you just have to wait for it. Who wants a Skittle?
Oh, yeah. Turn one.
With your arm, and I'm going to pull you down. All right, see if you can catch this in your mouth. Yeah! Well done! Here, toss me one. Let me try.
Here it goes. Oh, sorry. Mid fast.
Here, try again.
I can't get it up.
I got you. Oh, wow.
No, awesome.
He coming. Oh.
It's so good.
Here. Oh, wow.
Oh, my God.
Woo!
This is incredible. Enjoy that.
Oh, I love it.
Oh, wow.
Man, this is different, isn't it?
It's a little different. I cannot.
Oh, wow. Guys, take a moment to look outside.
Wonderful.
That was a good catch.
Sorry, go ahead, Mark.
I was just saying that was a good catch.
Wally, was it everything you expected and more? You've been waiting, as you said, 60 years to experience this.
I loved every minute of it. I just wish it had a little longer because I had been in space before. I'm not in space, but up in that area, and could do a lot more rolls and twists and so forth. But there was not quite enough room for all four of us to do all those things. It was great. I loved it. I could hardly wait to go again.
Amen.
Yeah.
Next stop for you is the moon, Wally.
Yes, sir.
Any other impressions now, having seen the video of it? Is it one of those things where you just took it in and it's hard to compare to video? What are other sensations that come from having seen that right now?
It felt way cooler than it looked.
Well, so after, of course, their 4 minutes of weightlessness, the fun that you had, of course, we got you buckled back in, and you descended under those beautiful 3 parachutes. I think we've got another video here of your descent back to our beautiful West Texas Valley. Why don't we roll that right now?
That moment felt pretty good, I'm not going to lie.
That's true. When you see the 3 main chutes out, that's relaxing.
That was so easy. It was just incredible. I didn't feel that.
Well, that's because it's actually the dust kicked up by a cushion of air that makes you only hit it about 1 mile an hour. It feels like if you were to stand up in your chair and just kind of plop down. Our family was happy to see us. That's a good sign.
What was that moment like, coming back and seeing your friends and your family here? You have supported them, or they have supported you, that is, your dreams to get to this point. Oliver, your father is here. Joseph, thank you so much for being here. What was that like?
Yeah, well, he was a bit more emotional than I would have thought. Like, everyone on the ground was way more emotional than we were. We were just having fun.
It's so true. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that our family has been extremely supportive through all of this, and I think that you know, I know that my wife was an absolute rock leading up to this, which made you know, the adventure much easier for me. But I know that when we came down, it was sort of time to let those emotions out a little bit. So it was great to see everybody, and yeah, it was a little more emotional than I had anticipated as well.
Jeff?
Yeah, I mean, you know, I wasn't that nervous, but my family was somewhat anxious about this, and so it was so sweet actually to get hugged by them after landing, especially my kids and Lauren and my mom and dad and really all of you guys, and you know, we have a bunch of close friends here too, and it just makes me realize how much I love you and how much I'm loved.
And Wally, your friend Mary is here.
Yes, I am so happy she's here. She knows what I'm going through. She was one of my flight students, and I've had many.
You have been watching the live post-launch press conference down from Culbertson County, Texas. You're watching Quick Take Stock right now. We've been following the Blue Origin launch very closely today. I'm Jennifer Zapasaja here in New York alongside my Quick Take Stock co-anchor for today, Kriti Gupta. And we are going to be starting off covering all things space related with our very own Tim Stenovic, who is down in Van Horn, Texas, who has been watching this whole entire really exciting, historic day play out. Tim is with us. Also joining us is Andrew Shannon, co-founder and CEO of Procureem, which launched the first pure space ETF in 2019 under the ticker UFO. Thank you all for being here. Tim, really exciting day for you. Let's just start with you. What's your reaction to what you heard from those new astronauts who we have now as part of this world?
It sounds like they're literally on cloud 9 still. So excited to have been able to do this. The flight was just over 10 minutes, and they spent a few minutes in weightlessness, and we saw a video during that press conference that actually showed what they were able to do. Most notable to me was really to hear from Wally Funk. She's 82 years old. She's really been preparing her entire life for this moment to be able to go to space. She trained as an astronaut for the Mercury crew, and she ultimately, the program that she was part of was ultimately canceled. She wasn't able to go to space, but they put her through every test that her male counterparts on the Mercury crew were put through. She outperformed every single one of them. She just now saying that she is ready to go back. As far as things were on the ground here in Van Horn, where I am, 30 some odd miles away from the launch site, I was able to see the rocket take off right over my left shoulder. We heard sonic booms as the capsule made its re-entry, but we heard them significantly later than they heard them on the ground just because of how far away we were. But it did seem like at that moment that time certainly stopped here. Coming up to that moment, guys, we had so many people come and talk to us and just ask us where we were going to be watching from. This was the event here in Van Horn. It attracted not just international media, but also tourists who wanted to come and see the launch. So a really exciting day here in Van Horn.
Well, Andrew, let me bring you in here because we've witnessed a very historic moment here. But let's bring this to the markets. Let's bring this back to the markets. Is this the moment that we're going to remember as the start of a lot of space investing, particularly through ETFs? What's your market take?
This year has already proven to be a pretty phenomenal year for investment in the space industry, both from private companies to SPAC companies looking to successfully de-SPAC, and certainly just new investors coming into this industry. So this is truly an inspirational moment. It's fantastic to see another phenomenal success happen today on the anniversary, the 52nd anniversary of the lunar landing, another great achievement for the overall space economy.
So where does the innovation go next, Andrew? Where does the investment into the innovation go next, in your opinion, now that we've seen Branson and Bezos both accomplish this?
So now we have space tourism. It's here. And if you can afford a ticket, you can get online and possibly be one of these next future astronauts. So, that's a phenomenal thing for the space tourism industry. Looking at Blue Origin, one of their goals is to see permanent colonies and settlements on the moon, and they want to help, participate in that. They also want to be the roadway to space. And to the extent that they're able to use these reusable rockets, dust them off really quickly after they land and send more things into outer space, they're helping to lower the cost of launch. And for the overall industry, that can bring new customers, new governments and agencies, and even individuals that want to experience space or bring their business to space. It makes it that much more realistic. So we're at this new commercialization for the space industry, and this is just one of the many companies that are looking to have a big footprint in that area.
Help us understand what that commercialization of space actually looks like. Adam Jonas at Morgan Stanley says that the space economy is going to triple by the year 2040. That's his base case to just under $1.1 trillion. What does that look like to you? Help us make sense of it.
So when you look at the projections in the current space economy today, which in 2019, the numbers came to roughly $424 billion for this industry, roughly a third of that was represented by satellites and communications companies. And if you look at the projections of Adam Jonas or Bank of America Merrill Lynch, which is projecting roughly $2.7 trillion by 2045, they believe that roughly half of that growth will actually continue to come from communications and satellites. So, someone looking to play the space industry, UFO has many companies providing that satellite exposure, and it's something that many people don't truly understand how important satellites are in our everyday lives, whether you're an individual, a business, or a government.
Andrew, let's talk about the players in this market. We've got Amazon, we've got Virgin Galactic, we've got Tesla to some extent, SpaceX, Elon Musk's company by extension. Let's talk about who else can really get involved here. Are we talking about Lockheed Martin, more aerospace defense companies? Are we talking about potentially big tech driving into the space too? What are your thoughts about those new people who are now going to be benefiting from this drop in barriers of entry?
We are seeing players come from around the world. Space is truly a global industry. In UFO, we have roughly 35 companies with over 80% of the weight of the index is actually focused on these pure play names. So companies deriving a majority of their actual revenues from space. So you have companies like Karman, which is a specialist in GPS, Trimble, which is helping companies track their assets around the world. SES, which is a big communications company out in Europe, MDA, a Canadian company, which just recently IPO'd that helps build the Canadarm, which is something that's used in space to help make repairs. So there's robotics, there's satellites, there's companies that are helping with launch as well. So you really have a very diversified group of companies from around the world that are leading this charge to make space more accessible.
Andrew, do you worry at all about the unpredictability and potentially volatility, though, of the industry? Because, today the launch went well, but, we could see things change depending on different launches. I mean, how much does that concern you?
Safety is absolutely something that needs to be one of the most important milestones and focuses for any of these companies that want to operate in space. And, some people choose to play space by picking an individual company and putting all their eggs in one basket. UFO was designed to provide investors with instant diversification to over currently 30 publicly traded space companies from around the world. So, I don't necessarily believe that this industry is a zero-sum game, and you could have potentially many winners, but certainly also companies that fail. So this is something that, an investor that wants to own a security that has the ability to have an index that rebounds and reconstitutes as the players change over time, as new space industries come into the marketplace and can become accessible for investors. UFO is something that investors can invest in to give them a reduced company risk, as opposed to trying to put all of your eggs in just one basket.
Andrew, paint the picture for us decades from now. I mean, this is something I'm eager to ask you, because if we were to think back to 60 years ago and Alan Shepard's first flight into space as an American, we couldn't imagine that 60 years later we'd be sitting here and Elon Musk would be sending tiny satellites up into the sky to provide internet access to the entire world using satellites, because there was no internet then. So what I'm saying is we don't even know, I think, what the future holds. So as somebody who looks at this closely, what does that vision look like to you?
So we've made incredible strides, and if you took space away from our everyday lives today, it would not look anything like it does now. We are so reliant on space right now. Certain technologies that people are investing tremendous amounts into, like blockchain, 5G, Internet of Things, cloud computing, these in many cases are reliant upon satellite-based systems. But where do we go from there? Well, certainly space tourism has become one of these more emerging industries, but think about infrastructure. It's extremely expensive to send things into outer space. To the extent that we can have a wide network of stations, whether they're permanent colonies on the moon and Mars, which are already projects that are being developed today, to building out larger space stations where you can have governments and agencies and militaries and companies come to do research and to actually build things in outer space. Manufacturing in outer space can become potentially a very large industry in the future, because when you don't have to deal with gravity pulling things down, you can build very large structures. So robotics, different types of things that we will be needing to use in order to build out this infrastructure are other areas that could be incredibly important. 3D printing, if you're able to actually develop the tools that you need in outer space, as opposed to having to send up these items every time you want to use them, all of these can be revolutionary game changers. And also, don't sleep on what militaries are doing around the world. China wants to build a permanent lunar research base by 2028 and a potential permanent military base by 2030, and doing some of this in conjunction with Russia. It's not just the US that has aspirations for space. This is truly something that countries around the globe want to have a large presence, and military surveillance, security are all things that need to be considered and things that are being worked on today.
Absolutely, a lot to pay attention to. Andrew Chanin, co-founder and CEO of Procure AM. Thank you so much for joining us on this historic day. And Tim, we're going to say bye to you down in Van Horn, Texas for us. Thank you both for being with us today. Up next, we'll keep the space theme going with David Rubenstein, but we'll also talk about his interview with the head of JP Morgan's wealth management arm, which is sending a warning to retail investors. We'll be back in 2 minutes. You're streaming Quick Take Stock.
Our generation's biggest problem.
Climate change is happening.
And the world's most innovative solutions.
Transport, industry, buildings, electricity, all of those things.
Everything you need to know about our changing environment, the politics of global warming.
We can and we will deal with climate change.
In the fight against climate change, Bloomberg Green has you covered.
Billionaire Jeff Bezos and 3 others are resting comfortably, as you can see, back on Earth after Blue Origin's first flight to space with passengers aboard, and it went off without a hitch, as we've been following all morning. The capsule reached an altitude of more than 62 miles before descending. It's a milestone in the company's effort to make space tourism viable. With me now to discuss the future of space travel as a business and so much more is David Rubenstein, co-founder of the Carlyle Group and host of Bloomberg Wealth with David Rubenstein. David, thank you so much for being with me on this historic day. So you have interviewed Jeff Bezos before about his passion for space. He's had it since he was young. How significant is this day for him?
Well, to him, this is one of the most significant things he's doing with his life. He built a great company. He's the richest man in the world, and he would say he's happy with that. But he thinks that when history is recorded, what he will have done in space will be more significant. And he regards it as a much more serious accomplishment of what he's done with his life so far.
But he is facing a lot of criticism from people who say he's not investing enough into what is happening here on Earth. I mean, how does he push back against that?
Well, he does give away a lot of money. He's given away a lot of money for homelessness and other kinds of things and things relating to climate change. But he has so much money, more than $200 billion. So he doesn't give it all away to that kind of thing, but he does do some of the things in that area. But most importantly, he has a vision. I remember when I met with him when he was just starting Amazon, and he had a vision of selling everything over the internet, and I thought it was ridiculous, of course. He now has a vision of space travel, and I didn't think realistically when he started it he could do it, but he's pulled it off. You know, never underestimate Jeff Bezos. He's really incredible what he pulls off.
Do you see potential investment opportunities in space? I mean, we were just talking to somebody about this. What do you see as the future?
It's a great opportunity. I have invested in that area personally. I will continue to do so because clearly space travel and things related to it will be quite important in the future. I've invested in things relating to the next space station that's going to be built, the International Space Station we have now. Ultimately will come down. There'll be a new space station built largely for Americans. And I think that's going to be an opportunity. An opportunity to do travel in space is going to be important. So I think it's a good opportunity. And clearly, look at SpaceX. It's going to be doing another series of things that are quite extraordinary. So you have SpaceX, you have Virgin Galactic, and you have Blue Origin, all quite impressive. But there are many other companies that aren't as famous that are out there going to do quite well.
And that's where you're investing right now.
I am doing some investing there, and I think it's likely to do quite well.
And what do you make of sort of the space race that we are seeing between Jeff Bezos, Richard Branson, Elon Musk? I wonder what's your take on that?
Well, competition is generally a good thing. And it's no different than the competition you have in other areas of business. So we have competition in virtually every area of business. This gets a lot more attention because it's so unique and so different. And we remember the space travel of the 1960s and 70s and how that was so historic. And while we haven't had that recently, now people are getting to relive that. And many people who didn't live through that, you're too young to have lived through that, but people that didn't live through that are now getting the chance to live again and see the excitement of space. So what we saw today was Jeff Bezos going up, and you could argue risking his life and risking his brother's life, because you go 62 miles up in space, you know, something good has to happen to make sure you come down successfully, but it worked out. And so I think his family was nervous about it, but it worked out.
So it's safe to say you're looking forward to the next opportunity.
Well, I'm looking for the investment opportunities. I'm not sure that I am probably a good candidate to go up in space, but somebody older than me went up today, and so maybe I'll do it myself. Who knows?
I know. Wally Funk was very excited about that. David, you know, we also wanted to talk to you about a number of other things. You have a new interview out today, and, you know, we're talking to you today, a day after we saw a pretty not historic, but a pretty record market sell-off. Wanted to get your take on that first. Where are we at in the economic recovery?
Whenever you have a weekend and you get some bad news, the first day, things that happen Monday is there's a sell-off. So we had some bad news. People got nervous about the Delta variant. But the truth is the markets have come back and regained about half the losses from yesterday today. And I suspect the markets are still in pretty good shape and will be as long as interest rates stay low. Now, people are worried about the Delta variant, and they should be. But generally, I think country is coming back and the economy is coming back. So while there might be a blip or two occasionally in moving back into a full kind of a work environment, I think generally we're heading in that direction. So I'm not that worried about the Delta variant, relatively speaking. And I do think the economy and the markets are going to come back.
And did your guest, Mary Callahan-Erdo, she's from JP Morgan, what did she think about where we're at right now with the market? Because yesterday, I mean, it spooked a lot of people. Stocks are rebounding today, but I wonder what she said when you spoke with her.
Well, Mary is the head of asset management and private wealth management for JP Morgan. And that's a gigantic area. She's managing about $3 trillion. And in recent years, as more and more people get wealthy, they want people to help manage their money. And so on the show, we're talking about what people should do if they don't have their own family office, but they want to give money to somebody to manage for them. And that's what she really does. She manages money for a lot of very wealthy people, and as do other organizations, but theirs is about the biggest in the world.
And I wanted to play a little bit of sound from your interview with her and talk to you out of it. So let's listen to a few minutes.
If you look over the past year, I mean, many people have had average balance portfolios up 30%. And then, of course, that's what they become accustomed to. And they want to hear from someone that's going to say, I can get you another 30%. But if something sounds too good to be true, that's probably another rule you should maybe add to the rule. If it's too good to be true, high likelihood that it is.
So I'm not sure if you heard that, David, but of course you did the interview. She's talking a little bit about where to invest, diversifying your portfolio. What else did she have to say for new investors, for retail investors who are still, new to this game right now?
Well, I think there are three different things we talked about together, and I guess three rules that I would give to people about managing their wealth, which I think she agrees with, and she said as well. Number one, make sure you have experts who know what they're doing managing your money. Don't try to be an expert yourself when you're really not. Two, diversify. Don't put all your eggs in one basket. And three, don't lose what you have. A lot of times people think they're geniuses and they made money in area A and they're going to make money in investing, and that rarely happens. There are very few people who are geniuses in investing as well as other things. And so her point is, make certain you know what you're doing, have good people, diversify, and don't try to make fortunes on one or two investments. Remember, if you make 6 or 7 or 8% a year, compounded over 4 or 5, 6 years, that's a fair amount of money. So just make certain you don't lose what you have, and that's one of her main messages.
And she's speaking specifically to people who are new in the industry, correct?
Yes, a lot of times people make a lot of money in one area, and all of a sudden they're worth a lot of money. What do they do with it? Well, they might turn it over to their cousin to manage, or the cousin may not be an expert, or they might turn it over to a child to manage. A child might not be an expert in it. Her point is, make sure you have people know what they're doing, and she's one of the biggest in the world in doing this, managing money for wealthy people. Lots of people do it, and Mary Erdos has done it as well as anybody. She oversees the entire JP Morgan private net worth investment arm.
And in addition to what you spoke to her about, she talked to you about how new bankers need 72 hours a week of training when they're starting off. I think that was really interesting because we're speaking at a time where a lot of bankers are leaving the industry because of burnout. I mean, what do you think about what it is that she said?
Well, I don't think you can do anything great 40 hours a week. In other words, you can work 40 hours a week, but if you're really going to master a subject, it takes more time than that. And if you're not prepared to do that, you can do something else. But if you want to be at the top of the profession, which is very competitive, like private and wealth management, it's going to get put in the hours, and it takes a while. Nobody ever won a Nobel Prize 40 hours a week. If you're really going to be great and really make a real difference in the world, it puts in more hours than 40 hours. Now, some people may not want to do that. They have family reasons, other personal reasons not to do that. That's okay. But if you really want to be a superstar in one area, like private net wealth management, you really have to, I think, put in the hours, and that's what she was saying.
So it's a little bit specific to exactly what it is that she's doing.
You have to learn what you're doing. You just can't say to somebody who comes in, I'll manage your money for you, and not know what you're doing. You have to make certain you know what they want, you have to know what the available options are, and you have to make certain that they have a realistic expectation of what you can do for them.
And we're hearing some other banks, though, are offering things like Pelotons or other gifts to get bankers to stick around, young bankers to stick around. So, people taking different approaches.
Well, in the end, I think Pelotons, while they might be very nice, will not probably get people to do some things that they probably otherwise wouldn't do on the whole. And generally, if you're going to be really good in the private wealth management business, it just takes time and energy, and you really want to be trained by people that know what they're doing. And so some places like JP Morgan can really train you very well.
Wow, takes a lot of work. Well, David, we really appreciate you coming on and talking to us about this upcoming interview that you are having, that's going to be airing actually soon. David Rubenstein, thank you so much for your time. And there's a promo right there. You can watch JP Morgan's Mary Callahan Erdos share her wealth management tactics on Bloomberg Wealth with David Rubenstein tonight at 9 p.m. Eastern. All right, we'll be right back. This is Quick Take Stock.
Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
Our generation's biggest problem.
Climate change is happening.
And the world's most innovative solutions.
Transport, industry, buildings, electricity, all of those things.
Everything you need to know about our changing environment, the politics of global warming.
We can and we will deal with climate change.
In the fight against climate change, Bloomberg Green has you covered.
Well, let's talk Bitcoin right now, because while equities have bounced back today, the Bitcoin sell-off is continuing down right now, hanging around that crucial 30,000 level, just shy, about 29,000 handle. And that's a level a lot of Bitcoin watchers are talking about. Jen, it's hard to believe a Bitcoin has hit this record, almost 65,000 mid-April, and here we are today.
I know, and really we've been talking about the fact that that $30,000 mark is really where people are going to be paying attention to. Our colleague John Authors is saying that the sell-off in Bitcoin is stunningly similar to the last Bitcoin crash back in 2017.
He makes the argument that history is repeating itself, which, you know, this is something we look at in financial markets. History always repeats itself. And now the question here, though, is just how far it'll drop, because last time it was a brand new kind of exciting asset class. People were diving in and the people pulled out for that same reason. The question now is this a kind of post-pandemic return to normal vibe, or what are we talking about here?
Right, and what about these other cryptocurrencies that we're seeing, Kriti?
Yeah, well, I mean, hey, look, Ethereum, whatever that, Dogecoin, oh, there you go. Sorry, we have a weird ticker, my bad. So Ethereum is really going to be the one that people are watching right now, Jen, because this is the one that has a lot of different kind of blockchain technologies on it. Your NFTs are, of course, using Ethereum. So that's the one a lot of people are watching right now. But when Bitcoin starts to slide, it takes everything down with it. That's pretty clear today.
Yeah, and we're seeing a lot of that over the past few days. Kriti, that'll do it for Quick Take Stock today. Thanks so much for your time. We'll be back here tomorrow. Tim will be back here tomorrow. I'm Jennifer Zabasaja in New York.
Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
Our generation's biggest problem.
Climate change is happening.
And the world's most innovative solutions.
Transport, industry, buildings, electricity, all of those things.
Everything you need to know about our changing environment, the politics of global warming.
We can and we will deal with climate change.
In the fight against climate change, Bloomberg Green has you covered.
We used to think that the brain controlled all our movement. So when you had a spinal cord injury, if you lost that communication between the brain and the spinal cord, there's really nothing you can do unless you regenerate that connection. It turns out the spinal cord has much more of a sophisticated role than we thought before. We can stimulate the neural networks in the spinal cord. We can help the spinal cord relearn how to do things it was able to do before injury.
I was supposed to have been an individual that was going to live and die from this chair. I mean, with the epidural stimulator, it's so close to the point of just move this leg. You're growing the ability to recovery. I really think that it's going to give me the availability to get out of this chair. Growing up, we started out with go-karts, and then we got into bicycles and everything. My grandpa took me to my first Supercross race. Seeing that and instilled me with this want that that's what I wanted to do. My career was at the point where I was amateur pro. There was a couple races, and then I had my pro points where then I could race the stuff that you see on TV. I went out and I was testing a new motorcycle that I just got, and it was like a 100-foot jump. Right off the face of that jump, I remember the motor just locked up. It had me pinned, and then it just and just tumble. And some people came up to me and like, you okay? And I'm like, no, I don't think so. Can you get up? I was like, no. You're paralyzed from the waist down. You're complete injury. You can't feel anything. You're not going to regain any mobility, any function. From here on out, you're going to have daily care, more than likely. You're going to live from a wheelchair, and that was a lot to swallow. Basically how I took it was that from that point on, my life was starting to end versus it continuing to be an adventure. That was how it felt to me. When I got that prognosis, the first thing I went to was looking at centers that offered rehab and locomotor training, and which were the top ones. That was where I kind of heard through the grapevine that they had a guy in Louisville that was going through the procedure for the epidural stimulator. And they were seeing some very interesting things happen.
We were doing a series of experiments. We implanted the individual with the epidural stimulator. He was laying down, and he, on his own, tried to move voluntarily. He tried to move his toes, and he wiggled his toe. I said, holy We did not anticipate that. We tested it, the stimulator off, and they cannot move. When you turn the stimulator on, they're able to move.
Like, this dude's got a switch that just makes him normal. That's how it was making me perceive it.
Our whole theory about how the motor system works was challenged. So the traditional way of thinking about a spinal cord injury is that the brain is the primary controller of movement and function. But it turns out the spinal circuitry is as smart as the brain. It can learn, it can remember, it can forget, and it can make decisions. How we actually walk is this circuitry already has in it the ability to generate patterns to walk. As devastating as a spinal cord injury is, that circuitry still has the ability to do that, but it loses what we would call state of excitability. So the epidural stimulator is an off-the-shelf pain stimulator that's used in people for pain. It has a lead that's placed in the lower spinal cord, and it generates an electric field. So the stimulator actually helps those neurons that are still viable, that are still alive, to be able to function like they did before.
It's 5 days a week, 2 sessions a day. It started with a toe, and then it started with an ankle, and then it started with a leg. 12 sessions in, I got my first jolt of independence in standing. It's gotten to the point now where it just happens naturally. I just lean forward on my walker and think that I want to stand, and I stand, and my legs, they hold me. When you immediately turn it on, you don't really notice, but once you get a couple volts up, it's like you feel the body charged and ready. When you're trying, you feel that go through your head, from your brain, down your spine, to that leg.
Give them some body weight support, keep them balanced, and then people move their legs in a walking-like pattern. That sends the right information about walking back to the spinal cord, which it's expecting. And because the spinal cord's smart and it can learn, it starts relearning how to walk again with that information and the person thinking about walking. And over time, in some people, they are able to step independently, and in 2 people, walk completely independently from physical assistance, but just use a walker or canes to walk over ground.
The biggest thing is feeling it, because after injury you feel nothing. And when you execute those movements, you feel them.
It's going to be a really quick move. Shift and unload. There you go.
I exploded a vertebrae. What is known before all this is there's no way, no how that I'd ever be able to take a step again, but that's wrong.
The next step really needs to be to design one that is very specific for this use. So the device that we envision is akin to a smartphone. It can be voice activated. It says, okay, I want to stand now. So you have your stand program. I want to walk now. You have your walk program. It has closed loop feedback. The blood pressure is monitored. Do all of this as autonomously as possible. This is not a cure. There's not going to be a silver bullet for this. There's not anywhere, I think, in the near horizon where we're going to completely regenerate the spinal cord after an injury. But if we can make an incremental change in function, it improves their participation in life.
One of the things that hits you when you're in the hospital, am I ever going to get married? Am I going to have kids? And at this point, I'm married. And the epidural stimulator program gave me the ability to stand at my wedding. As soon as she started walking down the aisle, the emotion just hit me. Like, I don't really cry, but man, I was bawling. Even getting to dance with my mom, I mean, that was so awesome. And I feel so close to the kids thing. Like, I know it's coming.
Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
Our generation's biggest problem.
Climate change is happening.
And the world's most innovative solutions.
Transport, industry, buildings, electricity, all of those things.
Everything you need to know about our changing environment, the politics of global warming.
We can and we will deal with climate change.
In the fight against climate change, Bloomberg Green has you covered.
Defects in retinal genes cause a devastating form of childhood blindness. Gene therapy is really, I think, at the forefront of treating retinal degenerations. There are now over 20 clinical trials addressing various diseases in ways that we didn't really think possible before.
Come on. Having to make a decision on his behalf has been a real struggle. This treatment could change our lives. This could stop a truly terrible disease.
As we tackle the problem of childhood blindness, this is going to be a real breakthrough in our ability to change the course of the disease in a way we never thought possible.
Maverick is my firstborn child. He has been the most amazing child to raise from the day that he was born. I didn't have a lot of experience with babies before I had him, but I just noticed that he had a blank stare. Checked his tracking vision and it was non-existent. We went through all the genetic testing and it came back positive for Leber's congenital amaurosis with a specific genetic marker of RPE65. The cones and the rods in the eyes don't allow for light perception. So he is legally blind with specifically low light blindness. He also doesn't have peripheral vision or vision below his waist. It's almost tunnel vision.
Oh, I need a parachute now, help me!
Up here is my room. And these are my pillows. This is my eye patch.
It has to be the right lighting for him to see. Once the sun goes down, his world is very dark. We take him inside, turn on all the lights until it's time for bed. Maverick's condition is degenerative. There is no time frame of when the degeneration will take place, but it is a well-known fact that he will be completely blind in later years.
It took his thoughts quite some time to subside into sense of fire and sulfur, a torched landscape.
In December of 2017, the FDA approved gene therapy for Maverick's specific condition. And so we went and talked to Dr. Nagel shortly after it was approved.
Maverick was 6 years old when I first met him, and this family for a long time had struggled with getting a diagnosis, and then were very excited finally to hear that there was a treatment. Luxturna is a gene replacement therapy whereby we're delivering a normal, healthy copy of the RPE65 gene to patients who have 2 defective copies. This medication is a virus which has essentially been modified, so its only job is to deliver the genetic material. We deliver this virus with a very fine needle underneath the retina. And then we have a healthy copy of a gene that's been missing in the cells that normally make it. Unfortunately, with this disease, the cells that absorb the light, the photoreceptors, are constantly degenerating. And there gets to be a point where there simply aren't enough cells to function, even if we were to deliver that gene back. So it makes a lot of sense to treat earlier pediatric patients, young patients, when they have those cells there and just need the normal copy of the gene to make the protein and thus function again. So treatment early in children is really the way to go to achieve the best results. Here at Children's Hospital Los Angeles, we've treated 17 patients, so 34 eyes. We have data that the treatment effect is stable without any loss in function. 5 years ago, there were no treatments for this disease and for the bulk of retinal degenerations. These patients, if they were lucky, got a diagnosis with genetic testing, but beyond that, there wasn't much that we could do aside from get the most out of the vision that they have. Since the FDA approval of Luxturna, that's really opened the door to not just treating this relatively rare retinal degeneration, but essentially any retinal degeneration.
This has been probably the most difficult decision that I've ever had to make in my entire life. It makes me very nervous because it is so new. If it doesn't go well, it's my fault because I chose to do this to my child. I honestly feel like I hit the jackpot when I had Maverick. I don't know any other 7-year-old kid that could handle everything that he has been through with such appreciation for life. You know, he is willing to do or try anything.
All right, here we go.
After today, our life could potentially change forever. Love you.
He might go back home and for the first time have fun with his friends by the pool as it's getting dark, ride his bike at dusk, go trick-or-treating. These are the sort of improvements that really change a child's life, and the motor confidence that comes with ambulating and interacting with the environment in a way that they couldn't before, I think really has lifelong consequences.
It takes 7 days for the corrected DNA to be absorbed. So at 7 days, he could potentially see again. It just comes in very small doses, and it could take up to 4 months, they said. Maverick had his 2 surgeries, and we are home. The first day that I really noticed that something was different was riding in a car, and he said, "Mom, I'm just looking outside and I'm seeing what is outside the windows. Like, I've never been able to see through the windows." It seemed so small, but it was really life-changing for him to be able to look out of a window. Ready? Okay, listen to me. One more game of tag. Maverick, sit. Ready? One more game.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm coming out! I see you
In the past 7 years, we don't even come in the backyard at night. It's a true miracle.
You cannot stop me!
Okay, I got Maverick. Willow, come here, get him.
He has a whole new level of independence, and he is ready to conquer anything that is given to him.
Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
Our generation's biggest problem.
Climate change is happening.
And the world's most innovative solutions.
Transport, industry, buildings, electricity, all of those things.
Everything you need to know about our changing environment, the politics of global warming.
We can and we will deal with climate change.
In the fight against climate change, Bloomberg Green has you covered.
Everything I do comes from seeing patients and not having an answer for how to help them. Right now, all of us are using mobile technologies and computers for typing and texting and sending messages, generating language. Folks with locked-in syndrome don't have any way to do that.
Gregory had brain damage. I don't think he'll ever be able to do this. And Dr. Melanie said, it is.
Building new things has led to some of humanity's biggest leaps forward. We made tools, forged new materials, and learned to produce them for millions, and then billions. With every new innovation comes new industries, new economies, new challenges. And we're always looking for what comes next.
3, 2, 1. SpaceX Falcon Heavy, go for launch.
The industrialization of space, I think, will be one of the great economic booms of this century.
Space offers a whole new environment to create things we can't make on Earth.
Gravity in general is something that we all just take for granted because it's just always here. It affects everything. What becomes interesting is what happens when you take that away.
Private companies are creating new materials, 3D printing tools, even living tissue, and developing the technology to build entire factories in space. If successful, for-profit manufacturing could lead to a new gold rush, launching the business of space to its next giant leap.
Elon Musk and Richard Branson and Jeff Bezos and many other industrialists, they're making big investments to go up there, but there has to be a why. There has to be a reason to go to space.
We want to see a very robust commercial marketplace in space, but the other thing that we have to do is we have to prove the industries that ultimately are going to be able to take advantage of the microgravity environment of space.
In space, we're opening the way to private enterprise.
Since the 1980s, companies have been investigating the unique properties of microgravity, yielding major breakthroughs in the areas of biomedicine and advanced materials research. And now some are looking to start production.
Manufacturing in space has at its core the following idea. This extraordinary environment with a completely different set of environmental factors than the Earth can enable you to manufacture things that you couldn't manufacture on Earth that have value.
Our economy has historically been a value-added economy, right? We take raw material and we turn it into steel, and we sell that steel for profit. Finding new ways of making things is historically the makings of economic boom.
3, 2, 1, 0. Ignition. Liftoff.
In July of 2019, SpaceX's CRS-18 launched with over a dozen new research projects, including investigations being conducted by Goodyear and Adidas. Both companies hope that studying their products in microgravity could unlock new opportunities. Also aboard the mission is a biomaterial 3D printer, and with it, the chance to print whole human organs.
Spock, BFF on Site 4. Go ahead. So you were working with DMC to go ahead and get our command window open a little early, correct?
Yes, bandwidth is available.
Okay, so I'm just testing where the numbers are and making sure they're to a hard stop.
Christina, we should be good to go hands-free now. Copy the thumbs up. We do want to start by opening up the cassette kit.
It's just past 3 a.m. and the team at TechShot is prepping their initial printing run for the newly arrived Biofabrication Facility, or BFF. Fueled by coffee and the type of food you might expect to find at 3 a.m, the team is working directly with astronauts aboard the ISS, all from the comfort of TechShot headquarters, located just outside Louisville, Kentucky.
Now we want to double check that the smart pumps are in the up position. We're going to be sliding the cassette in, and we just don't want to bump them with the cassette.
I see.
That looks great. We are good to go ahead and put the door back on.
Okay, copy that.
We'll be able to do some printing.
Definitely.
From the outside, the BFF doesn't look that much different to traditional 3D printers. But inside, these smart pumps are being loaded with living cells. And for the company, all eyes are focused on the inaugural drop, paving the first biological brick on the long road to printing human organs.
Currently, there's over 113,000 people on the organ donation list, and 22 people are dying every day because there's not an organ available. BFF has that long-term potential to someday maybe be able to provide some hope and a cure for some of those people.
This is John Vellinger, the CEO of TechShot, a company he co-founded over 30 years ago. While his latest project just succeeded in its initial test prints, the BFF has a long way to go before it's printing anything as complex as a human liver or heart.
TechShot is demonstrating the BFF technology with this current flight, and we anticipate being able to print organs and structures might be 5 to 10 years out.
Bioprinters have been on Earth for over a decade and can print things like ear and nose cartilage that are living tissue. But for complex systems like organs, the difficulty has been printing the vascular networks within the tissue itself. Without vascular tissue to distribute the needed nutrients, any printed cells would die off well before they could be used. And TechShot believes that gravity is a big part of the challenge.
So let's just say that you want to create something that has one layer of cells, and then on top of that, a different layer of cells, and then on top of that, like a third layer of cells. So one way that you could do that would be to just print one cell in a layer, and then your second layer with another type of cell, and then your third layer with another type of cell. But depending on those materials, over a short period of time, those cells may not stay in those layers. They may settle out and then end up combining.
You know, you think of, printing, if you tried to print with water here on Earth, you know what would happen. It would just squirt out like out of a water gun. And that is because in a gravity environment, everything wants to just squirt out and wet out and spread out. But in the microgravity environment, you don't have to worry about any of that. So you have a much wider range of materials that you can print with.
To combat the effects of gravity on Earth, researchers have used scaffolded structures in order to support the growing cells.
The problem is a lot of ways that is accomplished isn't necessarily the best for biology. It can limit the types of materials that you can use, and it can also limit the types of cells that can really thrive in that environment. In microgravity, you wouldn't necessarily have to do that. You could have your different layers or areas or sections of different types of cells and put them next to each other, and there are no other forces that are going to cause them to mix. So you have this opportunity to be able to make these small regions in 3 dimensions in a different type of way and different type of structure that would be very difficult to do on the ground.
Microgravity-enabled bioprinting still has numerous hurdles to cross before it can produce a product for sale. Only now that the printer is operating aboard the ISS can researchers begin to understand the correct materials and process necessary not only to print organs, but to culture and preserve them long enough to return back to Earth. But all that time and research is part of TechShot's plan.
TechShot's business model is to be a tech engine. We're generating new technologies. And then if we feel like that technology has a potential, commercial potential, we spin that off into a different company or to a different group.
They liken their business to Levi Strauss in the 1800s. During the gold rush, Levi Strauss started out by providing canvas material for tents and wagons. And when those miners needed a more durable fabric, the now iconic blue jeans were born.
The business model of selling pickaxes as opposed to going out and panning for gold really certainly applies to space, and there are many companies at the component level that are providing products and services to launch companies, to satellite operators, to NASA. One of the challenges in that business model is you need a gold rush.
It's not clear that 3D printed organs could set off any kind of a gold rush to space, so in order to stay in business, TechShot needs to have other projects, making sure it doesn't keep all of its eggs in one satellite.
This is my science fair project that I started in 8th grade. The whole experiment was to see how would the chicken embryo develop in space without the presence of gravity. This science project evolved into the space shuttle project.
Imagine this chicken egg in the back of the barnyard. Gravity is causing the yolk to fall to the bottom of the egg. Now the hen has a natural instinct of turning that egg around. So therefore the yolk will go back up to the top, and gravity pulls it back down to the bottom again. Now what would happen to that egg up in space?
The project was sponsored by Kentucky Fried Chicken, in which their worldwide headquarters is located in Louisville. And so the engineer that I worked with, Mark Deucer, he and I are the ones that decided to start TechShot and start it right here in Louisville, Kentucky. We started in a motel. It was just two rooms, and eventually we went into 4 rooms of the motel. And then as TechShot matured and developed and gained more projects and more opportunities, then we decided, we're in this for the long haul. And so we built a world-class research facility here that we're sitting in today.
And here, just across the street from that first motel room, TechShot is currently working on 15 active projects, creating technology for NASA, the military, and major pharmaceutical companies, all with the goal to support researchers in microgravity.
Last year was TechShot's best year in its history. I think that's reflective of the excitement of the new opportunities that are out there for space.
And if they're lucky, one of these projects could yield that catalyst of a space gold rush. But they aren't alone in this race. Another company located in Silicon Valley views making things in space as core to their mission, even down to their name. This is fiber optic cable. It works because the fiber reflects light over and over inside the structure. And even if you bend it, the light still comes through the other end. But in this application, it's nothing more than a modern-looking lava lamp. The best fiber optic cable is being used to transmit data all over the world. In fact, undersea cables carry 99% of all the data that crosses oceans. Optical fiber, usually made from silica, is important because it can transmit data incredibly quickly over a long distance before needing to have its signal amplified. But research done by the US Air Force in the 1990s proved that it would be possible to produce a fiber known as Z-blan that could far exceed traditional silica fiber. The only catch, it needs to be made in microgravity.
Z-Blend is an optical glass that has a transmission window that's about 5 times wider than traditional silica glass, and it has a signal loss that's 10 to 100 times better than traditional silica glass.
This is Andrew Rush, the CEO of Made in Space, a company with a mission to create a new industrial foothold in space. And it sees Z-Blend as potentially the first material that can be made in space and sold on Earth.
So this is a preform of Z-Blend. It starts out as this nice dog bone cylinder, and then it gets inserted into a furnace. This gets thinner and thinner, thinner than the width of your own hair, and then you start pulling that. And so if everything works out, you get a spool like this from our earlier test runs. Basically, it looks like fishing line.
While it is possible to produce Z-Blend on Earth, it's nowhere near the potential of what you can produce in microgravity.
Earth manufactured Z-Blend suffers from too many crystals in the material, and basically what happens is when light or power goes through these crystal domains, they reduce each time, creating a power loss throughout the length of fiber you're going through. Microgravity suppresses these formations, and doing so creates more of a monocrystalline structure, so you don't have all these domain drops, and you have less of a power drop over that length of fiber. You know, you can go transatlantic and transpacific without having repeaters in the lines like traditional fiber lines do today.
You can imagine providing 5, 10, 50 times more bandwidth down the same line of fiber by using Z-Blend instead of silica. That you begin to scratch the surface of the economic potential of Z-Blend.
They estimate that a kilogram of Z-Blend could sell for tens, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars, and that high price per kilogram is important when it comes to space manufacturing.
Historically, a barrier to doing a lot of commercial activity in space has been that it costs so much money to get to space, do things, and then come back. You know, it can literally cost like tens of thousands of dollars a kilogram to launch, operate, and return. And that's why things like Z-Blend are so attractive, because we can sustainably sell them for tens of thousands of dollars a kilogram.
Meaning at some point, whole factories could be created in space, receiving raw material from the ground and shipping microgravity-enabled Z-Blend back to Earth. But the problem is, it's all still theoretical. Made in Space has been working on Z-Blend for over 4 years and has flown 4 missions to test their manufacturing techniques, with more planned in the future. But they still expect to be a few years away from producing a product that could be sold on Earth, let alone scaling that to larger industries.
It's very interesting and a little counterintuitive. The most successful companies in space are the companies that consistently say, how can I do this on Earth? There have been many products that started with the vision of actually manufacturing in space and ended up with a discovery phase in space and manufacturing on Earth. And that's good news for consumers. That's good news for the end users of those products, because that reduces costs. You don't build your manufacturing plant on the most expensive real estate you can possibly get a hold of. You build your manufacturing plant where you can manufacture economically.
For Made in Space, though, discovering the first product that can truly be made in space is more than just profit and loss.
The establishment of space manufacturer Z-Blend as a product line is core to our vision, right? That's the industrialization of space, right there. That's the Netscape moment of low Earth orbit commercialization. If in our research and development for Z-Blend, say, we found ways of improving Z-Blend that we could actually apply terrestrially, like apply in a gravity field, we would be excited about that. You know, for us, we'd take the profits from that and plow that back into doing more cool space stuff.
And while the company is also investigating other materials like Z-Blend that can be produced in space, they've already laid the groundwork for a whole new way of thinking about in-space manufacturing. And they call it Archinaut.
So Archinaut is one of many steps toward those broader visions.
Archinaut is more of a capability than a thing. The capability can enable virtually anything you can think of in terms of structures in space. You can build large things, small things that are optimized, it doesn't really matter.
Archinaut blends robotic manufacturing with 3D printing, allowing it to create and assemble products in space. meaning instead of flying something like, say, a satellite to space, you could create them there. But before Made in Space can use Archanaut as an in-space factory, it needs to turn its vision into a sustainable business.
There is no shortage in space of visionaries.
What I really want to try to achieve here is to make Mars seem possible.
The visionaries that we are seeing succeed are the visionaries that attach their vision to an incremental pathway.
We've been very fortunate to work closely with NASA for a number of years in developing gravity-independent manufacturing technologies. And the first one of those technologies that we really tackled was 3D printing.
International Space Station has its own 3D printer, and look at this. Astronauts created the first object to be made with it. It's a white printer part.
The first print that we did was a plate for the printer, and it said NASA and it said Made in Space on it.
Is it fair to say like the first thing you made in space is a marketing material?
I mean, we actually kind of joked that the first thing we did was demonstrate that you could make like self-repairing robots in space.
To date, Made in Space has created over 200 objects aboard the ISS. And with its second printer, named the Additive Manufacturing Facility, they were able to not only prove their technology, but turn it into a business.
We struck kind of an interesting deal with them where we actually retained ownership of the device and actually operated as a service and printed parts for NASA, for other individuals, for companies, for schools. So really starting to build almost this machine shop in space kind of business model. The approach that we've taken at Made in Space has been to have this really inspiring big vision. We take that big vision and we decompose that into digestible chunks, like steps along that path toward these fantastic futures.
And that first incremental step for Archanaut is to change how we think about manufacturing satellites.
Archanaut 1 project is a free-flying satellite which will manufacture 10-meter booms, and those 10-meter booms will have solar arrays on them which allow a small sat to manufacture on the order of about 1 kilowatt of power.
The Archanaut 1 mission will launch in 2022. It's part of a public-private partnership with NASA, and the project aims to reduce the cost of putting satellites into orbit. While satellites have been getting smaller, if you need a satellite that'll require lots of power, you'll most likely need a massive solar array. But large arrays are difficult to fit into rocket payloads, the so-called tyranny of the fairing, and it gets expensive. One way around this problem was to spend heavily on engineers to devise solutions for folding arrays into compact configurations. Then deploy at their full size once in space. But all that work and extra weight on a rocket can add tens if not hundreds of millions of dollars to a launch cost. Archanaut gives satellite makers a new option. Include a 3D printer and robotic arm onto their existing satellites and let Archanaut build their very large solar arrays in space. This could reduce the cost of getting power-hungry satellites into orbit and potentially open up whole new industries to space.
Probably the most significant factor for the financial success of a space-based or space-related business is economies of scale. The more activity there is, the more feasible it is.
Both Made in Space and NASA hopes that Archanaut will help reduce the cost of doing business in space. But it's still unclear whether larger and cheaper solar arrays is the answer to finding scale in production.
A successful strategy for manufacturing in space is to demonstrate capabilities and to have adaptable capabilities that can serve different customers.
When you combine that robotic assembly and additive manufacturing, it really opens the door for customization for clients.
Folks may say, hey, I actually don't need that much power because of my mission, but I need a big antenna, or I need a large radiator. Archanaut, because it's general, means that I can provide those services quickly and at low cost. So we hope that folks see what we're doing and are inspired by it and say, hey, this is what I need. So yeah, it'd be great if somebody came to us and said, this is the thing that we want to make. And we're like, oh my gosh, that's the killer app.
The hope for Archanaut, just like with Zeblan and organ printing, is that one of these businesses can be that spark for space industrialization.
I think once people see the potential of microgravity, I think a lot more people, a lot more commercial entities will get involved in space research, because I think it is such a unique environment. That different way of thinking leads to innovation. And so I think you see so much excitement and so much interest because the potential to come up with new products, new innovations is real.
The ability to manufacture in space means that we kind of break the tyranny of the launch variant, right? And we can now make structures that are really enormous, like big structures that are on the size and scale of things that we're comfortable with and we interact with on Earth, on a consistent basis, like larger buildings, multi-story buildings. Nothing like that exists in space, but we need to be able to make structures and spacecraft and habitats that are that size if we are really to sustainably move into space, move into low Earth orbit and beyond.
And as industry enters low Earth orbit, we'll begin to explore the next financial future. The Moon, Mars, even asteroids contain potentially invaluable resources. On the next Giant Leap, we'll explore the private companies developing the technology needed for off-world mining. But in order for it to become a business, it'll take another giant leap.
T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2.
The space race isn't just global superpowers duking it out for bragging rights and technological supremacy anymore. Private companies, lots of them, are rushing to commercialize not just the final frontier, but the act of getting there.
I'm a sports guy. This is like March Madness to me. It's one and done. I got one shot to get to the end, or else I'm either going to fail, run out of money, or be gobbled up by someone else.
And whoever figures out how to make launch safe, affordable, and convenient is going to take the next giant leap.
We choose to go to the moon in this decade and do the other things, not because they are easy, but because they are hard.
60 years into the space race, the way we leave Earth has changed remarkably.
0, all engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff. 32 minutes past the hour. Liftoff on Apollo.
Space seemed like a vast black desert, but now we're ready to make the desert bloom. I'm talking about opening space up to business, to private enterprise, opening space up to commerce and experimentation and development. Why? To improve the quality of life on Earth.
25 years after Ronald Reagan signed the Commercial Space Launch Act, the desert has begun blooming.
I think if you were a young person in 1969 and you saw people walking on the moon, and 50 years later we still haven't gone back, I think that's a little disappointing. I think they took that, their hopes and dreams of their youth and are applying it in today's marketplace. And I think they're having a fantastic success.
In the world of rocket launch, there are two very distinct races going on. The first are the large rocket companies like SpaceX, Virgin Galactic, and Blue Origin.
Jeff Bezos has reportedly invested billions already in Blue Origin and will invest billions more. SpaceX has also raised billions of dollars and acquired very large contracts from NASA as well in order to fund both development and operations of its vehicles.
Liftoff of the SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket.
But they aren't the only players in the game. There's a heated race picking up between small and medium launch companies.
There's a subset of the community, not named SpaceX, not named Blue Origin, trying to figure out, okay, how can we get there fast?
Companies like Rocket Lab, Relativity, Firefly, and Virgin Orbit. Right now, there are more than 100 small launch companies competing not just to get to space, but to see who can get there most reliably, cheapest, and then repeat it over and over and over again. And ideally, end up with their business in the black. Because entire new industries rely on these launch companies getting payloads into orbit. And any missteps can spell disaster, not just for a rocket, but an entire company.
There is a $200+ billion commercial space industry right now today. There are a couple of huge markets that have been very profitable.
The most profitable is the satellite industry. In 2018, the global space economy was estimated to be around $360 billion. $277 billion of that is the satellite industry, which has actually grown over $100 billion over the past decade. And for those satellites to get to space, they need to be launched on a rocket. Global launches in 2018 increased by 46% over the number of launches a decade ago. In many respects, it's never been easier to put a satellite into space in terms of the cost and the availability of rockets to ride into orbit. And a new era of smaller, cheaper satellite technology is creating this boom. Once a year, out in a desert of northern Utah, the Small Satellite or SmallSat Conference comes to Logan. It has all the trademark features of an industry trade show, bright lanyards, tons of swag, but the deals happening here are carving out what the future of the space economy will look like.
I've been coming to this conference for 20 years and seeing it grow from 300 people to over 3,000. So it is exciting to see that transition as we move into the next phase.
Traditional satellites are often powerful behemoths, the size of school buses, costing hundreds of millions, if not billions of dollars to build. Today, the proliferation of small sats, CubeSats, even nanosats can cost as little as $10,000 and can be built with similar hardware that goes into your cell phone.
They range from the size of a Rubik's Cube up to about the size of a dorm room refrigerator. And so that's a big difference. And so some of these launch ventures want to launch a few dorm-sized refrigerators and others want to launch dozens of CubeSats. And so they're trying to divide the market that way.
Those satellites are providing imaging of the Earth. They're potentially providing telecommunications services, and they're attracting quite a lot of investment, tens, hundreds of millions of dollars, even billions of dollars.
The Earth's insatiable need for communications and internet is really what's driving this huge number of satellites that are going into orbit in the next 5 to 7 years. There's going to be thousands, if not tens of thousands of new satellites in orbit in the next 5 to 7 years.
The question is, are they able to actually provide business services that will be successful?
The idea is that entirely new business models as well as revenue streams will be propped up by the data these small sats collect. The imaging and data collected from these small sats will be used by everyone, from hedge funds to telecom giants to the US government.
Just think of how much the photos you can get with your Android or iPhone have improved from the first generation to the current generation. Similar things happening in small sats.
Market research says smallsat manufacturing will nearly double by 2020, with nearly 8,000 new smallsats in space by 2026.
The issue was always small satellites have a lot of capability, but there's not a good, affordable way to get them into orbit.
And that's where the small launch companies see a promising business.
The fact that a small launch vehicle is much cheaper in toto than a large launch vehicle, on the order of $5 or $10 million as opposed to $50 to $100 million, and there are more customers.
Say you have a small sat that you want to launch into orbit. Think of the big companies like SpaceX as a bus, and the small and medium launch companies like Rocket Lab as a taxi. With large launchers, you're at the back of the bus, after the needs of what's called the primary, which is the main payload on a rocket, like a big government satellite. Your small sat is just piggybacking off that primary, since they bought the majority of the rocket. With small launchers like Rocket Lab, you and your small sat can dictate more of your terms on when and how you'll fly, and you'll pay for the whole ride. So booking a taxi for a small sat gives you more flexibility about when and exactly where you want to go into orbit. But it's more expensive. Sometimes a rideshare on a big rocket and the chance to save on your launch expense is more suitable depending on the satellite, its mission, and the budget. Far more important is the orbital inclination, or the angle of the satellite's orbit relative to the equator. It's much easier to move a satellite into a higher or lower orbit than to change its inclination, and that's why all launch customers have to decide how their mission priorities and budget can align when choosing how to get to space.
It's getting to the point that hitching a ride on the really big rockets, it works for some people, it doesn't work for all business cases. And so you've got small sat ventures that say, we want our own rides.
Those customers will determine which of these small rocket companies succeeds and which of the companies will fail.
This is not the internet where you build up a huge user base and then you figure out how to monetize them later. Launch doesn't work that way. You've got to build up a backlog of customers.
Out of the more than 120 small and medium-sized launch companies out there, just one is successfully launching rockets for customers right now, and that is Rocket Lab.
People can actually rock on up to us and we'll fly them. That's a great competitive advantage to have over, folks that are still developing a vehicle.
Peter Beck's Rocket Lab has raised over $280 million from outside investors, with a valuation of more than $1 billion, and is currently flying a rocket every 30 days.
It looked like the hardest thing to do was to go from zero to first successful orbital flight. But really going from first successful orbital flight through to producing one every month has been equal amount of stress and energy and complexity and toughness. Obviously we completed our test flights and moved into full commercial operations with the first flight of its business time, and then straight on the heels of that we flew our NASA mission, and now we're building and launching one vehicle every sort of 30 days every month.
And while other rocket companies are looking to build their customer base, Rocket Lab can't meet the rising demand for launches.
Our biggest issue is we can't build enough rockets. That is our challenge. We've built 4.5 acres of new factories, and we're pushing in every direction we can to build more capacity. To be fair, that we are the only dedicated solution available in the marketplace right now at anything at an affordable price. So we see a tremendous amount of demand.
So the demand is there, that's not the issue. The issue is figuring out how to provide reliability, scale and cadence while keeping prices as low as possible. And each company has its own approach.
Every company has a unique way to building their rocket, whether they're using liquid, solids, fuels, or a combination of the two, whether they're 3D printing, their stages. Everyone has their unique approach to getting to a rocket.
However, the bottom line is good business in space is exactly like good business on Earth. A focus on customers, incremental successes, and a vision that's supported by a real business model is what works in space just as it works on Earth.
One of the companies who believes they have a successful business model is Firefly, a medium-sized launch company based out of Austin, Texas.
So I'm going to run through this part of the procedure. Okay, please set bang press logic to the next pressure increment. We'll go in 10 psi increments, starting from ambient. with a window of 1.
So in the next 6 months, Firefly's going to launch this rocket. We've been working on it for years now, and we're going to have that cathartic moment where we launch the rocket. Everything's going to go great.
But the outlook for Firefly wasn't always so rosy.
This is a very difficult business. There are a lot easier ways to make money in the world than building a rocket company. And you have a lot of setbacks. You have technical setbacks, you have financial setbacks. But the most challenging one for me has been the financial setbacks.
Firefly, like many other rocket companies, is familiar with financial setbacks. Vector, one of the more well-known launch startups, ran into financial woes in the summer of 2019 and saw their CEO depart amid uncertainty about the company's future. Back in 2017, Firefly, then known as Firefly Space Systems, was saddled with financial instability and filed for bankruptcy. That's when Silicon Valley investment fund Noosphere Ventures swooped in, bought their assets, and rebranded the company to Firefly Aerospace.
I've learned a lot about the types of investors that you want to have involved in this. That learning has made us, I think, very strong to push through this time.
As an investor and as sort of one of the financial sort of people behind the company, I try to encourage the team to think beyond simply building a product, but building a business.
Thank God we went bankrupt, frankly. We have a better product now. I have a better partner who lets me do what I'm good at doing, and he funds the project, and I'm not off, humping .com guy's legs. Please give me another $100,000.
Now, after 2 years of R&D, they're about to launch their first rocket.
Our plan is to have 5 launches next year. All 5 of them will be from Vandenberg Air Force Base in California.
But the next thing is start adding technology as an established company and reusability and continuing to drive the cost down. And we want to do things in a different way.
Companies like Firefly are hard-pressed to differentiate themselves to stand out to investors and attract customers.
We're differentiated by our payload class. Even amongst small launchers, we're a big small launcher. So our first rocket, Alpha, is capable of carrying 1,000 kilograms, whereas our competitors are more in the 500 kilograms and less area.
That bigger payload means they can service bigger clients such as NASA and other federal agencies like the US Air Force.
We are on track to be able to provide NASA lunar lander capabilities, landing on the moon in the 2021 timeframe, and these would typically be launched in early 2021.
Firefly has restructured and rebuilt its organisation from the ground up, but the question remains if they can remain competitive when it comes to price.
We currently have a backlog of about $1.3 billion and a pipeline of over $3.5 billion for our launch services alone.
If we fly according to our projected flight rates, we expect to be cash flow positive by the end of 2020. We're very conscious of cost. That's one of the fundamental tenets of New Space. So Firefly will try to be competitive with anyone, and we take all competition seriously.
That competition comes not only from other small and medium launch companies, but large ones as well, like SpaceX, who announced a small-sat solution priced as low as $1 million for payloads up to 150 kilograms.
Which equates to approximately $15,000 per kilogram to polar sun-sync orbit. Coincidentally, that is exactly the same as the Firefly unit economics for our Alpha vehicle.
Firefly believes they can deliver something that Elon Musk's space giant cannot.
Unlike SpaceX, where those satellites will be one of many, quite possibly one of 60, our partners will have the same unit economics, but will have a much more custom, dedicated offering. It could be one of 4, one of 5 satellites in our fairing.
Rideshare is not the best opportunity for a lot of small satellite customers. In some ways, it's like hitchhiking. You don't get to go exactly where you want to go, and you don't get to go on your own time schedule. And that's important to a lot of customers.
In 5 years' time, Firefly plans to not just be launching a rocket, but a family of rockets.
We are interested in building a multi-billion-dollar business, and in order to do that, we know that we need to be cost competitive with whatever the market throws at us, not just simply what the competition is doing today.
And one of those competitors is in Long Beach, California. Virgin Orbit is an offshoot of Richard Branson's Virgin Galactic Space Company, and while they're a medium-sized launch company just like Firefly and Rocket Lab, their approach to getting a rocket into orbit is a bit different.
Virgin Orbit is a dedicated small satellite launch vehicle that is seeking to revolutionize the small satellite market. We're utilizing our flying launch pad. It's a Boeing 747-400 aircraft that we modified, and it has an attached rocket under the left wing of the plane. It's a two-stage rocket, liquid oxygen, kerosene rocket that has been flown before and has many successes.
Some of those other successes are by their sister company Virgin Galactic, who has used this launch pad drop technology for space tourism instead of small satellites, which they believe is a difference maker in the industry.
Everything we built around the air launch system is meant to mitigate against long-term delays. For example, an air launch system can fly in most weather conditions. Because we're air launch, our cadence is very quick. So it only takes 4 to 6 hours to really fuel the rocket, attach to the plane and take off on a mission. And having that flexibility, having that quick cadence turnaround time is critical to making sure that payloads can get to orbit when they want to get there.
That flexibility is what most small launch companies hope will set them apart.
That responsive, rapid launch to exactly where you want to go, that appeals to government users. Government missions, scientific missions, government military missions, government intelligence missions are all exploring the potential for lower total cost small launch vehicles that can do exactly what they need when they need it.
And without even having a successful full-duration test launch, Virgin Orbit already has a backlog of customers.
Of course, we see the market expanding. There's a lot of potential out there. So we certainly could see ourselves providing even more launch support than between 20 and 24 a year. And of course, that is a more mid to long-term goal.
Ignition.
The future for companies like Rocket Lab, Firefly and Virgin Orbit looks promising. But what about the hundreds of smaller launch companies out there?
Will everybody survive? Probably not. There's not enough demand for 100 and some odd rockets that are currently in development.
We absolutely believe that the window to invest in launch has already closed. There are some investors who made some early good plays here that are going to work out very well, but at this point the industry is well past that kind of venture capital investment stage, in our opinion. So we see it shaking out to maybe 10 companies surviving.
The launch industry is unforgiving. It's not very tolerant of failures.
On behalf of Arianespace, I wish to express my deepest apologies to our customers for the loss of their payload and telling them how sorry I am.
If you're having a bad run of luck, you don't get a whole lot of patience out of the market before people start using other rockets.
The technology of space activities is fascinating. The technological challenges are extraordinary. The competence that it requires to conduct operations in space is intimidating.
The launch industry has an energized, passionate collection of engineers, venture investors and designers, singularly focused on moving private enterprise off the planet. It's not just a new industry, but a new way of seeing the world and working above it.
Once you have that cheap access to space, now you have entirely new business models that close that didn't before. You have an entirely new use cases for space as an environment. You have an entire ecosystem of support services that are developing to support those satellites that are being launched in the next 5 to 7 years. And so that has kind of unlimited amount of economic development, economic growth possibility there.
I kind of liken where we are right now to the very first beginnings of the internet, where we were just starting to send emails. That's really where we are in space. We're just starting to send emails. And if you go back when you just started sending emails, and if I said to you all of the stuff that was going to occur because of the internet, you wouldn't believe me, right? You would think that's just crazy. But that's where I think we're at right now, is we've sent our first email, and now space is opened up to innovators to really try new things.
That's why perfecting the world of launch is just the beginning. Rockets aren't just providing a platform for spaceflight, but a platform for innovation. As we figure out the business of how we get to space, the next problem is, where do we stay? On the next episode of Giant Leap, the International Space Station is nearing its retirement, and NASA wants to open the door for commercial companies to develop the technology and the business to create our next space habitats. Iron, gold, copper. Minerals are the lifeblood of the world's economy. From the Arctic Circle to the Sahara Desert, the $1.7 trillion mining industry supplies raw materials needed for everything, from skyscrapers to smartphones. But mining also comes with an increasingly critical environmental cost, one that may require us to think about off-planet solutions before it's too late.
Booster ignition.
Asteroids, moons and planets in our own solar system hold an essentially unlimited supply of untapped resources.
The first trillionaires will be those who mine asteroids.
Resources like gold, platinum and rare earth metals make some of those asteroids incredibly high-priced. But the most valuable element may be our most basic one.
What you want to mine in space is what you need a lot of.
And while humans have been mining for thousands of years, mining in space requires new, innovative technologies to realize any potential business and economic opportunities. Such technologies might just allow humanity to expand operations off Earth and take that next giant leap. These tiny dots represent the millions of asteroids in our solar system. Over the past 2 decades, government and private aerospace companies have been investigating their composition, location, and even possible payoffs to mine them. This one, known as Bennu, has an estimated value of $669 million. Ryugu, $82 billion. Better yet, an asteroid called Davida, which is valued at more than $100 trillion. And the reason for these high price tags? They're made up of valuable metals like platinum, gold, and iron.
We believe that asteroids have platinum group metals, rare earth metals, in higher percentages than you might find on the moon, for instance.
Only once in human history has an asteroid sample been brought back to Earth, on the Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency's Hayabusa mission in 2010. And even then, the return sample was merely dust particles. And the total cost of that mission? Approximately $250 million.
One problem is that compared to the moon, there's very little gravity. So somehow you have to attach yourself to the asteroid, whereas on the moon, the gravity will hold your processing equipment in place. So the general answer to the question, can we bring materials mined in space back to Earth? The general answer is no.
Bringing things from space to Earth only makes sense if what is retrieved is so extraordinarily valuable and just not available on Earth.
And even returning the most valuable asteroids could drastically devalue those materials. Take asteroid 16 Psyche, for instance. NASA is constructing a probe to launch in 2022 to study the potato-shaped object, which is roughly 95% metals, nickel iron, platinum, and even gold. Some estimates value the asteroid at $700 quintillion. NASA says it may be the inner core of a developing planet that somehow lost its outer layers, offering incredible insight into how planets are formed. If someone did manage to bring large amounts of this asteroid back to Earth, supply of the resources would skyrocket, meaning we'd have more of the material than we would have use for, causing the price to crash to almost zero.
Once we erode the rarity of a high-value metal or mineral, the value of that terrestrially could drop significantly.
Experts agree that a more likely scenario is materials mined in space will stay in space, jump-starting a whole new money-making industry.
Any spacefaring nation will have looked at what's called in situ resource utilization, which is a very common space term, meaning you use the resources where you are. So taking that model of if you need it in space, mine it in space, what would you be mining? Mostly you need fuel.
There's something else much more valuable for use in space that's abundant on Earth. Water. Not only can water sustain human and plant life for future manned space missions, the components of water, hydrogen and oxygen, can also be separated and reassembled to make fuel. This zero-emission fuel, called hydrogen fuel, is the same used in spacecraft propulsion and fuel cell vehicles. Hydrogen fuel research in this new space race could also spur new technologies that can help fight climate change by speeding the elimination of fossil fuel use on Earth. And there's already a high demand for it, and an immediate business opportunity for risk-tolerant companies wishing to make a fortune. In a 2018 paper by industry, government and academic experts, they estimated that for an initial $4 billion investment in a moon water mining operation, which is about the cost of a luxury hotel in Las Vegas, about $2.4 billion in revenue could be generated annually.
The sort of business case 101 for mining in space is, if you're going to launch something from Earth, it's going to cost you about $10,000 or $20,000 per kilo to get it into space. So if you need water for something in space, and you can produce it for less than $10,000 a kilo, then do it in space. The United Launch Alliance, ULA, they have put a price on water in space. They have said, we'll give you this amount of money for the water, which means people who are going out and trying to produce that water now have a customer.
In 2016, the ULA announced it's willing to pay around $3,000 per kilogram for propellant in an orbit less than 2,000 kilometers in altitude, called low Earth orbit, compared with the estimated price of $4,000 per kilogram to deliver the propellant from Earth. Most experts believe the Moon is a logical starting point for this. It has more gravity than an asteroid, making it easier to land, and its poles are thought to hold vast amounts of water ice. That potential volume of water has made it the focus of NASA's Artemis program, which aims to land astronauts on the Moon's southern pole and also make the space agency a critical first customer for any water harvested on the Moon.
China, India, Israel, the US, Europe, everyone is now sort of focusing on the Moon.
And all of these government programs are looking to set up shop for a water mining future. A fueling station on the Moon could ultimately make current space ventures much cheaper and make future space missions possible. Although entirely theoretical at this point, here's how it could play out. Water is mined on the Moon and a fueling station is set up. This would provide the first customers, most likely government agencies, with water for human consumption and fuel for spacecraft. Water-derived fuel could also be harvested on an asteroid. Vehicles or propellant transports then carry the fuel from the surfaces to a stable storage point between the Earth and the Moon. Fueling stations can also be set up in low Earth orbit, making it accessible to satellites and other spacecraft. As of now, satellites that run out of fuel are decommissioned. Extra fuel would allow them to stay in their orbits, increasing their lifespan. Since using a rocket to get fuel out of Earth's atmosphere is expensive, refueling in low Earth orbit can greatly improve the size, type, and cost of missions in space. The commercial launch industry like SpaceX would also benefit from these fuel depots. The use of lunar-based propellant and commodities may also provide a stepping stone for interplanetary exploration. But while there has been a renewed interest in the Moon, it hasn't been easy. In just 2019, missions to the Moon's surface by both India and Israel resulted in landing failures. And the technology to mine and extract these potential water reserves on the Moon and beyond is still unproven. But some entrepreneurs are still optimistic.
The answer is yes. The technology exists. We can put something together, we can send something to the Moon that can mine water. So we are sort of like a trailblazers, trying to figure out what's going on the Moon, what's below the surface.
Meet Honeybee Robotics. They've designed drills used in NASA's past Mars missions and have sampling and mining systems going on future planned missions to the Moon, Saturn's moon Titan, Mars' moon Phobos, and Jupiter's moon Europa.
We've been focusing on developing high-end, fully autonomous drilling systems from literally iPhone size all the way to the size that cannot fit inside this vacuum chamber behind me.
And that's why NASA has long relied on their expertise. Unlike your everyday drill from the hardware store, their drills overcome the numerous limitations of space, which include extreme temperatures and low gravity.
That means you have to be very, very imaginative, very innovative to solve these problems. You're essentially trying to do what we do here on Earth, but with a fraction of the power, with a fraction of the mass, with a fraction of the volume, and drilling is unforgiving. If you get stuck, if something goes wrong, there is no second chance.
The difficulty in drilling would delay placement of the second probe until the next day.
One of their innovative ideas, called PlanetVac, uses compressed gas to shoot material into a sample container. Its ergonomic design allows it to be inside the foot of a lander, and was chosen to go with NASA-funded payloads to the Moon and Mars moon Phobos. For mining and extracting water on the Moon, they created the Planetary Volatiles Extractor, or PVEX, and it not only drills, it mines. It's based off a drill that removes a cylinder of material called a coring drill.
But it's not just any coring drill, it's a system with heaters on the inside. So you drill down to required depth, you heat up the material that's on the inside of a coring drill, and ice turns into vapor, and vapor moves up the coring drill into a cold finger. So you're capturing water vapor like, for example, in your freezer when you have condensation. PVEX is a mining system. It can actually get into the soil, it can actually extract water, it can actually capture this water in a separate container. We have all the pieces together and we can go to the Moon or Mars and mine it.
When it's tested on the Moon, which may happen in the next couple of years, PVEX will be the first end-to-end mining system deployed in space. And they have even more futuristic ambitions to use the PVEX drill. Like this one, that not only extracts and stores water, but uses it to propel itself, like a flying kettle.
Wine, it stands for the world is not enough. It's a James Bond stuff, it's very futuristic. It's a new concept of space exploration.
The main idea is to send hundreds of low-cost wine spacecrafts all over the solar system to give a clear atlas of asteroids that have water resources. Honeybee Robotics is one of the many startups that NASA is depending on to develop new innovative ideas.
There is a strong private-public partnership with NASA right now to come up with landers that we can send twice a year, that will put payloads to the Moon, payloads like instruments, like rovers, and also humans. We're doing it. It's happening right now. Very, very exciting times.
By giving out multiple contracts, NASA reduces the cost for themselves and the entire industry.
We want to have numerous providers that are competing against each other on cost and innovation, driving down the cost and increasing access to space and industrializing.
Startup Transastra, with a new infusion of $2 million from NASA, has teamed up with other space startups and educational institutions to prove its process for harvesting and utilizing water from asteroids without even touching them.
Optical mining is our patent-pending process for using highly concentrated sunlight or light from another source to excavate the surface without having to use digging tools to dig into it. And this is very important in space, especially for asteroids.
To help develop and prove this technology, they've teamed up with the Colorado School of Mines. It's known as the Optical Mining Testbed. First, they put the simulated asteroid in a vacuum chamber to recreate the conditions of space. Then, they use liquid nitrogen to cool a surface inside the tank called a cryotrap. Then they turn on a giant light bulb, which imitates sunlight that they then concentrate into a beam, resulting in very high temperatures. The beam of light hits the asteroid target, fractures a sample, and then water and other materials are released and frozen onto the cryotrap.
The volatile materials, which include water, methane, carbon dioxide, other valuable materials that are common and cheap here on the ground, but very valuable in space, trapped on our cryotrap.
Well, that's pretty nice.
The same way that we would trap those chemicals in space for a real asteroid mining mission.
optical mining bypasses the daunting task of trying to land on an object with such low gravity that it could simply break apart when touched, and there's no drill to potentially get stuck. But for this to work, they're targeting smaller asteroids the size of a beach ball for their tech demonstrator model, with plans to accommodate rocks the size of a cubic tennis court and bigger in future models.
We think the right thing to do is to rendezvous with the asteroid, match rotation with it, put a thin film bag around it, cinch that bag down, and then de-spin the asteroid. And now you have the asteroid in a container, so you can work with it in a practical way.
Transastra believes that harvesting water on asteroids will not only make space travel more affordable for private industry, but it will make NASA's proposed missions to take astronauts to the Moon, Mars, and even asteroids possible, within a budget that the US Congress may be willing to provide.
And we can cut out hundreds of billions of dollars and actually make it possible for NASA to do all those exciting missions in a period of just 20 years or so by harnessing the asteroids. Now, what's really cool about it is that by using public-private partnership and working with companies like Transastra, the infrastructure for space resource harvesting and commercial transport in space can be developed. So by NASA doing it this way, and NASA becoming the first user of these resources and this infrastructure for its exploration missions, then that infrastructure is left behind for industry. And that can create massive industries in space. Like, it even becomes cost-effective to build a space hotel.
Transastra and partner Momentus will be on a 2-year contract with NASA to build their asteroid mining and in-space transportation prototype called Mini-B to provide optical mining in space.
We live in a very exciting time where we're going to be able to take that to space, and the resources of space are literally unlimited.
And those unlimited resources are what some universities are betting on. At the Colorado School of Mines, where Transastra does its optical mining research, they now offer a graduate degree in space resources.
Our space resources program is the first of its kind in the world. There is anticipated to be a growing number of jobs directly in space resources. But the skills and practices of space resources can be applied to lots of other things.
And a huge benefit to space mining research is that a lot of this technology can be beneficial here on Earth. Like their 3D printer that uses materials on the Moon or Mars to make structures, and is modelled after startup Icon's 3D printer that is used to make homes on Earth. Their penetrometer is a tool on the end of a robotic arm that's being developed to take measurements on the Moon, but has applications for mining companies. And even a rover in a lunar testbed that can drill and prospect for resources has its benefits.
There are places on Earth where mining companies and equipment manufacturers are looking at applying smart robotic systems in terrestrial mines. They could go into places that are not safe for humans. They could work in much more confined, toxic environments than a person could.
And one country is doing just that, and hopes to leverage their expertise in robotic systems for mining remote, inhospitable locations that are almost Mars-like.
Recently, the administrator of NASA, when the head of the Australian Space Agency visited, was saying that the US is looking to Australia to be doing development in this area of extracting resources in space. One of the reasons why we in Australia want to get into this area is because of the strength of our mining industry, the strength of our mining automation, and the strength of our mining research. We see it as a way that Australia can establish a niche space capability.
Australia's high wages have caused some of the largest mining operations in the world to seek cost savings by using automation. Rio Tinto, the world's second largest mining company, has fitted operations in Australia with fleets of autonomous trucks, drills, and even the first driverless freight train network. Adapting these technologies could prove useful to space programs, and the use of space technology in mines, such as robotics, would be useful on Earth. The Australian Centre for Space Engineering Research at the University of New South Wales in Sydney was founded in 2010 and has 15 PhD current or graduated students researching space resource ventures related to Australia's needs and expertise.
What we are trying to do at the moment is to reduce the risk perceived by a large company, mining company for instance, when they approach this type of venture. I think one of the main reasons that terrestrial mining companies should be looking at this problem is that they will benefit their terrestrial operations by learning some of these lessons. So if they look at the way that you need to automate on the moon, that will help their terrestrial operation. If you look at the way you would analyse risk for this type of mine, they must learn new lessons which should hopefully flow back to their risk analysis for terrestrial mines.
Although mining companies have terrestrial mining expertise and monetary advantages, only time will tell who will be the first to provide a fueling station in space.
In terms of making it happen, I actually don't think it'll be a startup, I don't think it'll be a space agency, and I don't think it'll be a mining company, but I think it will be a big company, probably driven by a high net worth individual. A company like Blue Origin, SpaceX, a company like that. Not necessarily them, but something like that.
Proving that this kind of mining is feasible could trigger an influx of profit-minded companies migrating off the Earth. Just one industry that would stake a claim on the vast wealth of space. Not only is the universe a place for exploration, for private companies it's a new resource. The key which will unlock new possibilities in technology, manufacturing, living and working, both at home and beyond Earth. And all of this will be the result of our next giant leap.
Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
4 rooms, Earth view. Sounds far-fetched at the moment, doesn't it? But you know, we may be seeing ads like this in the not-too-distant future.
Living away from Earth has always captured our imagination. As well as providing the basics for survival, these ideas are a symbol of humankind's unique creativity and ambition.
This advanced base, or space station, will be headquarters for the final ascent to the moon.
Today, the idea of multiple outposts where we can live and work in space has never seemed closer.
We're gonna fly. It's about making our lives the best we can make it. It's about, as a species, having a path for our future.
And the mission to create these habitats is well underway as private companies get ready to take that next giant leap. The International Space Station. It's the only space habitat we have.
One of the first places they take you in the ISS is the cupola. So you can finally look at the Earth in all its beauty. And I don't care who you are, it's always stunning, it's shocking, it's amazing, because that's the view you've been waiting for your entire life.
It passes over 90% of the world's population without most of us ever realizing. And at an estimated cost of $150 billion, it's the most expensive object we've ever built.
You
think about like the Sistine Chapel, the pyramids, and the Burj Khalifa, or take your pick. I mean, it far outstrips those. It's the one and only non-terrestrial human outpost. We've had a constant human footprint in orbit for almost 20 years because of the International Space Station.
The collaboration between 15 countries started construction in 1998 and was pieced together in space over the course of a decade. Since 2000, it's been a permanently crewed research laboratory, a space habitat that's allowed humankind to live, manufacture, and explore beyond Earth.
The overarching achievement of the space station has been education. It has educated us about how to do research. It's educated us about how to live. It's educated us about the harshness of the environment that it is in, and it's about learning, I think.
People say, what was one of your favorite parts about being up there? Hands down, floating everywhere I went. But your first impressions for ISS certainly is, it's how big it is.
The ISS is the size of an American football field, with most of that footprint taken up by 8 solar arrays. These provide enough energy to power 40 homes. The station has an American side and a Russian side, as well as contributions from other nations like Canada, Japan, and the European Union. Astronauts on board can pass freely between these sections. Their living and working areas are made up of modules, each 4.2 meters in diameter, and in total they have the same volume as a Boeing 747. The 3 main labs, Destiny, Hope and Columbus, are conducting up to 600 ongoing experiments at any one time. And while it's been a collaboration between governments to build and maintain the ISS, its next chapter will rely more on private enterprise.
Today is a very remarkable day. NASA is opening the International Space Station to commercial opportunities and marketing these opportunities as we've never done before.
Managing and maintaining the ISS costs $3.4 billion a year. That's over half NASA's space operations budget. Aging hardware and space debris will only add to these costs, which is why NASA is now hoping to pass some responsibility for the station over to commercial companies.
We would like to see a robust commercial marketplace in low Earth orbit where space stations exist outside of NASA. The goal being that NASA could be a customer, and we want to have numerous providers that are competing against each other on cost and innovation.
With federal funding proposed to stop in 2025, opening the station to private enterprise would free up resources for the space agency's ambitions to return to the Moon and journey to Mars.
Transferring to a more commercial model is allowing industry to take over many of those areas that NASA has traditionally been responsible for, like the design and operations and maintenance of space systems. But the most exciting part, I think, is new opportunities. The iPhones would have never come from the government, for instance. The base technology came from the government. But the way it's used, the way it interacts with consumers, governments aren't really built for that. So I think that'll be exciting to see how private industry uses the same technology or the same systems, but then use them in a different way.
Every NASA achievement has been the collaborative achievement of NASA and industry. What's going on right now that's a little bit different is NASA is turning to companies not to direct them what to do, but it's turning to companies to build relationships with them because those companies are attracting investment from non-space sources and are bringing a different kind of innovation to the table.
In the shadow of NASA's sprawling Johnson Space Center, the headquarters of startup Axiom Space might seem a little modest, but their goal is big, to build the first commercial space station. Led by a former ISS program manager, the team has been involved in every mission to the station since its inception.
We know it has to be much lower cost to operate on orbit than ISS is today, so this is key to continuing the heritage of ISS, is to start there so we can evolve everybody to the next platform. I liken this to the internet. So the internet was created and we got very excited, and any kid with a good idea and just the basic programming skills could go build a program to do something. We have huge companies that grew out of that, and still today there's new ideas, new things being built. The thing about a microgravity environment it's limitless. It's like the data we have access to on the internet. It is limitless. And it is not immediately obvious to us all the benefits that that's going to entail, but over time it will become very, very obvious.
By 2024, Axiom plans to send a central node to attach to the ISS. That will make up the core of their new station. This will be followed by crew quarters for 16 people and research and manufacturing modules. When the ISS is retired, this will break away, and additional modules with a lifespan of 30 years will be added and swapped out as they age using a robotic arm. And they're hoping to do all of this for 1/50th the cost of the ISS.
I mean, when you talk about our vision, it sounds really simple. It really is about driving the thought process and the cost down so that anybody that wants to take advantage of our place in orbit and a microgravity environment can do so. And that's really it.
Okay, Ellen, I need to go towards my feet.
The International Space Station is a fantastic vehicle, but one of the big things is they have quite a few major components outside, which means you have to do an EVA, a spacewalk, to go fix it. A spacewalk on a good day is 100 hours of crew time to get ready and actually go do the spacewalk. So we're able to take advantage of the reduced size of components. And so our design is going to have all of the components are going to be in the pressurized environment. So we know what the basics are, you know, water, food, clothing, life support, and we know how to handle those. But now the next step is how do we make it more intuitive? And we want to now take advantage of the technologies and the capabilities we have today to build more luxury into the experience. The objective is to make the environment the background for all the users. You're every day doing whatever you want to do on orbit, research, manufacturing, looking out the window, whatever you're there to do, we want you to be able to do that and not even think about the environment. And it's because of our experience on ISS and what the team brings to Axiom Space, we're able to build that environment. You won't worry about that.
3, 2, 1, release, release, release. Fire, fire.
Like Virgin Galactic and Blue Origin, Axiom is hoping to attract space tourists with tickets starting at $55 million for a 10-day mission. But that's just one part of the commercial space station market that they think could be worth $37 billion over the next decade.
Our first commercial customers are countries who have astronauts in space and want to expand their activity in space, and countries who do not yet have a human spaceflight program who want to send people up. And we've now got both research and manufacturing companies who want to do work with us while we're at the International Space Station and on our platform after it separates from ISS. Human spaceflight is particularly exciting because it's that slice of space that is really nascent. It hasn't undergone the crowding that satellites have had. It hasn't already had that explosive growth. It's really ready for that now. The first thing I'm really looking forward to seeing happen is the face of our first astronauts on orbit looking back down on us and knowing that we had a hand in sending that person to space. And ultimately the separation of ISS when it's ready to be retired and deorbited, and then we continue in space independently. For me, that is a stepping off moment for humanity. It's almost like when Neil Armstrong put that first boot on the moon. This will be the first time that we've gone from a platform of learning how to live in space to building our permanent home in space.
Other private companies also want to use the ISS as the starting point for their own ventures. Bigelow Aerospace already has one of its inflatable structures attached to the station, and others, including Sierra Nevada and NanoRacks, have put forward proposals.
Space habitats are expensive. I think it's a false dichotomy to say, okay, we're done with the International Space Station, let's move on to commercial platforms. What I think is much more likely and realistic, and what NASA is certainly driving toward, is an incremental transition where commercial platforms attach to the space station or work collaboratively with the space station. The next chapter cannot occur without the active engagement of companies. That said, that active engagement might not be as customers, might not be as drivers, it might be in service of government mission objectives.
We will return American astronauts to the moon, not only to leave behind footprints and flags, but to build the foundation we need to send Americans to Mars and beyond.
This proposed mission, along with SpaceX's own ambition to reach a red planet, has opened up a longer-term market, and some companies are already thinking beyond orbiting habitats like space stations to actually building on the surface of other planets.
I was working in a firm designing skyscrapers, and I saw Elon, and he landed his Falcon X rocket in the middle of the ocean, and that for me was a trigger. I thought, wow, this could actually happen. And it's always been my dream to put a building on the moon or Mars. And if he's going at the pace he's going, it could definitely happen within my lifetime, and I want to be the one to build it.
In this warehouse, alongside startups from across the US, architecture firm AI Space Factory are refining the production of Martia, a 4-story structure they created for a NASA competition to design the next generation of space habitats on Mars.
When we started designing our Mars habitat, Martia, I think we looked at everything that had been done already and kind of tossed that aside. But what we were given was a set of guidelines from NASA. They think the best way to build a habitat on Mars or the moon is to use what they call in situ resource utilization. So use the materials that are there. If you've seen sci-fi movies, you might see like glass and steel domes on distant planets, but the reality is to ship that kind of material to the moon or Mars would be so exorbitantly expensive you would never be able to build in the first place. So the idea is to send a 3D printing robot which can then harvest the materials you find on a site and build with that.
The reusable print material is a mix of biopolymer made from recycled plastic or plants like corn and sugarcane, and basalt, a rock found on Mars and Earth.
It's the rock that gives us its incredible strength. We've tested this material. It's 3 times as strong as concrete in compression, and it actually has what we call a tensile capacity. It can prevent itself from being pulled apart, which is something concrete's not very good at. You need to think at all times, how do you optimize the amount of material that you use? And that's also why this thing is shaped like an egg. And if you think of an egg, it's a very structurally optimized form. It's very, very thin, but it provides the strength that the egg needs. And that's why this is shaped the way that it is.
The egg shape, as well as the nested shell structure, also accommodates for extreme differences in pressure and temperature on the surface of Mars. But more research still needs to be done to find out how print materials could be gathered and how 3D printing would work in a unique environment of space.
You're dealing with a completely different set of physics and environments, which is very harsh. The cold, the low gravity, the vacuum of space, and finding solutions for how to build there or do anything in space just requires a high degree of innovation. There's no such thing as brute force when it comes to space. Like, you need to think about the problem, find a very elegant, lightweight, cost-effective solution. The next challenge is really going to places on Earth, literally taking the dirt that we're finding on a site and beginning to print with the dirt. We have to perfect this technology on Earth, and then we go prove it out on the moon, and then finally onto Mars.
The first customers could include NASA and companies like SpaceX, who would lease out these structures for individual missions. But before that, AI Space Factory hoped their technology could be monetized as well as transformational here on Earth.
The challenges of building on Mars forced us to kind of make this jump in construction technology, which we can now apply on Earth, to build more sustainably. So rather than building with steel and concrete, which are these manufactured, very energy-intensive materials, to go to a site, have a solar-powered array that would then allow our 3D printer to print in the most sustainable way possible. And we never would have found these ways if it wasn't for the challenge of building in space.
3, 2, 1, ignition and liftoff of the Falcon 9 to the space station on the first commercial launch from Kennedy Space Center's historic Pad 39A.
Humans have now been consistently living and working in space for more than 15 years. And if we want to keep that up, what do habitats need to look like? And frankly, they can be large or they can be small, but the future of space habitats really, to me, comes down to the ability to persistently maintain human presence. Whether that's a few people or many people, that seems to be the dividing line between where we were before and where we want to be in the future.
We have to learn how to benefit from what we do on orbit and bring those natural benefits back home so we help ourselves out on the ground while we also learn to live somewhere else. And it really, at the very deepest level, is about survival of our species. So I get pretty excited when I spend a few moments thinking about what we're off to go do, because this really is the first step to learning to live off the planet.
That first step is just the start of our journey to create a lasting legacy in space. While commercial companies may be stepping in to imagine what these new space habitats look like, it's what's happening inside of them that may unlock the future of space industrialization. On the next episode of Giant Leap, we'll visit the private companies who are looking to build their business around manufacturing in space. Using the unique properties of microgravity, they plan to create new materials with extraordinary qualities that can't be replicated on Earth, including new manufacturing techniques that could change how we build large structures in space and even unlock the ability to 3D print full human organs. But before low Earth orbit can become a new industrial centre, we're going to need to take another giant leap.
Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
Look at that. That is the biggest crowd MTV has ever had. Why? 2 words. Backstreet Boys.
In the 90s, it was a great time to be in the music business. Things were booming. And as a result, expensive parties, big launches, that was part of the culture.
This is the era of NSYNC and the Backstreet Boys. This was the era where a single hit could sell you 10 million albums plus. They were just printing money.
You had the great sales of CDs over that period, dwarfing whatever had happened in the industry before. The profits coming in were massive.
It was a hell of a lot of fun. From my viewpoint, we were going to get better and better all the time. We really didn't foresee the change in the technology.
We'll be telling you tonight about a method of compressing audio data called MP3.
And that was the end of everything we know.
The birth of the MP3 was a seminal moment for all of media and entertainment.
It would completely change the music industry, completely disrupt it.
It opened up people's minds to what the future would be.
Don't steal the music!
If music is free for downloading, the music industry is not viable.
Movies, books, television, nothing creative has any value anymore.
The music industry simply did not embrace the magnitude of the change, and it failed.
You can't fight progress. You can't fight technology.
The MP3 totally changed people's relationship to the internet, to culture, and to how society works. Its effect was so much bigger than just the music industry.
Would you say that you love audio? You just love it?
Oh, sure. Oh, sure. I have to admit, I got older, so I'm not as critical in listening as I've been some decades ago. But I definitely love music and love audio. And I have to say, with all this great reproduction technology, the best is still to sit in a concert hall and to hear real musicians. When people call me the father of MP3, I always have to add, no, I was, as you sometimes say, standing on the shoulders of giants. But my original contribution is really some of the basic ideas to MP3.
The story of the MP3 really begins in West Germany back then, in the early 80s and even late 70s.
People started trying to compress music, including my own thesis advisor, Dieter Seitzer.
Dieter Seitzer was the visionary who came up with the MP3. He was seeing the original digitization of music with a compact disc and thinking, instead of manufacturing millions upon millions of plastic discs, why don't we store all the data in one centralized computer and then stream it to people in their homes?
So he applied for a patent to use the phone system to transmit music.
1982, that's when they first had this idea. But they had a huge problem. The compact disc took about 1 million bits of information to store 1 second of audio. And the pipe they were trying to send it through, the telephone, could only do about 128,000 bits. For this to work, they somehow had to magically shrink the size of the compact disc by 90% or more.
The patent examiner looked at it and said, no, it's not possible.
Essentially, almost everyone thought this was impossible. There's no way to do this. But around 87 or 88, Dieter Seitzer's brilliant graduate student, Brandenburg, made a breakthrough by taking advantage of this sort of obscure academic discipline.
Psychoacoustics.
The human ear has a lot of inherited flaws. For example, 2 tones that are close together in pitch will begin to cancel each other out. And therefore, he realized much of the information in the compact disc was irrelevant. The ear couldn't actually hear it. So he devised a series of mathematical models to eliminate all of those inefficient bits of data that you will never hear. And in so doing, he was in fact able to shrink the music by an extraordinary amount.
Mit MP3 kann ich Musik nur mit einem Zehntel oder Zwölftel der Speicherkapazität speichern oder übertragen, ohne dass Unterschiede zum Original störend hörbar werden. What was done in the end exceeded the expectations of everybody.
The functionality of what they put up was relatively limited. You had to go and get a serial number where you paid and licensed it to unlock full functionality. But the way the software underground worked in the 90s is that practically these serial numbers were available anywhere.
We tried writing, look, this is stolen software. We will send the public prosecutor after you, which, of course, doesn't really work in these days.
It starts to percolate out of the academic, audio, and computing sphere into the broader public. And by '96, the pirates find out about it.
Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
Our generation's biggest problem.
Climate change is happening.
And the world's most innovative solutions.
Transport, industry, buildings, electricity, all of those things.
Everything you need to know about our changing environment, the politics of global warming.
We can and we will deal with climate change.
In the fight against climate change, Bloomberg Green has you covered.
The year's about 1997, 1998. I'm in 7th grade. A school friend of mine said, hey, there's a way you can listen to music for free on your computer. Check this out. After I discovered my first MP3, it blew the floodgates wide open. That's all I did, every single day, every single night. I was the founder of the MP3 piracy group known as Audio Punks. We specialized in everything from punk rock to ska to hardcore and heavy metal. We had downloaders from Indonesia, Japan, Russia, you name it, people are downloading. Back then in the late 90s, If you want to find MP3s, you would go into IRC channels. It was a series of chat rooms that were hidden and invite only. I eventually found these great little channels that kept membership solid by enforcing a upload ratio, where you had to upload 3 songs or 2 songs or whatever number in order to download 1 song. So I would pool money together with my friends in order to get a CD, rip a CD, and then compress that into an MP3. And then we would spend all night uploading the album, putting it out on the internet. We were eventually able to keep repeating the process and have almost an assembly line structure. And in our prime, we had probably close to 1,000 albums in our catalog. Man, it was almost like a full-time job, just dedicated to these song files.
Did you ever think like, wow, this is kind of like I'm stealing from these artists? Did that ever occur to you?
You know, in the late 90s, we were idiots. We were kids. You know, I started this when I was 12. I didn't know what I was doing. It wasn't called piracy back then. It was just file sharing.
In the late 90s, my staff started monitoring the online space, and we really did see a significant amount of interest in MP3 all of a sudden because of its ability to compress a music file.
The latest advance, called MP3, comes via the internet.
It's the future of music and audio.
I'm sure that there are millions of you out there who not only understand what digital downloading technology is about, but who use it daily to great personal advantage.
I think there really wasn't any sort of panic in the industry in the early days. My team did look at it and see it as not really as much of a threat as an opportunity. We used to call it the celestial jukebox.
Celestial jukebox, it was a theoretical construct at the time. Every song ever made was going to be in what we call the cloud right now, and would be instantaneously available to anyone on the planet simply by pressing a button on your gizmo. But the industry really did not embrace that opportunity.
I think when we first heard the term MP3, we didn't really know if that was important or how it might be important, and even if it was important, how did it affect us? But there was an awareness that the digital revolution was coming, and anybody who was in a senior position had to say, how do we make this work for us?
We began trying to find a way to legitimately sell music on the internet. What systems do we develop? How do we deal with how we sell it? How do you price it?
Sony Music said today it'll be the first major recording company to sell new releases through the internet. These virtual singles will be released at the same time as CDs go into the stores.
We were working at it, but the senior executives, they still had the mentality of you needed a hard good, and that was the basis of their business.
The music industry was making gobs of money selling CDs. That's the bottom line. So companies like mine, MP3.com, that went to them and said, hey, we want to work with you. Let's figure out something that gives the consumer some value and gives you some value. They didn't want to hear any of that. They tell me, no, the computer is for word processing and spreadsheets. And they couldn't see it.
We had meeting after meeting after meeting with companies with proposals for new technological ideas, generally who knew absolutely nothing about how the record business worked, which made it difficult for them to express how it was good for us. So basically, all of this stuff was for naught. And then peer-to-peer came along and changed everything.
I just stopped going to school. I left my dorm room. I didn't tell any of my friends. I just stopped going. I knew that if I had told them what I was planning on doing, they would have convinced me not to do it, or they would have questioned my decision to leave.
In 1999, observing that file sharing was fun, but was not easy, Sean Fanning and Sean Parker come around and create Napster.
They were two teenagers hanging around an IRC chat channel and swapping MP3 files. Now, at the time, there were all these MP3 files being created, but there was no sort of central index where you could go download them easily. And so Fanning said, why don't I create a new technology that will connect all these files together? Something called a peer-to-peer server. My computer is a peer and your computer is a peer. The files that are on your computer, I have access to them, and vice versa.
So it was like the ultimate file trading tool, and it facilitated really low friction sharing of music.
Parker's role was essentially the face of the organization. Fanning wrote the code. Fanning kind of did all the technical and computer side stuff.
I was spending 2 or 3 days in a row sitting on a machine writing code. I'd pass out on the desk or on the floor. It was just a blur.
This is a guy who just sat in the basement and cranked for 6 months. It was the first computer program he ever wrote. He went out and bought a Visual Basic book, knew what he wanted to get to, and just kept at it. He was not to be deterred. And of course, it took off.
My head of anti-piracy, Frank Creighton, came in my office and said, I've just found the most fascinating thing. It was Napster. I put in, Madonna's Holiday. And I was like, whoa, that's pretty amazing. That's like the celestial jukebox. We've been talking about this for years. We immediately contacted them and said, really cool system, but you're infringing on copyright. Well, if you send us a list of all of your songs, we'll make sure that none of them are on there. I said, all right, just start with the Billboard Top 200 songs. Take those off. They said, okay, fine, we'll try that. Well, they didn't, and it just grew and grew and grew.
It's called Napster and is by far the fastest way to download music from the internet.
It allows anyone to copy thousands of musical selections for free.
And it spreads so quickly that it's clogging computer networks on hundreds of campuses.
So this became hugely popular overnight, basically. It was really one of the first viral apps.
The hysteria over Napster culminated in, I would say, an RIAA board meeting in February of 2000. It was in Los Angeles at the Four Seasons Hotel. I will never forget this day. All of the heads of the labels, literally the titans of the music business, were in that room. I had somebody wheel in a PC and put some speakers up, and I started doing a Name That Tune. Give me your last 5 biggest hits. Every single song that somebody named was available on Napster. Well, give me some old ones, like name older artists. That was on there. Okay, now tell me what you're releasing next week. And sure enough, 20 of the top new, yet-to-be-released songs were on there as well. We used to have this line in the record business that there was sort of nothing a good hit couldn't fix. There was no screw-up a good hit couldn't fix. There was no amount of money lost on a deal that a good hit couldn't fix. I think that was the moment when people said, maybe a good hit can't fix this one.
Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
Our generation's biggest problem.
Climate change is happening.
And the world's most innovative solutions.
Transport, industry, buildings, electricity, all of those things.
Everything you need to know about our changing environment, the politics of global warming.
We can and we will deal with climate change.
In the fight against climate change, Bloomberg Green has you covered.
What's up, man? I'm with MTV News. I was wondering if you had any MP3s on your computer.
Yeah.
So how many MP3s do you have on your computer?
About 600.
6 or 7,000.
Come again?
6 or 7,000.
Probably like 300.
For real? Where'd you get them from?
Truthfully, most of them from Napster.
The first time I heard about digital music was through Napster. And I didn't really understand what it was, but I knew I could get any song I wanted.
How many of you download music from the internet? Okay.
When I realized that there is an opportunity to just download everything we want and not really pay for it, I started to use it.
19-year-old Sean Fanning developed the Napster computer program. Today at BYU, he was treated like a rock star.
It's strange, it's awkward. I'm not used to this.
He's an awesome guy, and he's so young, too.
So you don't think this is stealing?
Not at all, because you're just getting a few songs that you find interesting and seeing what's up.
There was this era of discovery that felt like the virtual version of a record store.
I remember saying to myself shortly after downloading my first MP3, I'm never going to buy music again.
Don't steal the music! 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 Don't steal the music!
If people leech off the system for free, the creators of copyright will not get compensated, and the movies and music will not get made. It's as simple as that.
When it became possible for people to get music for free, there was a lot of outcry and a lot of concern about, well, why do people think it's free? Why is that right?
If you make something and somebody takes it without compensating you, you're hurt by that.
Everyone would like to have everything for free. That's not how we work. And it's not fair, it's not right.
When you got a technology that gives away what you do free, how do you compete with free? I mean,
when Napster hit, it wasn't just an issue for the music industry.
Young teenagers, mind you, are coming up with ways we can get DVD movies on our computers for free.
Anything that was reducible to a 1 or a 0 was potentially available freely to consumers.
All of this was, from a music industry executive perspective, terrifying.
On the flip side, for the independent artist, Napster was probably a good thing. It made it so much easier to get exposure.
Probably 96, 97. Started making my first songs on the computer and putting them on the internet. Then the Napster came out. Yeah, it was massive, I'd look at my songs on Napster and see them on there a lot, If a lot of search results came up, it was a lot of people had it. So you could kind of tell that, wow, so this stuff's really spreading,
Making MCs freeze and drop to their knees like getting caught smuggling keys to Caribbean seas at ease.
I think Napster did a lot for independent artists at that time. It was the beginning of an independent path to find your following such that you can sustain yourself, have a career without having a major label contract.
Benefit was and is an awesome MC, but way ahead of his time. The major labels weren't paying attention to what was happening in the MP3 world. To their loss, because the MP3 world was like a minor leagues. And if somebody floats and rise to the top, then they could, zoom off to that other level.
The old paradigm from the last century only was good for that last century. The new century, I look at Napster as being new radio. And people are finding ways that now you're gonna have 1 million artists and 1 million labels now all in the record game.
I got the deaf people hearing this, blind people seeing this, paralyzed from the neck down, still feeling this.
But then the flip side, if you're making a living off of music as a musician, and suddenly your revenue streams cut out from under you, yeah, I totally understand.
Paralyzed from the neck down, neck down, neck down.
I remember Lars from Metallica was he was really mad about it.
Napster hijacked our music without asking. They never sought our permission. Our catalog of music simply became available for free downloads on the Napster system. The argument I hear a lot, that music should be free, must then mean that musicians should work for free. Nobody else works for free, why should musicians?
Drummer Lars Ulrich and his bandmates say Napster is illegal and filed suit against its creator for copyright infringement.
Most artists weren't really too thrilled with being on the other side of the hip, hot, new, young thing. But Lars was, frankly, unafraid to get out there.
If they want to steal Metallica's music instead of hiding behind their computers in their bedrooms and dorm rooms, then just go down to Tower Records and grab them off the shelves instead.
When I saw Lars Ulrich going on that campaign, I just remember thinking that was the lamest thing I'd ever seen. Metallica, you're all millionaires. So what are you complaining about?
What's your beef with Metallica then?
Why not let the people listen to music? As far as I'm concerned, Metallica is off my best help.
There was definitely a lot of hate and a lot of backlash. My friend definitely said, yeah, F Metallica, I'm done. I'm only listening to Nirvana now.
I've removed all the Metallica files from my hard drive. I don't want anything to do with Metallica anymore.
This mattered to a lot of people. Napster was like this symbol of freedom. And so when you have guys like Lars Ulrich trying to shut Napster down, you're gonna have a hell of a backlash.
Lars's argument was the one that I supported, and others in the industry did as well. But this was an incredibly disruptive force in the music industry, no matter what side of the argument you came down on. And the industry had to shut all of this down.
Using a PC to download music is one of the hottest of today's computer trends, and that has the recording companies up in arms and heading to court. At the center of their dispute is a music-sharing internet service known as Napster.
The litigation against Napster was fairly monumental. They were fighting us in court aggressively.
Napster's point of view is like, we don't personally share any files, okay? We just facilitate connections between users, and we're not responsible for policing the contents of our network.
Pure and simple. It was theft of intellectual property. And I just can't get past that fundamental reality. I still get agitated, even at this point, years later.
CNN covered the court decision live. So there was a lot of pressure. You know, 25 million people were using Napster every single day and really invested in the outcome.
In the end, the judge ruled that it was obvious to everyone at Napster that they knew what was going on. Napster appealed that and lost again.
In a 68-page opinion, the appeals court said Napster knew its users were violating copyright infringement laws.
The song swapping service this weekend will begin blocking access to millions of musical files on Napster.
We stopped the sharing. We basically took the servers offline. Over a period of time, the obligations to the creditors just overwhelmed the company, and there didn't seem to be any way to get revenue in, and so the board determined at that point the best thing to do would be to go into bankruptcy.
The days of free music with Napster, folks, are over.
It felt like this really dark, horrible day in San Francisco. I was depressed. Lots of people were depressed. Technology had lost.
But then, of course, the moles started popping all over the place.
There are already dozens of alternatives to Napster, with names such as My Napster, Napagator, and CuteMX.
We had other file sharing services crop up that were in many ways more insidious. There was no centralized server that the files passed through. And that was much more difficult to address.
Even if they crack down on one program like Kazaa or something, I think there's going to be another program coming out that in the next week or two that's going to be doing the same thing.
The huge problem at the time is that it was very hard to tell people not to use peer-to-peer methods. And they'll say, well, what should we use? And the answer was go to a record store and buy a CD. That's not what they wanted to hear.
The record companies have to wake up, and I think they will, to the fact that they're no longer in the business of hiring trucks and having big warehouses and shipping CDs around. People want their music via the internet.
The answer to the piracy was to give people what they otherwise wanted
in a legitimate way at a fair and reasonable price.
We needed to have a legitimate online music store.
The labels tried in their own lame ways to debut digital music stores of their own, which were total failures.
I remember trying to use these things and on these special players, and it was really pretty antediluvian, and nobody really signed up for these things. For the longest time, there was such a divide between Silicon Valley and the music industry. You know, it was just a big war.
It was not in the software industry's interest to help the music industry. They sold a lot of computers because people wanted to get their music and other content for free.
The music companies, they said, you know, you guys are all promoting piracy, and the tech guys are like, oh, you guys are all a bunch of Luddites, you don't understand, you have to change your business model. And the one guy who was able to bridge that divide was Steve Jobs.
Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
I've been back about 8 to 10 weeks, and we've been working really hard. And what we're trying to do is not something really highfalutin. We're trying to get back to the basics.
Steve Jobs had been fired at Apple and then been brought back. And at the time, Apple was in some ways a bit player in the computer space. The Mac products represented about 3% market share.
This company's absolutely going to turn around. As a matter of fact, I think the question now is not, can we turn around Apple? I think that's the booby prize. I think it's, can we make Apple really great again?
In 2001, he introduced the iPod.
There it is, right there.
So Steve saw a great opportunity in the music space for Apple.
Music's been around for a long time. You know, it's a real tangible market. And I think if we can bring some value to that market, then we'll succeed.
In late 2002, Steve Jobs called and said that he was going to create an online music store. And I saw that as the perfect opportunity to at least say, all right, we've got something out there.
We came up to Cupertino and went into a conference room. And Steve walks in. I don't think we even knew that that was going to happen. But he walks in and says, I want to show you the iTunes store. And then he sits there for 2 hours, himself with the mouse, showing how the store would work.
He was like a little kid in a candy store, absolutely, you know, fascinated with this thing that I remember thinking, it's so simple. And in fact, it was, but that's what made it brilliant.
It worked better than anything we'd ever seen before. And it became obvious this was a good thing to go with.
The one thing, of course, about the iTunes Music Store, he wanted every song to be a buck.
Steve Jobs wanted to sell singles off of every album that was on iTunes. He did not want a single album on the store that you could not break down in singles.
That had, you know, really serious ramifications, you know, for the music industry. There would be unbundling the album.
A CD is a bundle. It's a bundle of songs. If you want one song, you must buy the entire package. Bundles inflate the total revenue because people are kind of forced to pay up a bit.
So let's take a canonical example, which would be Vanilla Ice. I would be surprised if most people can name more than one Vanilla Ice song. But Vanilla Ice sold something like 10 million albums on the basis of just one hit song. So $160 million in revenue. Once you liberated the single from the album, that excess income from the compact disc would go away forever. You would only earn a small fraction of what you previously earned. They knew this was going to hurt them.
It's to say as a music fan, but it seems like music is almost disposable now. You would put out an album, what, every 6 years, tour for those 6 years off of that one album, but now having to put out a single, and then 3 singles, and then all of a sudden it's just a string of singles with no cohesion like an album, and really the songs don't have as much meaning to you as they did back then.
The pitch that Jobs made to the majors was, we will save you. It was like a siren song.
There was no choice, really, about anyone who thought about it. There was no choice.
Today, we've got 200,000 tracks, and all of this music with all of these rights, you can buy for 99 cents per song.
It's called iTunes.
The iTunes online music store.
The iTunes Music Store.
They've really just created, what we've all been waiting for, which is a purely digital music marketplace.
iTunes did spectacularly well. You had that great growth of downloads.
iTunes recently sold its 50 millionth song.
But the deal the industry made with Apple, to me, was a huge mistake.
The unbundling of albums meant that the revenue that came in was significantly diminished.
We were hopeful that the physical product would hold on longer than it did. As it turned out, it didn't.
CD sales have dropped almost 1/4 in just 3 years. That's an awful lot of lost business.
Buyers got very fed up with spending $18 when there's only 1 or 2 songs they like.
This change with iTunes made people so upset that people actually started taking their products off the platform. Estelle had an album that had come out, and the label found out that about 90% of the purchases were just of one song, American Boy. They pulled the entire album off of the platform for 3 weeks before caving in and putting it back on.
Really, they were desperate. And they decided what they would do was go after the end users of the peer-to-peer sites. The average file sharer, John and Jane Download. This was extremely controversial within the record industry. Hillary Rosen, the head of the RIAA, actually resigned in protest.
I didn't want us to go against individuals. Even though they were the source of a huge amount of illegal activity, I felt like ultimately they were still music fans. But essentially, I was kind of overruled. My last day at the RIAA was the day before the litigation against individuals started.
Yesterday, the music industry took another step, for the first time going after people downloading and swapping music online.
We want people to stop engaging in the theft of music so that people can go on making it.
I don't remember if I got it via letter or email, but I basically got what looked like a scam from the RIAA saying, you owe us for having downloaded music. I honestly ignored it because I didn't care. And they sent another letter saying I could be sued for up to $30,000 per song, of which there were thousands. I didn't have that much money. I don't think anyone did.
I wasn't ever really worried about getting fined for downloading MP3s, mainly because I was using my mom's computer, and I was kind of an so I was like, oh, my mom's gonna get fined, not me. Like, you can't take a 13-year-old's income when he doesn't have any income.
They filed something like 17,000 lawsuits. But rather than going after the big infringers, they ended up suing children and grandmothers and people who were dead and moms.
Vonnie Bassett was shocked to be slapped with a lawsuit for the hundreds of songs her teens downloaded off the internet for free.
My kids go to Catholic school. We brought them up right. No one in our family's been arrested. I mean, we don't steal. We don't steal.
It's just ridiculous. It was absurd. It was absurd.
I'm not downloading anything ever again. I mean, not even screensavers.
Almost everybody was forced to settle, often for a relatively small amount of money, like $3,000 or $4,000. But in the end, this just made people hate them. It didn't create a deterrent effect, it just made them loathed.
You know, I've been an avid record collector for over 40 years.
Right.
I've got nearly 10,000 records. You turned a music fan into an enemy.
In fact, more people probably went to piracy as a result of this than anything else.
I ended up having to pay, like, I think close to $1,000 to the RIAA. But in the end, I ended up recouping my losses by downloading overtime and doubling down.
Between the piracy and the unbundling, the industry recognized that it was on a decline. And over the course of, 15 years, shrank significantly. Industry revenue, I think in '99 was worldwide $34 billion. And it fell to something like $16 billion.
The industry was just destroyed, annihilated.
A simple dynamic in business, when an industry is under threat, you consolidate, which is a fancier word for cutting costs. You put two big music enterprises together, you can eliminate a whole bunch of jobs.
I'm currently standing in front of what used to be the Virgin Megastore, Union Square. Closed in June of 2009. It is now a Duane Reade and a Citibank.
This building formerly used to be Tower Records. It was the first Tower Records in New York. That window right there where the light is, that floor I worked on. It was the oldie section.
CD sales were dipping since, I think, like 2000, 2001. That's where the decline really kicked in.
I can't even remember the last time I physically went and bought a CD.
When 2006 happened, it was all over for me. That was the end of it. There wasn't much I could do.
Tower Records may be toppling. The music chain is preparing to file for bankruptcy next week.
When Tower was bought out, a lot of us, the employees that worked there, fell into like a depression. We're like, wow, this is it. The Tower is going to be gone for good.
How do I feel about it? Crappy.
Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
I brought a disc, and we could copy this.
Okay, no problem. All we gotta do is... Whoa.
Don't copy that floppy. Thieving, stealing, taking what's not yours. Is that really where you want your life to go?
But they can't stop people from copying. It's too easy. It might be easy, but it's still against the law.
Don't copy that floppy.
Around the mid-2000s, post-Napster, music piracy was still a huge problem. At the time, it was all torrents. Everybody had moved to torrents. That's how most people were, sort of young people at least, were getting their music.
Online piracy is costing the US film industry $20 billion a year. Like, don't they know they can download that stuff for free? Use BitTorrent.
The question is, what's the best way to fight the RIAA? Hack them 98%. Shame on you people.
The music industry was preoccupied with the whole peer-to-peer file transfer, illegal theft. It had to figure out how it was going to attack and approach the marketplace in this new world to be able to remain viable and competitive.
To us, it's black and white. Either you pay for it or you don't. Straight up and down, it's stealing.
Sweden, out of all the countries in the world, had adopted pirate technology more than anywhere else. It was a country full of hackers. They'd come up with all different kind of takes on peer-to-peer networks and BitTorrent, and they had the pirate party. An entire political party that really traces its roots back to Napster. For them, trading music, it's like a political, cultural calling.
The Swedish parts of the music industry, they were suffering even more than maybe their American counterparts. Very few people were buying CDs anymore, or very few people were buying licensed material online. Everyone was using the file sharing networks.
At that time, there was a guy named Daniel Ek, who was Swedish, who had previously been the CEO of a torrent company. And he said, I have a plan to make people pay for music again. We're going to move beyond the locally stored MP3 file into the kind of like globally distributed stream. That was his business model, which he calls Spotify.
What if instead of having to go through the trouble of buying and downloading music, what if they had access to all the music in the world just through a streaming service?
Spotify launched in Sweden in October 2008.
Spotify took off in Sweden, and so Ek was able to go around to different countries and get the labels there to do the same thing, and eventually he came to the US.
Daniel's, he's not Steve Jobs. He's very soft-spoken. You can tell that he's kind of a nerdy engineer. He's very polite and easygoing, and for the labels, I think Daniel being not as abrasive and scary and powerful as Steve Jobs was probably pretty attractive. And the thought of him sitting in a room with all these music execs and banging his fist on the table is hard for me to imagine. But he's the one who talks all of these labels into cooperating and giving this service that he made a chance.
Spotify, they presented us with an option. Now, we could say we don't want to use it, we don't want to distribute it that way, but we'll be like dinosaurs, and we wouldn't be here.
The mistakes the major record labels made in the late 90s, I will give them credit for this. They learned from those mistakes, and they understood that they had to scramble to get ahead of the next wave of technology.
Europe's best-kept secret is out in the open. Spotify has landed in the USA.
And with 10 million registered users in Europe, it could be a big hit here.
The unlimited service is ad-free but locked to your computer, while the premium service brings Spotify to your mobile devices.
You're like, hey, you want to hear this new song? All you have to do is go, boom, it's right there.
Wait a minute, everything's here? Like everything?
Just like the first time I used an MP3, I said, oh my God, I'm never gonna pay again. The first time I used Spotify, I was like, I'm gonna pay again, aren't I? And so that's how well it worked.
From about the turn of the century until 3 or 4 years ago, the music industry had lost around 40% of its entire value.
Physical sales are pretty much over, but streaming's growing, growing, growing.
Next thing you know, Google, Amazon, Microsoft, Apple, they all want to have a streaming subscription service.
Good morning. Today we're announcing Apple Music.
Today I'm happy to announce Google Play Music All Access.
Amazon is taking the plunge, diving into an already crowded streaming market with a new subscription music service.
Some big names behind a streaming music service being relaunched now with some help from Jay-Z. He bought Tidal for $56 million in January.
We've reached a point where there are too many streaming options to mention.
Companies ran away from music because there wasn't any growth. Now there is. That's a sign that the industry's becoming healthy, after years of being, really sick. It's just a question of what it means for artists.
For Microsoft, Google, Apple, music doesn't mean something special to them. It's just something that gets bundled along in this monthly fee that you pay for various things, whereas obviously this is the lifeblood for musicians.
Streaming has a lot of business challenges attached to it. The whole notion of micro pennies. You could have hundreds of thousands of streams and you get paid 12 cents.
People can't even tell me what a stream is worth. This just changes from month to month to month to month to month. No one knows how to quantify.
As far as online streaming, the record companies, they take whatever their percentage is. Everyone gets a cut. What's left of that, we have to split 4 ways and with our manager. So it's literally nothing,
The artists are looking at these 1/10 of a cent royalties and going, that's crazy. Do you know how many times I'm going to have to listen to that song or those groups of songs to be equivalent to what I'd make from an album sale?
Tonight, word of a music smackdown. Taylor Swift is pulling her music off of Spotify, and all of this over pricing. In an editorial, she wrote, file sharing and streaming have shrunk the numbers of paid album sales drastically. Valuable things should be paid for.
I saw what Taylor Swift just did, and I think that's awesome. I mean, the only person really getting screwed here is the artist, and that's the way it always is.
Why don't they pay Taylor Swift more? Why don't they pay Ari the Rugged Man more? Taylor don't need the money as much as me, but she's got a good point.
Everybody's doing the work, then they need to get paid. Just that simple. I need my money.
So you had some artists speaking out.
Rihanna released a new single last week. She's one of the partners of Tidal. You can't stream it on Spotify, but you can stream it exclusively on Tidal.
In reality, they're all coming back.
The other week, Taylor Swift decided to once again offer her entire back catalog on Spotify.
With streaming, it's the way that the music industry is going, so we're all gonna have to figure out a way to make it work.
When people are bitching they're not making enough money, they have to understand if you're a successful artist today, you can make more money than you've ever made in the history of the music business. There are sponsorships, and you can do ads. In addition, concert revenues exceed by a huge margin what they used to. So you have to look at all the opportunities, not only from these streaming services.
Yeah, you get pennies on the dollar, whatever. Who cares? Go out there and play a show and make money and get out there and do that. Don't complain about an internet streaming service. That's so lame. Cry me a river.
Through this entire period of time, while the recorded music industry's been down, the live music industry's been flourishing. And there's maybe an easy explanation. In a world where we get less and less personal online, the precious thing is seeing it live and experiencing it, because you can't digitize experience.
The digital age makes it a lot easier to scout talent, I would say.
We're able to get data and metrics from all sorts of different sites, whether that's Spotify listener data on the publicly available About the Artist page. There's usually about 40% we see of their monthly listeners in a certain city would actually purchase tickets to that show in that city.
I think now your recording is an advertisement for your performance and your live engagement, not the other way around.
Touring. Touring is nonstop revenue all year. That's where all the money comes from. I'll tour till I'm dead. I'll tour till I'm dead.
It shouldn't be that you have to be a touring act. Touring is grueling.
We don't want to tour all the time. We're getting older, and it's a lot of hard work being out there doing that. But those are things you have to do.
I think I make the majority of my money from shows. It wasn't always like that, but it's like that now. Merch is probably next.
I didn't think I'd be a t-shirt merchant when I started making music.
These are socks. These go really quickly, especially at shows.
So this is a raincoat. It has the Hot Sugar Capsule.
I have shirts, I have Afro hoodies. I have this Afro shirt right here.
This is a t-shirt, another t-shirt with another picture of me. You cannot, to my knowledge, download a shirt.
This is a front and back hat.
This is Valhalla Java. It's a brand of coffee that Zach Wilde created.
I'm telling you, you can clean your house about 5 times, mow the lawn 3 times, even though it's already finished the first time you mow it, and that's before brunch.
And it is one of the best-selling coffees on Amazon.
You have to, as an artist, make products that are sellable because music's not as sellable as it used to be.
Where records had always been by far the majority of the income earned by people who made albums, increasingly artists were making more money from touring, from live events and ticketing and merchandising and everything else than they really were earning from their records. Our revenue model didn't make any sense any longer.
Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
Our generation's biggest problem.
Climate change is happening.
And the world's most innovative solutions.
Transport, industry, buildings, electricity, all of those things.
Everything you need to know about our changing environment, the politics of global warming.
We can and we will deal with climate change.
In the fight against climate change, Bloomberg Green has you covered.
Let me ask you something. Y'all want to have some fun tonight?
I was offered really deals in my life. And it got to the point where I hated my label. So I said, hey, I'm gonna run and do this myself. And when I started doing independent records, that's when all my money started coming in. And that's where all my success started coming in. And that's where all of my fans started coming in.
Chance the Rapper has gone from making mixtapes in his Southside Chicago home to winning 3 Grammys and performing for the president at the White House, all without the backing of a single record label.
More artists have been making more music at home and releasing it themselves into streaming services. So it's been a creative renaissance.
We're now going to be rolling out the ability to monetize directly on SoundCloud. We're inviting hundreds of thousands of creators. This means more money in their pocket at the end of the day on a revenue share basis.
Thousands of people are making money off their talents and hobbies with Patreon.
Patreon is a lot like Kickstarter, but it's ongoing, so it's per music video I upload.
Bandcamp is this website where artists can independently just take the music that they produce themselves and put it up onto the website.
An artist uploads their music to Bandcamp, a fan pays them directly for it. We take a small cut, it's about half of what iTunes charges.
Bandcamp has become the hero. I think that they are more closely attuned to listening to the needs of musicians and actually meeting those concrete needs. It's better than, I think, virtually any other company that's out there. They've really provided an online record store and a way for artists to recoup money, and I haven't seen any other company try to meet those needs.
If you've got merchandise, if you've got physical CDs, if you've got t-shirts and hats and all sorts of stuff like that, you can sell that directly on the Bandcamp platform as well. Can't do that on Spotify or Apple Music.
Now to another grim milestone, the world surpassing 1 million deaths from the coronavirus.
I don't think we were prepared for the realization that the majority of our livelihood depended on us being on the road all the time and physically being at shows.
Most artists today who are successful are making the majority of their income through live performance.
60, 70, sometimes upwards of 80% of an artist's income is reliant on touring, on merchandise, on this, which is empty.
A little more than a month before they're scheduled to be in California, Variety reports BTS canceled shows in Seoul, Korea due to fear over the spread of the virus.
More than 40% of Canadians wouldn't feel comfortable going to a music event until at least 6 months after social restrictions are lifted.
The shutdown of live shows this year has affected me in so many different ways. I have been turning to live streaming. I'm on Twitch every week. I've built up a nice little community. I've got a Discord going. I'm doing the whole thing.
Woo! Let go, let go. Look, we about to get it brackin' in this. You just tuned into the latest channel on Twitch.
In a major collaboration that's clearly a sign of times, 12 million players logged into Fortnite last night to watch a virtual Travis Scott perform in concert.
It's great for the artists, it's great for the fans, and that's something I think that you're going to see more of after the pandemic, is people not wanting to just see a show at a venue in a theater, and you'll want to see more and more experiences and less just pure concerts.
Everybody on YouTube, subscribe. Twitch, you subscribe. Facebook, do you like and subscribe to? Let's go!
Make sure you subscribe. Make sure you smash the subscribe button on YouTube.
Thank you guys for donating. Even if you didn't have the means to donate, thank you for tuning in.
I've had a music career just by going straight to consumers and to an audience and fans, rather than waiting for this faceless music industry guy to help pitch it.
You didn't do nothing. I did all the hard work, so why shouldn't I make 100% of that money?
What's up, guys?
Hi guys, welcome back to the channel.
Zoom in, I want to see you. I got my screen right up here. I can watch you guys. Interaction is everything for me.
Something that's really unique with live streaming is that you actually get to know the names of your fans and you get to know their personal lives.
Big hearts up for Big Cheese right now, because he needs our love, man. He was down for a little second.
Dude, shout out Savannah Bebo, Sparky, Miss Winter Falcon. You guys are legends. Legends.
Your fans get to actually chat with you live and give input as far as what they want to hear.
So the revolution will be televised after all.
But there really is nothing like being on stage with tens of thousands of people in front of you at a festival with the lights and everybody screaming. I just miss it all.
I don't think streaming is the end of the game. I think the game will continue to unfold. You, as a talented artist, you can go make your own recording. You can build your career using social media. And the major labels' role in creating the next generation of successful artists will become less and less important.
We found out that the record companies were limited. It's like, okay, you're taking, but what you giving back? You giving me a piece of my soul back to me? Or you just taking my soul and keeping it and cashing it in?
If you've only got a niche audience, it doesn't make sense to sign to a major label.
Right now, more than ever, the law of 1,000 true fans is what we're going to see working as a model going forward. You could have 10 million plays on your song on Spotify, but that doesn't mean that you're going to sell 100 tickets to a show. 1,000 true fans can sustain you if you have the right platforms in place, and that can be anything from Bandcamp to Patreon to Twitch, any of these places that are meant to build community and allow you to have a space that you control where you can sell virtually anything about your creative process that you want.
Most people who aren't on a major label want to be. A lot of the DIY guys, once they start to kind of, blow up, they go to the label. The Weeknd is a perfect example. He did these kind of brilliant albums in his bedroom. They got massive radio play after he gave them away for free. But then he went to the major label when the time came.
Labels definitely have a place, but they're not the gatekeepers anymore. You don't have to sign to a major record label to be successful in the music business anymore, and thank God for that.
Stand clear of the closing doors, please.
The MP3 is now an obsolete technology. By 1998, there were more sophisticated replacements available. But the core of what it did lives on. Whenever you're streaming music via your phone, it's using the same techniques that Brandenburg pioneered back in the 80s.
People are walking around with their internet-connected phones, and they're just listening to music all the time, and it couldn't be easier. So finally, we have this thing that everybody's been talking about literally for 20 years, the celestial jukebox. And people are listening to more music than they ever have in history.
If you go to the roots of the mobile computing revolution, it's based on MP3 piracy. The idea of walking into an Apple store and spending $300 or $400 on a gadget You had to get primed by the MP3 to want to do that.
I got two!
Ultimately, I think the MP3 created more value than it destroyed.
Yesterday, Apple reported the largest quarterly profit of any public company in history.
A lot of money was made along the way, just not by the people who used to make it.
The fundamental way that companies make money was completely changed the first time an MP3 was moved from one person to the next. Generations from that point forward have realized access to things is more valuable than owning them. Why own a car when I can call Uber anytime? Why own a second home when I can go to Airbnb? If I can have access and hear any song when I want, why own a CD?
The march of technology is a good thing, not a bad thing. The fact that it uniquely affected us was the way of life, really.
Nowadays, I love to listen to classical music. I love some of the newer music.
What about rap music?
Oh yeah, why not? Talking about MP3, I had the feeling this is not good for the music industry. But in the end, I think it changed for the better.
Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars. only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
Our generation's biggest problem.
Climate change is happening.
And the world's most innovative solutions.
Transport, industry, buildings, electricity, all of those things.
Everything you need to know about our changing environment, the politics of global warming.
We can and we will deal with climate change.
In the fight against climate change, Bloomberg Green has you covered.
I think when you cover IPOs and high-flying startups, you're used to seeing dramatic changes over short periods of time, but nothing in my experience has really compared to what WeWork has undergone. I think people felt like they blinked and everything was different.
At last reporting, they're running out of cash very quickly here.
Sources have told Bloomberg that the company could run out of cash by next month.
I was surprised at the vitriol and the speed with which investors apparently rejected what WeWork was trying to do.
From the first day that we started WeWork, it was about bringing people together. There's an energy that you feel. That energy is something that's hard to explain. It's something that either you feel it or you don't. We like to call it the we generation.
In less than 1 year, WeWork went from one of the most highly valued startups of all time to losing more than 3/4 of its value, ousting its rockstar CEO, and desperately needing a cash bailout from its biggest investor just to keep the lights on. In order to understand how we got here, we need to take a look into the mistakes made along the way.
The ambitious vision of WeWork is effectively dead, period.
This is a case study of when a company got too much money too fast with no effective oversight on how to spend it.
They are no longer the market leader. That company is going to get smaller, and it's never going to be 10 times bigger. I mean, the story's over.
As late as summer 2019, the co-working company WeWork was considered one of the most valuable startups with a $47 billion price tag, more than Airbnb, Stripe, and SpaceX. But in just a few months' time, that valuation has vanished, and the very future of the company is in doubt. To understand how this happened, it all starts with the company's now former CEO and founder, Adam Neumann.
Adam Neumann is the co-founder of WeWork and was its CEO for a long time. He came over to New York for college after being in the Israeli Navy and started a few businesses, including, my favorite example is a baby clothes line with knee pads.
His landlord was actually showing him another building in Brooklyn when he came up with the idea of sort of subdividing that space, which Miguel McKelvey, his co-founder, who's a trained architect, sort of came up with the plans, and then boom, they were away. They started a company called Green Desk, which they sold, and that was the first iteration of WeWork, which they started in 2010.
WeWork is a new environment for the workspace. So co-working was sort of where it started. Today there's a movement in changing the way people work.
2010 was a great time to be starting a co-working company in New York City. There were a bunch of landlords with empty office buildings, vacancies. WeWork actually presented a solution for them. The very first building down in Grand Street in downtown Manhattan was where WeWork launched its first co-working spot, and from there it was sort of boom. From 2010 to 2011, it doubled in size, and from then on, the growth was exponential.
Some of their original investors were people who were involved in commercial real estate. They got some early investment from a venture capital firm called Benchmark, and eventually sort of kept growing, kept taking on new leases, and started to grow the business starting in New York City.
Business grew quickly, and by 2015, the company already quadrupled its valuation to $10 billion, counting 23,000 customers, paying memberships in 32 locations, renting desks for as little as $45 per month.
WeWork's whole idea was, let's not just be a commercial office leasing company, let us accelerate the new world of how people work and make it better.
Community, being surrounded by a group of like-minded individuals, being part of something bigger than yourself, inspires people to work harder, spend more time at work, and just have fun doing it.
And initially, this attracted the attention of young entrepreneurs looking to expand their companies.
We thought it's about time to give you a tour of where we work. A tour of where we work. A tour of where we work. Hey!
You got your Cokes, you got your Red Bulls. Incredible group of people. Everyone that I've met through the WeWork community has been absolutely awesome, and all the staff here are incredible.
It's almost like a cult-like sensation that they created with the very early employees sort of realising that WeWork was more than a company, it was a bit of a family, it was a community. And members too sort of realised that, they realised they could lean on each other in terms of networking, in terms of growing their own businesses.
This excitement drew in even more investors to the company.
Adam and his company, it's not 2.0, it's 10.0. I mean, he's taken it to really the next level. And when you walk into their space and you see the energy, you see the excitement, you see the interaction, it's a very, very powerful concept.
And the most crucial investor would be SoftBank.
I would say the time that I think WeWork really started to take off was when SoftBank invested in them in 2017. That gave them a valuation of $20 billion, and that's really when you start to get into the high ranks of other venture-backed private companies.
With SoftBank's investment, WeWork quickly expanded its footprint throughout the world.
And it's the beginning also of this partnership between Adam Neumann and Masayoshi Son, who's the head of SoftBank. They have this meeting that is often told again and again in the lore of WeWork, where Adam made this pitch and Masa said, that's great, but let's make it even bigger.
WeWork is actually one of over 80 companies that SoftBank Vision Fund has backed with its over $100 billion.
SoftBank's idea is there's lots of money out there in this unique period of transformation. Let's make everything happen faster with more money. And let's enable companies that have smart ideas to get even more ambitious, bigger, and faster.
Between 2017 and 2018, SoftBank would invest around $8 billion into WeWork, doubling its valuation to $20 billion in 2017. In 2019, SoftBank floated a potential $16 billion investment, which would give them a controlling stake in the company. Ultimately, they would scale back to just $2 billion, but it was enough to double WeWork's valuation again to $47 billion.
So at $47 billion, which is a little bit of an illusory number, it's not real, but that put WeWork in the very top tier of high-valued young startups.
So the reaction from a lot of the real estate world was, wow, that's crazy, in part because there's a company that trades in the UK called IWG, used to be known as Regis. It trades at a fraction of that, and people were looking at that company, which is profitable, and WeWork, which is not, and wondering what the gig is, why people didn't understand, or what SoftBank maybe knew that they didn't.
And that's because in many measurable areas like global square footage, members, locations, countries, revenue, and profit, IWG is either similar or much higher than WeWork, except of course for one area, valuation, where WeWork was valued nearly 13 times higher than IWG.
We of course looked at that every single day and said, what are we missing? Is there something that we're not doing? Is there something that we're missing? Is there an ingredient that's sort of there that we are missing out on that we can add into what we're doing? But we never found it.
After getting these investments from SoftBank and licensed to spend quickly, that's just what WeWork did, opening more and more offices around the world, making investments in a variety of different companies, and even opening an elementary school in New York City.
It's almost stuff of legend right now how recklessly WeWork spent its money on things from a company that makes wave pools to a company that makes superfoods, led by a guy that Adam met while he was surfing.
You know, when you see a startup that's in the commercial real estate sector investing in an indoor wave pool company and in a children's school, you know something has gone wrong.
But just how wrong wouldn't be fully realized until WeWork announced in August of 2019 that it would file for a public offering.
It was the first time since a bond offering last year that investors were able to Peel back the curtain and see into the company's financial performance, read its metrics, see its growth.
I got up really early and was reading it, and I remember on my way into the office, it was still dark outside, and there was a small line, just a couple lines about how Adam Neumann, the CEO, he had personally purchased the trademark to the word "we," and had sold that back to his own company for $5.9 million. And I looked at that and I thought, that's kind of weird. This was just one of many examples of how the corporate leadership, including Adam Neumann, seemed to find opportunities to enrich themselves at the expense of shareholders and at the expense of the company.
The filings also showed in just the first 6 months of 2019, WeWork lost $690 million, bringing its total losses to almost $3 billion in the past 3 years.
Things start changing rapidly. Investors are telling WeWork and its bankers, you know what, this isn't for us. People are throwing out numbers as low as 12, potentially even as low as 10 billion.
All these things that raised a few red flags kind of added fuel to the fire of this discussion of, is this company ready to go public? It just doesn't feel like it has the controls in place that you would expect of a public company that needs to protect the value for shareholders.
On September 17th, WeWork officially pushed back its much-awaited initial public offering.
We have decided to postpone our IPO to focus on our core business, the fundamentals of which remain strong.
The board, and in particular SoftBank, its biggest investor, decide that there needs to be a big change, it needs to come from the top, and that Adam is now more of a liability toward the company than he is an asset.
On September the 24th, he resigned, saying too much focus has been placed on me. He realised he was a distraction to the company. In a vote with all board directors, of which he was one, he actually voted against himself remaining as CEO.
Two senior WeWork executives, Sebastian Gunningham and Artie Minson, were appointed as co-CEOs. Among their housekeeping items, sell Newman's $60 million private jet, put multiple WeWork acquisitions up for sale, postpone the IPO indefinitely, close down WeGrow, the company's private elementary school, and lay off thousands of employees.
We reported that the co-CEOs, Artie Minson and Sebastian Gunningham, have secured themselves multi-million-dollar severance packages at a time when the company doesn't even have enough cash to pay severance to its thousands of rank-and-file employees that it plans to lay off.
Have you ever heard of anything like that before, a company not being able to afford to fire their employees?
I haven't.
Interesting.
Have you?
SoftBank would ultimately bail WeWork out, injecting a much-needed $9.5 billion into the company, which now is valued at less than $8 billion.
Now that SoftBank has bailed out WeWork, I think the overarching sense is one of uncertainty for everyone who's involved in this company. When I've talked to ex-employees from WeWork, they often feel pretty drained by the experience. They felt like they came in drinking the Kool-Aid, thinking WeWork was going to change the world and make everyone more connected and help people do what they love. And by the time they left, they felt like they hadn't really been valued, and that the company was kind of all over the place, and they felt worn out.
There are some cautionary notes for every other young company. The running the business in a completely unprofitable manner, the lack of board oversight, that there was no adults in the room saying no. And so I think what happened at WeWork is a sign that you can only run a company without guardrails for so long.
I mean, I think it's basically a shocker for everyone. I don't think anyone's seen anything quite this big and this strange go down. But for those of us in tech, there is great precedent for a transformational change getting underway and then a bunch of the early folks sort of flopping. I mean, there was a time that eBay was 10 times bigger than Amazon. Now Amazon's 50 times bigger than eBay. There was a time that MySpace was the only social network. Now the only one is Facebook. Those kind of reversals happen quite regularly, and so it's not really a surprise that the first mouse to chase the cheese is the one that got caught in the trap. I think that's roughly what happened at WeWork.
I think WeWork is sort of both a little bit of an outlier in this era of technology startups, but also kind of the perfect encapsulation of what this era of sort of easy money and no rules has delivered in startup land.
Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com webinars.
Our generation's biggest problem.
Climate change is happening.
And the world's most innovative solutions.
Transport, industry, buildings, electricity, all of those things.
Everything you need to know about our changing environment, the politics of global warming.
We can and we will deal with climate change.
In the fight against climate change, Bloomberg Green has you covered.
I've been covering this trade war for almost 3 years now, and oftentimes it, looks very chaotic.
The China trade deal is dependent on one thing. Do I want to make it? If we don't make a deal with China, I'll just raise the tariffs even higher. Thank you very much.
And it's really hard to think back to the beginning of it, but how it really started, it actually seemed like there was a strategy to it.
Over the course of the US-China trade war, Trump's aggressive policies and unpredictable behavior has managed to bring the Chinese to the negotiating table.
We've come to a very substantial phase one deal.
China will continue to eat your lunch unless somebody takes a stand. And it just so happens that it was Donald Trump that took the stand.
We're close.
With the promise of that phase one deal looming on the horizon, can that same aggressive strategy produce meaningful reform in China?
I wrote a paper during the Obama administration saying people are not taking China seriously enough, and the president has to be directly involved for American policy to actually make sense.
I think in some ways it's better to wait till after the election with China. But I'm not going to say that. I just think that.
Now the president's directly involved, and American policy doesn't make sense.
The reality is that the Trump administration has done this in a much more aggressive way than previous administrations have. It was an asset going into this trade war. It may have been a liability in the end.
This is a case study of when negotiating tactics turn from method to madness.
We can't continue to allow China to rape our country, and that's what they're doing. It's the greatest theft in the history of the world.
President Trump ran a successful campaign of denouncing China's unfair trading practices.
They take our money, they take our jobs, and we owe them $1.6 trillion.
I think it's important to understand that the president inherited a very difficult situation, one where we probably should have addressed some of these problems with China a lot sooner. But I think the president had great wisdom and courage to step up and realize that we really can start to make progress.
And after becoming president, his team began devising a strategy on how they could rebalance the relationship with China. And this man, Derek Scissors, was part of those initial conversations.
The goal starts with, we're going to focus on intellectual property, which we were trying to decide, how do we get the Chinese to reduce their intellectual property coercion and theft? They weren't going to stop, but how can we reduce it? How can we show we're serious about this issue, change their behavior? And that got pulled into the president saying, I want high tariffs. I want to reduce the trade deficit, which is a completely different goal. Putting tariffs on all firms doesn't discourage theft and coercion of intellectual property because it doesn't punish the guilty, it punishes everyone.
Tariffs are really the big bazooka in the trade world. You don't like to use them normally, or if you do use them in the trade world, you tend to use them as for short-term leverage to try and get someone to the negotiating table.
In March 2018, Ambassador Lighthizer, the trade representative, was testifying on Capitol Hill, and he was kind of laying out what he called an algorithm.
The purpose of your algorithm is to pick out things to the extent you can that are in that category. Things that are in the category of have the maximum effect on China and the minimum effect on U.S. consumers.
The initial number that folks at the U.S. Trade Representative's office came up with was $34 billion.
And the president looks at it and says, well, that's not big enough. And we've seen this a lot in our reporting covering this trade war, that the president really likes round numbers.
A second list of $16 billion of Chinese goods is published, raising the total initial tariffs to $50 billion. And while looking back, this may seem haphazard, it is part of President Trump's strategy.
And this is just the beginning. I want to tell you that. This is just the beginning.
Donald Trump has always had two things he's tried to accomplish through these trade wars. One is selling it domestically to his base. He wants to be seen to be punching China in the nose. And the second thing is his old art of the deal approach, and that is he likes to destabilize people across the negotiating table.
This administration has kind of prided itself on being unpredictable. Kind of the notion that unpredictability is a real strength in a negotiation, because if they don't know what you're going to do, somehow they're going to give you more.
But not everyone agrees with that sentiment, at least in regards to the larger intent of getting a deal done with China.
To me, they haven't been unpredictable at all. I think the president has been saying for 2.5 years that he wants to have a deal with China if he can get a deal that is good and that is in U.S. interests. And he's gotten a deal with Korea, and he's gotten a deal with Mexico, and he's gotten a deal with Canada, and he's gotten a deal with Japan, and we're having these negotiations with China.
Early on, the maximum pressure strategy only resulted in the Chinese responding with tariffs of their own, going after areas that could hurt Trump's political base, imposing tariffs on the auto industry, pork, and especially soybeans.
Once the Chinese stopped buying soybeans, the impact in the markets was pretty stark. Immediately, the price collapsed and farmers started getting hit.
So when you engage in this, tit-for-tat tariff war, the question is really who can live with the pain for longer.
And obviously that is a question of political will. And that's always going to be the case, and there's sort of no way around that. Fortunately for us, President Trump has shown that he has that political will.
For the rest of 2018, the two countries would raise tariffs back and forth. The U.S. would go from its initial $50 billion in tariffs to $250 billion, and China's total tariffs would now hit $110 billion of U.S. goods. Eventually, these tariffs would have their desired effect. In December of 2018, President Trump and Chinese President Xi Jinping would meet face-to-face in Buenos Aires.
Start our meeting. We'll be talking about a number of topics.
At that dinner in Buenos Aires, the two leaders agree that they won't raise tariffs on each other anymore, or at least for 90 days while they try to negotiate a new deal. Over the spring, the two sides keep negotiating, but the Trump administration seems to be moving the goalposts, or at least that's how the Chinese see it. One, they refuse to lift tariffs as part of any deal, and secondly, Trump seems to be constantly increasing the amount of purchases he wants to see from China. At one point, he goes from $1.2 trillion over 6 years to a $2 trillion number, and that just seems both impetuous to the Chinese, but also economically impossible.
By April, the two sides create a 150-page document, and there's optimism that a deal is in sight.
And, the White House was very confident that this, tough negotiating strategy from the president has really, turned out to get results and fix the issues that they went into this trade war for.
My understanding is that both sides were actually discussing where the leaders would meet to sign the agreement.
However, in the final stages of negotiating, the Chinese began to walk back some of their larger concessions. Most importantly, China didn't want to commit to making legal changes for the U.S.
And I think what happened here is that China thought that Trump wanted a deal at any cost, and that he was so out there promising this deal that he wouldn't mind if they took some things off the table.
That's the point where I think the president kind of got fed up, and the events in the negotiations led to an entirely disproportionate response on his part.
In a tweet on May 5th, Trump suddenly raised tariffs on the existing $250 billion worth of goods, and also threatened that he would tax the remaining $325 billion worth of Chinese imports.
That tweet I read on a plane, I was like, okay, I'm going to buy Wi-Fi now, and I worked the entire plane ride over there.
Days later, Trump again escalated the dispute by placing Chinese telecom giant Huawei on a blacklist. That was the biggest slap in the face for the Chinese yet, and relations further deteriorated.
We're having a little squabble with China because we've been treated very unfairly for many, many decades.
But in another face-to-face meeting, this time in Osaka, Japan, Trump and Xi were able to negotiate another truce on further aggression.
So covering this, we often have deja vus and, think, well, we've seen this movie before. They have a truce. It goes on for, a couple months until Trump realizes China, again, didn't live up to its promises.
And that's when Trump unleashed another series of tweets.
So in early August, Trump decides to escalate things again and announces that he is going to put tariffs on the remaining imports from China. Importantly, it's also for the first time really going to hit consumers. It's going to hit things like smartphones, toys, kids' clothes. And this is the first time that the trade wars are really going to come home for a lot of Americans.
After a year and a half of all this madness, Trump's advisors told him, if you want to get reelected, you have to stop this now. We need to find an off-ramp. And so they came to him for the first time in September and said, why don't we pocket some of these wins? Why don't we get something good for farmers and do something like a partial deal?
The August tariff threats were split up, and the ones that would hit consumer favorites were given a December 15th deadline, with the hopes that a deal could be struck by the end of the year.
A tremendous deal for the farmers, a purchase of from $40 to $50 billion worth of agricultural products.
It's actually hard, as someone who's been following this for several years, to really care about the Phase 1 deal. Agriculture is not going to solve the trade imbalance. It's not going to bring back U.S. manufacturing jobs. For this year, if you sign Phase 1, you don't sign Phase 1, doesn't matter. You're not going to get any meaningful economic changes from the Chinese in 2019 or 2020.
One of the big questions around this trade war is, was it worth it? The real question is, are we going to get future phases in the negotiation, and are you going to get some meaningful changes in China? And a lot of people in Washington, certainly, a lot of longtime China watchers feel like that's not the case.
I think we're finally having serious negotiations with China after many years of frustration, and I think everyone has finally started to realize that we have actual leverage in this situation. And that we have the opportunity to improve the type of trade arrangements that we have with China.
20 months and many false dawns later, what have we learned about the use of this maximum pressure campaign? And can this strategy of unpredictability really work over the long term?
Just so you understand, I've been very mild about it. Very, very mild. There's a long way I can go.
I think, number one, this just shows that trade negotiations are tough. And one of the kind of shortcomings of this negotiation has been we've kind of been all over the map. I mean, at some points, this negotiation's been all about agriculture. Other points, it's been all about these structural issues like IPR.
The main problem the president has is he wants this to wrap up too quickly. The president wants this done now. He wants to run on it. He wants to say, I solved this problem. So because of that, he has lost patience with the pace of negotiations, and he's fine with the outcome of very high U.S. tariffs. That's one thing everyone has to understand. The president doesn't think, oh, I'll pressure the Chinese and they'll automatically give in. He thinks, I'll pressure them and they'll give in, or I'll get to keep the tariffs and the trade deficit will fall. Both are good for me.
We're doing very nicely with China, but I like it the way it is now, because we're taking in billions and billions of dollars and we're giving some of that money to farmers and others.
Now that President Trump is on the cusp of signing a Phase 1 deal, will his willingness to use tariffs really lead to the fundamental economic changes he is seeking from China?
If you want to be a good negotiator, some element of unpredictability is useful. But I think here we've gotten to the point where we're so unpredictable that other countries are kind of throwing up their hands and trying to decide, is it even worth doing a deal with the United States? Because we don't even know if the United States is going to stick to the deal.
I mean, I think you have to remember that, 2 or 3 years ago, we were being told that the U.S. had very little leverage in trade negotiations, and there really wasn't a lot we could do to get other countries to accommodate our concern. The reality of it is that countries understand that this is the biggest economy in the world. It's a great market. It's an open market. And I think people are always going to be interested in making trade with the United States.
It's fair to say that tariffs brought the Chinese to the table, but what have we gotten out of it? And this gets back to not so much the tool, tariffs, but the strategy. If we don't know our own goals, it's very hard to have a win at the end.
Our generation's biggest problem.
Climate change is happening.
And the world's most innovative solutions.
Transport, industry, buildings, electricity, all of those things.
Everything you need to know about our changing environment, the politics of global warming.
We can and we will deal with climate change.
In the fight against climate change, Bloomberg Green has you covered.
When the Me Too movement first took off and we were getting women coming forward and telling their stories of harassment, assault, or discrimination in their workplace, we were like, this is the only matter of time before we get some really good stories coming out of the financial industry because we know that it exists.
Wall Street, just like lots of areas, has some serious and pretty deep problems. But, a big cultural moment has not happened.
Now to the Me Too movement growing this morning in the wake of the Harvey Weinstein scandal.
High-powered men across entertainment, media, technology, and politics have been brought down by women who felt empowered to tell their stories. But on Wall Street, a system of silence has protected the status quo.
The primary difference for women on Wall Street versus other industries is money. And money is power. And Wall Street has the most money and the most power of any industry.
Story by story, it's like we get this peek into this machine, different arms of the machine.
Those arms explain why there was no revolution in finance this year. Instead, there were rare moments of revelation that pierced the silence.
Keeping people quiet doesn't make it better for the business. You don't hire the best people if you exclude people who are brave.
This is the story of the forces that have kept the Me Too reckoning from hitting Wall Street, at least so far.
Women didn't want to come forward with their stories. They didn't want to go on the record. Women I talked to actually didn't even want to name the people that had assaulted them or hurt their careers in a particular way. And we kind of had to take a step back and say, why is that happening? and evaluate what is the culture in Wall Street or the system in Wall Street that's keeping women from doing that.
You know, there is a machine of silence that we've learned about that has to do with arbitration and human resources and public relations and a culture of fear and a culture of money. And all of those things together combine to create kind of a wall between allegations and transparency.
First of all, you have this very male-dominated industry. About 26% of senior executives on Wall Street are women, and when you get to the CEO level, it's abysmally low.
Women only make up 8% of CEOs at major financial institutions. And in the history of Wall Street, no woman has ever led any of the 6 largest U.S. banks.
I remember Wall Street women saying to me, you know, what do you think Wall Street values? They value relationships, and they value secrecy, and they value loyalty. And if I dare to go against those things, I will be exiled.
And if someone does decide to complain, it isn't done in public, but rather hidden behind a widespread system of arbitration.
Arbitration needs to be relabeled. It needs to be called forced silence.
Arbitration is a private system that takes fights behind closed doors, away from a judge and jury. It was originally used to solve industry disputes, but Wall Street has helped it spread to all kinds of fights, including harassment.
Civil rights issues should be dealt with in court. Civil rights issues should be transparent.
That's Lee Stoll, a Wall Street veteran who's suing Cantor Fitzgerald for harassment, discrimination, and retaliation. But that's just a part of her fight. She's also battling to stay away from arbitration.
I want to go to court because I want it to be transparent. It's not a female thing. It's not a male thing. It's a human thing.
What's so wild for us as reporters following Lee Stoll's story is that she had not one, but apparently 2 arbitration agreements, Cantor says.
So basically she said, yeah, I am not supposed to be thrown out of court. I'm supposed to stay in this venue. And the court agreed with her.
Cantor denies her allegations and is appealing the decision to let her stay in court. But these days, judges all the way up to the Supreme Court have been siding with arbitration. From Wall Street's perspective, that system is quicker, cheaper, quieter, and just as fair as going to court. Women like Lee see it differently.
For those of us who are not corporations, we want to be able to show the evidence, and we want to be able to change behavior.
Women are not learning about each other. They're being isolated from each other, so they can't really come together and bring something bigger against a bank or an institution and say, you have a major problem here, because it's all in this hush-hush system that nobody knows about.
While Lee was fighting against arbitration, women thousands of miles away were struggling to have their stories heard inside Lloyd's of London. Lloyd's is a 331-year-old exchange for the worldwide insurance market that's steeped in tradition.
So this is the large lost book, where we show a book for the current day and a corresponding book from 100 years ago.
Much of the work there is still done face-to-face by mostly middle-aged white men on paper and sealed with rubber stamps.
But reporting from Bloomberg uncovered that Lloyd's also has a deep-seated tradition of sexual harassment.
We spoke to women who had been attacked by their bosses in pubs, in taxis, and we'd spoken to other women who were deluged with graphic emails from their employers, basically soliciting for sex.
What's so sinister about these stories isn't just the picture they paint of rich men behaving badly, but the way HR protected them.
At least in my experience for the Wall Street firms, most of the time say that they simply can't go to HR. It's just not an option. Because if they do, HR is then going to report them to either the exact male that they just complained about or somebody else in a position to make things difficult.
But of the ones who did go to HR, they reported being discouraged from pursuing their complaints further. They were warned about the possibility of being marked out as difficult women, so kept quiet.
Lloyd's first female CEO, Inga Beale, tried to change that. But she was met with hostility, including a death threat, and was eventually replaced by John Neal in 2018. Bloomberg's reporting hit a few months later.
2 executives at the company have now resigned following allegations of sexual harassment.
Sometimes when we're reporting on stories like this, companies just deny what we find and say, look, everything is fine. In the case of Lloyd's, Gavin's reporting was so powerful that the CEO of this insurance market came out afterwards and said, yeah, this is pretty much unacceptable and we will change.
This is not the Lloyd's that I want to be part of, and not the Lloyd's that many of my colleagues feel they want to be part of either.
Lloyd's unveiled a whistleblower hotline, banned alcohol, and announced a lifetime ban for sexual harassers.
Whether there is any long-term impact from these measures, it's too early, I think, to tell.
And while the Lloyd story showed how women's stories can help bring an antiquated institution into the 21st century, a conference in California showed what happens when the industry's bystanders break their silence.
Hey everyone, it's Alex Shalakian. Just got back from the Tiburon CEO Summit dinner.
In October of 2019, Alex Chalakian, who runs a firm called Lake Avenue Financial, was attending a conference and did something unheard of on Wall Street. He publicly spoke out against someone at an invite-only conference.
Things that were said by Ken Fisher were just absolutely horrifying. He made comments about genitalia, talked about picking up on a girl, and don't show him what's in your pants.
And shortly after, Bloomberg reporter Sabrina Wilmer was able to speak to Ken Fisher on the phone.
His initial reaction is that he didn't think it was a big deal because he's been saying this a very long time, and nobody has questioned it.
Ken Fisher was speaking in a way that he was used to speaking, which was gross, quite frankly.
I don't know if I could, but if I was 30 years old and I had it to do over again, I'd have more sex. While I could. Once you get older, you're like a Christmas tree. You're firm once a year and the balls are just for decoration.
But instead of awkward laughter behind closed doors, this year Fisher's institutional clients from Texas to New Hampshire yanked about $4 billion from his investment firm. Fisher's CEO, Damian Ornani, even went directly in front of a Los Angeles pension board to apologize. But for pension board members like Brian Pendleton, that apology wasn't enough.
I'm incredibly proud of what the LA Police and Fire Pension Commission did by decisively terminating the contract with Ken Fisher. That hopefully sends a loud message to the financial community.
While about $4 billion was lost, the firm still manages $115 billion. And the company has said that since the incident, their assets have actually grown.
We talk to each other inside the newsroom, and we ask, is this as much change as we're going to see? It's plausible that this is as far from the status quo as things are going to veer, and things will get back to business as usual.
I'm not in favor of outing other women, but I will say that women have reached out to me and told me that we need to keep this going. I'm certainly a drop in the bucket to the issue. And the only way to change that is for a couple people to stand up, and I'm hopeful that other people will stand next to me.
We're never going to stop trying to tell women's stories. What we can hope for is that the industry is moving in a direction in which more women feel comfortable telling their stories.
generation's biggest problem.
Climate change is happening.
And the world's most innovative solutions.
Transport, industry, buildings, electricity, all of those things.
Everything you need to know about our changing environment, the politics of global warming.
We can and we will deal with climate change.
In the fight against climate change, Bloomberg Green has you covered.
Imagine a pool of Middle Eastern oil money, the size of US budget for public transportation and education combined. And all of that money is entrusted to a Japanese businessman who constantly talks about starting some kind of a revolution. That's basically a vision fund in a nutshell. For us in the media who cover Vision Fund daily, it's kind of easy to forget how insane and unusual this whole thing is.
It was kind of a shocker when Masayoshi Son announced the Vision Fund and his plans to raise $100 billion to invest in the tech space. It's the largest technology investment fund ever.
$100 billion? Well, that was something. And equity to buy things? Man, that's a lot.
It made bets on a spectrum of startups, from AI to ride-sharing apps.
Two of the Vision Fund's biggest investments, Uber and WeWork, causing investors to wonder if Masa's Vision Fund is starting to show some cracks.
SoftBank, the Japanese corporation that runs the controversial Vision Fund, reported a record operating profit last year, with the Vision Fund as its best performer. But bad investments and the global pandemic have changed everything. In May, the Vision Fund reported a $17 billion loss, contributing to the biggest loss in SoftBank's history.
The Vision Fund at this point has lost more money for SoftBank than it made.
Masayoshi Son is a very impressive entrepreneur from Japan. US educated, actually got an engineering degree at the University of California, Berkeley, started a few companies while in school. By the time he moved back to Japan in his early 20s, he had all these business projects going, built up his empire from there. He is willing to take risks, a lot of risks, including in the first .com boom and bust around 2000, he placed a big bet on Alibaba, and almost everything he had got wiped out except Alibaba.
At the bottom of the crash, I actually revived my spirit of the fighting, so actually it was good.
SoftBank is now one of the biggest companies in the world. It's a conglomerate. They have lots of interests in mobile phones. And they started this investment fund a few years ago.
With arrival of Vision Fund, SoftBank Group was dramatically reshaped. It was reshaped as a holding company with investing at its core business. Now, as to what's Son's vision, I think he has a really keen sense of these cresting waves of technological change, and he wants SoftBank to be the company that not only survives these sort of cataclysms, but also emerges as a key player and key investor in the companies who will go on to run the world.
So when you told people you were going to raise a $100 billion fund, did they tell you you were a little crazy?
Well, some people said.
The thing about SoftBank's Vision Fund is it was bigger, bolder, grander than anyone had ever seen before.
SoftBank itself is a big investor, but its biggest investor by far is the Public Investment Fund of Saudi Arabia.
You had a meeting with a man who was the Deputy Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, who's now the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia. And as I understand the story, you went in and in 1 hour you convinced him to invest $45 billion.
No, it's not true.
Okay.
45 minutes, $45 billion.
Okay, sorry.
$1 billion per minute.
It certainly wasn't as controversial until late 2018 when the Washington Post journalist Khashoggi was murdered by Saudi agents. And that suddenly put a spotlight on SoftBank's dependency on Saudi money. Truth be told, it didn't seem to have stopped a lot of companies from taking their money.
I think the amazing part of the Vision Fund story was how quickly it all came together. From the first talk of the idea to raising the money to spending the money, it's been just a couple of years.
So as of last count, there were 88 portfolio companies at Vision Fund. More than $10 billion was invested in Didi, a Chinese ride-hailing app. Uber took about $7.7 billion. Some $4 billion went into WeWork, another $3 billion into Grab, a Southeast Asian ride-hailing company.
So the idea is you have so much money that anybody even thinking of competing with you just looks at the size of your checkbook and gets scared and doesn't even try.
And he does seem to have a particular weakness for very charismatic and very flashy founders, and Adam Newman of WeWork is a prime example. I mean, Son himself loves to talk about Jack Ma, the founder of Alibaba, his best investment today.
He had no business plan, but his eyes was very strong eyes.
He wants his founders to be the next Jack Ma, to be crazier than the craziest guy in the room.
The Vision Fund, let's not forget, they've had some successes. They were a big investor in Flipkart, an Indian retailer that they sold. They've had some companies that have IPO'd. Unfortunately, there are some high-profile investments that have just lost tons of money. WeWork being the prime example.
They aren't making any money. They're far from making money.
No one really quite understands the business model.
According to people with knowledge of the discussion, SoftBank is concerned about the valuation that WeWork could get in the public market.
When WeWork IPO so spectacularly imploded, SoftBank essentially had to step in and pretty much buy the company. They came up with a $9.5 billion rescue package and now own about 80% of the startup, which essentially makes it their problem to make them profitable. They had a fairly credible plan for how this could happen.
Time will solve the WeWork problem. We'll make money once the WeWork building portfolio is allowed to ripen. How? Stop the new building developments and the profitability will drastically improve, and we can expect the cost to go down by half, or even more.
WeWork declined to comment for this video about SoftBank's investment in the company.
There are some bets that just, in retrospect, seem silly. For example, Zoom, the company that wanted to make robot pizza and then pivoted to revolutionizing the food industry and eventually basically crashed and burned. Probably the best example of a sort of self-inflicted injury is Oyo. This is a company that came out of India, created a platform for hotels where people could book a room and expect a reliable service, which was a considerable feat for India. And their target seemed to have been just the raw number of rooms available on their platform. As of last count, they had over 1 million rooms, but they were nowhere near profitability. It's a prime example of the kind of growth at all costs that does come with Vision Fund money that could take a good company and a good business idea and essentially ruin it.
SoftBank has declined to comment on its investment strategy. Despite some large and high-profile losses, the Vision Fund actually seemed to be doing okay. Last year, SoftBank said that based on its analysis of the companies in the Vision Fund's portfolio, the fund was making money. But then 2020 happened.
Churches shut down. world landmarks closed as more nations report the spread of the disease.
Companies in the gig economy, including Uber, Lyft, DoorDash, Postmates, and more, are facing a host of challenges relating to the virus outbreak.
The Vision Fund is in a lot of companies that have been hit so hard by this pandemic. So Uber is one of those. It's had to lay off a lot of people. Another company in a similar position is Oyo.
COVID-19 is certainly going to be a death blow for a lot of companies on Vision Fund's portfolio. Son himself has said that about 15 of them will go bust.
But Son still has confidence in the fund's bigger companies.
Those large-size investees are surviving and actually doing steady. They have a better chance going through this valley of coronavirus. The exception is WeWork. We made a mistake in investing in WeWork, and I'd admitted that several times. I was foolish and made the wrong decision.
You know, I guess some of the Vision Fund's investment practices have made it uniquely vulnerable to the COVID pandemic. In part, their heavy exposure to ride-hailing. They invested in all the top companies, and it's by far the biggest segment. The fact that their companies are geared for high growth and not necessarily profitability.
SoftBank Group says its Vision Fund lost $17.7 billion in its last fiscal year. That's after writing down the cost of bad investments. The Vision Fund went from SoftBank's biggest profit maker a year ago to its biggest drag on earnings. And Vision 2, I don't know, seems like an uphill battle for sure.
I think the real takeaway from the Vision Fund is that money really can't buy success. That all of that cash, the huge checks that Masayoshi Son was cutting, were actually hurting the founders and the companies he was investing in more than they were helping. At first it looks like having all that money allowed them to burn cash longer, to beat other companies, to survive longer. But the problem is that they were hiring a lot, they didn't have fiscal discipline, and so in the end, all he was doing was creating bigger bubbles that were bursting and collapsing at a much grander scale.
In these past few months, Son often stood on stage and said that he's learned the lesson. But he's actually quite short on details. The lesson he seems to have learned is that investing in WeWork was a mistake. It's not at all clear if he learned the lesson of the kind of hyper growth the Vision Fund has promoted.
Maybe that's what's his strength. Nothing will stop him. He's so determined, he's so stubborn, he's got such incredible self-confidence. That really is his greatest gift. He's an incredible showman. But at some point, there is going to be a reality.
Generation's biggest problem.
Climate change is happening.
And the world's most innovative solutions.
Transport, industry, buildings, electricity, all of those things.
Everything you need to know about our changing environment. The politics of global warming.
We can and we will deal with climate change.
In the fight against climate change, Bloomberg Green has you covered.
Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
Coming up on Quick Take the Lead, soaring into space. Jeff Bezos and Blue Origin successfully complete their mission, but what's next for the commercial of manned spaceflight? We'll have a live report from Van Horn, Texas. Then fear over the Delta variant is real, and it's hitting Silicon Valley. Giant tech employer Apple says it's delaying its workers from returning to the office. So will other employers follow suit? And from the office to the open road, car prices are soaring as a result of the pandemic economy. And it's not just brand new models. We're going to tell you what's driving up used car costs as well. It's Tuesday, July 20th. I'm Madison Mills. My co-host Scarlett Fu is off today. We're going to have those stories and more coming up for you right here on Quick Take the Lead. We start the show tonight with breaking news. Ex-Trump ally Tom Barrack is under arrest and charged with illegally lobbying the United Arab Emirates. What we know so far is that he's charged with obstruction of justice and making false statements. Barrack is the founder of Colony Capital and a former top fundraiser for Donald Trump. He was arrested in California today. So we're going to get this put into perspective for us by Bloomberg News editor-at-large Eric Schatzker, who previously spoke at length with Tom Barrack, not related to this arrest today, but in other interviews. Eric, thank you so much for joining us live by phone. Let's jump right in here. What do we know? Hi, Eric. What do we know from today's breaking news so far? What can you tell us about these charges?
Well, we know that Tom Barrack is accused of effectively lobbying illegally on behalf of the United Arab Emirates. And that's very interesting because Tom Barrack has long-standing ties to leaders throughout the Middle East and has spoken very favorably about Mohammed bin Zayed, the Crown Prince of Abu Dhabi, the de facto leader of the United Arab Emirates. And as you were just saying, not only have I interviewed Tom Barrack on a number of occasions, I actually sat down with him last week, a week ago today, to talk about his new investing business, of which he was very excited. And we spoke specifically about his plans to raise money from Emiratis as co-investors for deals he wanted to do in the hospitality,